Chapter 1322. What? Gu Fei was astonished to see that his opponent was able to block his primordial spirit Dao sword. It should be known that this Dao sword was executed with the power of a saint. His primordial spirit entered the saint-level battle avatar and could use the power of a saint. This was something that the true body couldn't compare to. If his opponent was able to block such an attack, could this guy be a demonic saint? Ever since the primordial era, the world had changed. The Tao of heaven and earth became unfathomable. Since then, no one could comprehend the Tao and become a saint. In order to become a saint, one must first comprehend one's own Tao. This was an insurmountable threshold. However, if one couldn't even touch the Tao of heaven and earth, how could one comprehend the Tao? Although the world had changed after the primordial era, there were still many outstanding geniuses. However, no matter how experienced they were or how heaven-defying their physiques were, they could only stop at the half-saint realm. No one could truly take that step. Dang! Just as Gu Fei's thoughts were rapidly spinning, a cold voice rang out from within the torrential purple demonic chi. Following this, a glowing arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, shooting towards Gu Fei. Swish! The purple arrow light soared for thousands of meters, emitting a boundless demonic aura. It seemed like it was going to make a hole in the sky. Humph! I'm invulnerable. How are you going to kill me? Gu Fei soared into the sky. His body was shrouded in divine light. He was like a supreme saint of the immortal Tao. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. He directly charged towards the incoming arrow light. Bas! The moment Gu Fei collided with the arrow light, the entire sky shook violently. With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's figure disappeared. A black void appeared. Transparent ripples formed by spatial fluctuations were undulating. The shocking sword light entered the shaking void as if it was shot into a bottomless abyss, vanishing without a trace. This? In the demonic clouds, the great demon was shocked. How could this be? What kind of great art was this? Was it the legendary supreme secret art of the immortal Tao? Swish! In the midst of Yao Wuji's shock, the arrow light that had disappeared reappeared once more. The resplendent arrow light emitted a boundless demonic glow that lit up the entire sky. The arrow light pierced through a transparent wave of water, shooting out from the void. The arrow light soared for tens of thousands of zhong, shattering the void and piercing the heaven and earth, shooting towards the figure in the demonic cloud. How is this possible? Yao Wuji, who was hidden in the demonic clouds, was shocked to the extreme. He simply could not believe what he was seeing. The arrow he shot actually shot back at him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that there would be someone in this world who could reverse the direction of his divine arrow. It must be known that this was not an ordinary divine arrow. The arrow was extremely fast, instantly piercing through the layers of demonic clouds, heading straight for Yao Wuji. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? This kind of supreme immortal art that has been lost for countless years is actually cultivated by someone. Truly inconceivable. In the distance, the arcane guru, the yin-yang twin venerables, and the devil and immortal fighting had all noticed what was going on between Gu Fei and Yao Wuji. Yao Wuji's arrow of light contained the formidable power of a saint. Even old-timers like them would have a hard time dispelling this arrow, let alone reversing it. In this world, only the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could do such a thing. It was no wonder this person dared to say that he was untouchable by all arts. Cultivating this secret art truly meant that he was untouchable by all arts. Swish! Yao Wuji shot out another arrow, causing the light of the arrow to soar tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A strand of saintly might appeared between the heavens and earth as the 2 terrifying beams of light clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens. The 2 arrows of light contained saint-tier power, and when they collided like that, it would definitely be a disaster in the outside world. Rumble! The entire void was being destroyed as a destructive force spread out, instantly dispersing the towering demonic chi, causing Yao Wuji, who was within the demonic chi, to have nowhere to hide. Roar! Yao Wuji roared and quickly retreated. He moved 100 miles in a single step, but the destructive power forced him to retreat. Just at this time, the place where Gu Fei had vanished shook slightly. A figure silently appeared in the sky. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei? Gu Fei saw Yao Wuji's true body. This Yao Wuji was a burly middle-aged man. His burly body exuded a ferocious aura similar to that of an ancient beast. Even with his martial Dao heavenly eye, Gu Fei couldn't see the true body of this grand demon. There seemed to be an indescribable power concealing everything. The two beams of light collided with each other and cancelled each other out. After that, they completely dissipated in the void. The vast destructive power that spread out was simply too terrifying. It destroyed a part of the world, and even the chaotic chi was blasted out. The blood-colored gate of hell that was fixed in the void was also affected and shook. The blood-colored light it emitted became even more resplendent and strange. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble rang out in the distance. A black demonic will pressed down from the sky, and a figure surrounded by celestial light fell from the sky. The battle between the mysterious Grand Devil and the immortal Dao's incarnation had already been decided. The great devil true body descended with a saint-grade demonic weapon in his hand. His demonic might shook the area and suppressed the celestial Dao incarnation. However, the celestial Dao incarnation was also extremely strong. Although he was defeated, he wasn't killed. Swish! A demonic shadow swooped down from the sky and entered the demonic weapon. Then, the demonic wheel that emitted the countless demonic flags soared into the sky and rushed towards the blood-colored door in the sky. You want to enter the Saint Burial Land? The Yin-Yang Venerables and the Arcane Guru had no choice but to take action now. As human experts, they definitely didn't want to see a Grand Devil enter the Saint Burial Land. Boom! Boom! Yin and Yang energy erupted from the Yin-Yang Venerables. The Yang Venerable's body blossomed with endless flames, seeming to transform into a divine sun. As for Lord Yin, the Yin and Yang on her body were boundless as a black Yin Qi engulfed the entire world. An extremely cold Yin Qi spread out, causing the entire void to seem as though it was about to freeze over. Bas! The void trembled, and two masses of divine light revolved. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved, forming a Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, it collided with the saint-level demonic wheel. Bang! The devil wheel was intercepted, while the Yin-Yang Venerable's Taiji diagram was blown away. Yin and Yang merged into one, capable of contending against a sacred weapon. Swish! Just at this moment, a beam of divine light shot over from afar, striking the black demonic wheel. The boundless demonic chi was dispersed by this beam of divine light. Boom! The divine light broke through the layers of demonic chi and struck the demonic wheel. The enraged roar of the mysterious great devil rang out, his voice filled with unwillingness. He was just a single step away from entering the land of the Saint Burial. However, just this one step away was obstructed by someone. The divine light that shot over from afar had actually sent the saint-level demonic wheel flying hundreds of meters away. To be able to shake a saint-level demonic weapon, this kind of power was most likely also a saint-level power. Everyone looked in the direction of the divine light and saw a sage-like middle-aged Taoist priest in the distant sky. He was holding an ancient mirror and striding toward them. The Grand Pure Half-Saint? Guru Tianxuan's pupils shrank. The Grand Pure Holy Land and the Profound Sky Holy Land were two great cultivation powers of the human race. However, the relationship between them wasn't that harmonious. The Grand Pure Void Mirror? The Taiji diagram dissipated, and the Yin and Yang energy receded like the tide. The Yin-Yang Venerables appeared in the sky, looking like they hadn't been affected at all by the Devil Path's sacred item. The power the Yin-Yang Venerables had displayed was terrifying. Where did this devil come from? How dare he target the Saint Burial Land? The Grand Pure Half-Saint's voice didn't contain the slightest emotion. His otherworldly temperament was something others couldn't compare to. Fellow Taoists, the devil is the public enemy of the world. How about we work together to kill this devil first? Asked Guru Tianxian. We have no objections. The Yin-Yang Venerables were the first to express their stance. They didn't have a good impression of this great devil. It would be best if they could work together to kill this devil. Humph! Yao Wuji stared at Gu Fei and sneered. He had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his brother. His essence, qi, and spirit were all raised to the peak. He only had one target, Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful opponent. He didn't say anything. In the end, the Yin-Yang Venerables, Guru Tianxian, and the Grand Pure Half-Saint attacked the mysterious devil together. This was the power of a sacred. Even with a sacred weapon, the great devil wouldn't be able to resist it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the devil immediately fled. When a great demon with a sacred-level demon weapon became ruthless, it was very frightening. The demon wheel shook, and a bright demon light shot out from the demon wheel. It created a path in the encirclement of the 4 experts and escaped. At this time, Gu Fei and Yao Wuji started fighting again. A strange power circulated around Gu Fei's body. The void around him rippled like water. No matter what demonic arts Yao Wuji used, they couldn't threaten him. Gu Fei managed to reverse all of Yao Wuji's attacks. This was the profundity of chaotic reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Each secret could be described as heaven-defying. I don't believe that you're invulnerable. Yao Wuji no longer used demonic arts. Instead, he sent a punch at Gu Fei. It was a simple and direct punch, but it contained a great amount of power. He had actually managed to strike the rippling space around Gu Fei. Furthermore, his attack had not been deflected by Gu Fei at all, causing Yao Wuji to be both surprised and delighted. Chapter 1323. Bang! Gu Fei's fist and Yao Wuji's fist collided fiercely. The power of a saint exploded, piercing through the void. Gu Fei could only feel a great force coming from Yao Wuji's fist, causing him to involuntarily retreat hundreds of feet. Every time he took a step, the whole world trembled along with him. What? Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent had actually used his physical body to take on his attack. How was this possible? After all, his clone was a saint battle avatar. Yao Wuji's fist was extremely fierce. He didn't fall into a disadvantage against Gu Fei, but he was still sent flying several hundred meters away by the force of Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? He was even more shocked than Gu Fei because he knew just how powerful his punch was. Even a half-step saint would die if they were hit by it. But not only did Gu Fei not die, he didn't even seem to be affected at all. Yao Wuji was dumbfounded. You! At this moment, Gu Fei sensed something strange about Yao Wuji. Saints were extinct in the current era, so this Yao Wuji was definitely not a demonic saint. However, the aura of a saint on Yao Wuji's body couldn't be deceived. This was an aura that only saints possessed. It could intimidate the heavens and make all life tremble. Gu Fei knew that if his Yuan spirit hadn't entered the saint battle avatar, his body definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this kind of pressure. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a certain possibility. I didn't expect you to use the demon race's trump card. Up in the sky, the arcane guru's eyes flickered with divine light. He seemed to have noticed something. Old geezer Arcane, instead of wasting time here, why don't we put aside our grudges for now and enter the land of saints together? Yang Zun, who was dressed in white, said these words. The land of saints was extremely dangerous. No one could truly investigate the situation inside. Every time this land of danger appeared, countless lives would be lost. Over the endless years, many outstanding experts had fallen in the land of saint burial. Some people even said that they had seen sacred corpses inside. There were many legends about the land of buried saints, but no one could verify the veracity of these legends. No one knew if there were truly sacred corpses or peerless treasures inside. All right, let's work together this once. Sage-to-be Grand Pure One also walked over. An ancient mirror floated above his head and a mighty aura emanated from it. This was the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. Everyone could sense a strong sense of oppression from this ancient mirror. It was as if they were facing a saint, and they had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. A flawless saint artifact refined by a saint is indeed extraordinary. The arcane guru and the yin-yang venerables were both shaken. The saint weapon didn't emit its saintly might, but it was still intimidating. At their level of cultivation, there was no need to say anything else. Then, they entered the gate of hell in the sky that emitted boundless bloody light and disappeared inside. The appearance of the gates of hell had indeed alarmed many people, but not everyone could approach this strange and evil gate. There was a terrifying aura of death surging out from within the gate. This was a power that could destroy all life. Only Tao-severing experts could block this kind of death energy. Any immortal or god below that level would be in danger of having their life devoured as long as they approached the gate of hell. Boom! Gu Fei and Yao Wuji once more clashed. Yao Wuji's power had reached a peak. He had completely abandoned all the demonic arts he had cultivated and relied on his physical body to fight against Gu Fei. This isn't his power. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This Yao Wuji seemed to possess an indestructible demonic body. He was displaying a power that made even Gu Fei's heart shake. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei directly sent out a palm strike. A huge golden palm rushed out and with a bang, it slammed into Yao Wuji's body. In the instant Yao Wuji was struck by the palm strike, ancient demon runes appeared on his body. Yao Wuji was knocked thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's palm strike, but he only paused for a moment before charging back at Gu Fei with a torrential purple aura. This is a saint-tier demonic body. Even though Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed it, he was still shocked when he confirmed it. Yao Wuji had actually entered the body of a saint-tier beast. No wonder Yao Wuji dared to challenge Gu Fei. He had come fully prepared. A saint-tier demonic body was as powerful as the indestructible martial body. Even a saint wouldn't be able to destroy such a demonic body. Yao Wuji was fearless. Even if he didn't use his demonic arts, he could still fight against Gu Fei, displaying his terrifying battle prowess. It was hard to imagine where Yao Wuji had found a perfect saint-tier demonic body. It had to be known that even in the ancient desolate era, demon saints were definitely one of the strongest existences in the world. Even if a demon saint died, it would be very difficult for them to leave behind a perfect saint-tier demonic body. Chaotic reversal. The space around Gu Fei fluctuated as translucent ripples spread from his body. He was using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to fight Yao Wuji. Swish! Yao Wuji's punch was channeled by the chaotic energy and blasted to the side, causing the space there to collapse as demonic might gushed out in all directions. At the same time, Gu Fei unleashed a perfect 5 elements fist. The 5 elements true energy crazily gathered in Gu Fei's fists. A 5-colored astral energy shot out of his fists. Boom! It was like 5 minor worlds had appeared on Gu Fei's fist. The power of the 5 elements shook heaven and earth. Even Yao Wuji had no choice but to dodge. Gu Fei's fist had drawn on the power of the 5 elements. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his fist, and a trace of saintly might appeared in the world. The perfect 5 elements fist was a peerless battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. When Gu Fei used it, the profundities of the battle skill contained a trace of the grand Tao. Such a battle skill was a manifestation of the great Tao and possessed supreme power. However, it was still difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the true power of the battle skill with his current cultivation. Even so, the power of Gu Fei's fist was enough to shake the world. You really are the martial ancestor's successor? Yao Wuji was incomparably shocked. Although he had dodged Gu Fei's punch, the energy ripples emitted from Gu Fei's fist were unimaginably powerful, causing his heart to palpitate. However, the immortal Tao aura on Gu Fei's body was simply too thick. This caused Yao Wuji to be indescribably shocked. This was clearly a saint-grade immortal Tao saint physique. Chapter 1324. If a great sage of the human race and a great sage of the Yao race were to fight, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, the battle avatar that Gu Fei had taken over was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race. What Yao Wuji had taken over was not a battle avatar, but the body of a saint of the Yao race. It could be said that this was the sacred body of a saint of the Yao race. It was unknown which era the saint of the Yao race had left this sacred body behind, but Gu Fei knew that this sacred body was extremely ancient. Time was the most merciless thing. Given enough time, apart from immortal materials and immortal spirits, everything else could be worn away by time. Sacred bodies, on the other hand, were branded with Tao patterns and condensed with Tao power. They could survive through the ages and exist forever. However, the power of the Yao race's sacred body was not that easy to unleash. Given Yao Wuji's cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this Yao race's sacred body. But a sacred body was a sacred body after all. Just a wisp of saintly might that leaked out from a sacred body was not something that just anyone could withstand. Fortunately, Gu Fei had obtained this saint-grade battle avatar from a world created by a great sage of the ancient era. Otherwise, he would not have dared to have designs on the land of the buried saints. No one would go to their deaths if they knew that they would die. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the untouchable secret technique. Even if Yao Wuji did not use any of his killing techniques and used the power of his sacred body to fight Gu Fei would still be able to deflect his attacks. Untouchable secret technique? Yao Wuji's heart trembled. He was on the defensive all the time. His attacks were deflected and did not pose any threat to his opponent at all. On the other hand, his opponent's flawless 5 elements fists kept coming at him. The power of the 5 elements shook the heavens and the earth. Even though Yao Wuji had taken over the body of a saint, he still suffered a great impact. His spirit was almost shaken out of his martial body. As time went by, Gu Fei gradually gained the upper hand. Even if you have a holy body, you are still no match for me. Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will, using the flawless 5 elements battle technique with the power of the immortal Tao, transforming the power of the immortal Tao into battle prowess. With every punch, the entire world trembled. Damn it! Damn it! Yao Wuji roared again and again. Initially, he thought that he would be able to kill that human cultivator named Gu Fei after using one of the Yao race's trump cards. Who didn't know that this human cultivator named Gu Fei was so powerful and terrifying? Not only did he fail to exact his revenge, he even placed himself in danger. Yao Wuji felt so stifled that he nearly vomited blood. Sky Demon slaughters saints. Kill, kill, kill. Yao Wuji's eyes turned red. He no longer had any scruples and displayed the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. A terrifying power erupted from his body. Rumble! Yao Wuji's hands seemed to have turned into 2 demonic blades, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as they slashed at Gu Fei. A blurry phantom image appeared on his body. The phantom image emitted a terrifying ripple. This was the phenomenon produced when the supreme killing art created by the Sky Demon was activated. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was slashed back to its most primitive state. Void Reversal. Gu Fei used one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Tao, the Void Reversal secret art. A strange vibration erupted from his body, and his entire being became transparent. Whoosh! 2 beams of destructive demonic light slashed down and a shocking scene unfolded. Gu Fei's body turned into the void and the 2 beams of demonic light slashed down on his body, which had already become faint and illusory. What? Yao Wuji's shock was no small matter. His opponent had merged with the void and was one with heaven and earth. How was he supposed to fight? His opponent was now in an invincible position. Gu Fei's figure completely disappeared into the void, but Yao Wuji grew even more cautious. He couldn't catch his opponent's signal at all. Just as Yao Wuji opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, a silhouette silently appeared behind him. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with his strongest punch. His fist seemed to have 5 minor worlds revolving around it, and a powerful force of the 5 elements shot towards Yao Wuji. An attack like this was impossible to defend against. Only when Gu Fei punched out did Yao Wuji feel a dangerous aura coming from behind him. Yao Wuji rushed forward without hesitation, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's punch first. However, reality was very realistic. Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. Bang! Gotcha! Gu Fei's punch landed on Yao Wuji's body, and the sound of bones breaking came from his body. Yao Wuji opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a saint-level demon was injured. Gu Fei's body merged with the void, leaving no traces behind. He kept attacking Yao Wuji in this way, and Yao Wuji found it hard to defend. He was hit by Gu Fei's punches several times. In a battle between saint-level experts, victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Gu Fei beat Yao Wuji until he kept coughing blood and retreating. Even the 2 killing lights condensed from the celestial demon slaughtering saint art were destroyed and dissipated in the void. Roar! Yao Wuji let out a helpless roar. No wonder his younger brother was defeated by this person. Judging from the combat strength displayed by this person, he could even fight against a sage. Yao Tiandu was shockingly talented. He had cultivated to become a half-saint-level expert and was originally an overlord of the demon race. However, such a person with unlimited potential had died at the hands of Gu Fei. As the elder brother, Yao Wuji naturally wanted to cut Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces, chop out his spiritual soul, and suppress him for tens of thousands of years before he could vent his anger. However, the world was cruel. Gu Fei's combat strength was comparable to that of a sage, and he was actually able to suppress Yao Wuji. Swish! At this time, a purple-gold divine light suddenly shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The divine light instantly turned into a faint Dao sword. This was the primordial soul Dao sword. As soon as the primordial soul Dao sword appeared, sword chi rushed out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. The primordial soul Dao sword turned into a killing light of the great Dao, directly piercing Yao Wuji's head. This Dao sword condensed from the power of the primordial soul was specialized in attacking primordial souls. Yao Wuji knew how powerful it was. At the same time, His eyes also shot out two almost transparent beams of demonic light, silently meeting Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword. This was the celestial demon of forgetfulness / Yao Wuji was an expert of the celestial demon lineage. Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword clashed with Yao Wuji's celestial demon of forgetfulness / The two forces collided, cancelled each other out, and then disappeared at the same time. Swish! Chapter 1325. Gu Fei suppressed Yao Wuji's saint-grade demon body and chased him away. Although Yao Wuji was powerful and even used the resources of his race, he was still chased away by Gu Fei. Even a true sage would have a headache dealing with the battle avatar refined by a great sage of the human race and Gu Fei's immortal path secret technique. At this time, many figures appeared in the vicinity. These people were all Dao-severing experts. Only Dao-severing experts could approach the gates of hell. High up in the sky, the gates of hell emitted a demonic blood-colored light. The deathly aura inside was vast and mighty. The inside of the gates of hell was like a kingdom of death. This was the legendary burial ground of saints. No one dared to enter it casually, because those who entered would definitely die. Not many people would be able to come out alive. There were even half-sages who entered and never came out. No one knew what dangers lurked inside, and no one knew where the legendary peerless divine treasury was. The ancient legend might just be a scam. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to enter the gates of hell. However, he stood outside the gates of hell. Others wanted to enter the gates of hell, but they dared not approach Gu Fei. The saint-grade aura made everyone feel uneasy. The power of a saint-grade expert was too strong. If Gu Fei were to attack these people, even a Dao-severing emperor would not be able to fight back. The powerful saint-grade aura made everyone feel a great pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the aura of a saint-grade expert. Swoosh! At this moment, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the distant sky. A terrifying demonic aura spread from the demonic shadow. This is... Gu Fei sensed the arrival of the demonic shadow. His eyes shot out two rays of divine light and scanned the demonic shadow. Undying demon saint? When Gu Fei sensed the familiar fluctuations on the demon figure, he could not help but change his expression. He never expected that the demon who was defeated by Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body would appear here. Gu Fei had personally witnessed the battle between the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body and the undying demon saint's incarnation. This demon was able to fight endlessly with the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body. It was extremely terrifying. It should be noted that the Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body was a genuine indestructible martial body of the human clan. The power contained in the martial body was definitely at the sacred level. Even so, the Old Tortoise was still unable to destroy the incarnation of the demon. The incarnation attached itself to the undying demon blade and escaped into the chaos. Swoosh! Without any words, the demonic shadow directly attacked Gu Fei. A pitch-black blade light slashed over from afar, tearing through the void and slashing down on Gu Fei's head. How dare he attack a sage? In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a sage. Even though sages were extinct in this world, others had reason to believe that Gu Fei was a sage. Because the powerful aura of a sage could not be concealed, no one could see through Gu Fei's actual strength. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot, and instantly dodged the attack. This saber light contained the power of the demonic Dao, and even a sage would be in danger of dying if struck by it. The undying demon saint was a great sage among the ancient demons. He created the 9 death demon technique and died 9 times in 100 lives. He cultivated 9 lives and obtained the 9-life undying demon body. It seemed that Old Tortoise did not catch up to the incarnation of the undying demon saint and did not kill it to avoid future troubles. Seeing that Gu Fei had dodged the attack, the undying demon saint did not chase after him. Instead, he directly rushed towards the gates of hell in the sky. His goal was not to kill Gu Fei, but to get to the land of saint burial. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry at the same time. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. He created a huge pit on the ground and dust rose high into the sky. Rumble! The moment Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, 9 dragon silhouettes shot out from the ground. They looked like 9 gigantic dragons that charged towards the undying demon saint ferociously. Gu Fei drew the essence of the earth and condensed them into 9 huge dragons. This was the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. Even the undying demon saint would be moved by such an attack. This was a killing technique contained in the 9-colored divine crystal that Gu Fei had obtained that day. That day, Gu Fei and Zi Huang fought in the floating cloud city of the eastern domain of the Heaven Realm. It was a terrifying battle that could destroy heaven and earth. The floating cloud city of the eastern domain was not an ordinary divine city. The mysterious dragon Great Sage had set up the 9 dragons killing technique outside the divine city. The mysterious dragon Great Sage had used the 9 dragons killing technique to suppress this divine city. During that battle, the floating cloud city was completely destroyed. Even the 500 celestial emperor's combat weapons of the primordial emperor Xian were destroyed. The mysterious dragon Great Sage's 9 dragons killing technique had also collapsed. In that battle, Gu Fei was the biggest winner. He had obtained the mysterious dragon Great Sage's 9-colored divine crystal, which contained a flawless killing technique. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his killing art. 9 gigantic dragons burst out from the ground, soaring 10,000 zhang into the sky, exuding a boundless might. The flawless killing technique left behind by the mysterious dragon Great Sage had displayed its terrifying power. The 9 huge dragons intercepted the undying demon saint, who was so powerful that even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. A devil Dao saber appeared in the undying demon saint's hand. Then he slashed at the 9 huge dragons. Swoosh! The saber light passed by and the 9 huge dragons were directly cut down by the saber light of the undying demon saber. The undying demon saber was a peerless demonic saber refined by the great sage of demons. With a slash, the heaven and earth void could be split apart. It contained the destructive power of the devil Dao. Gu Fei knew that the 9 dragons killing technique could only stop the undying demon saint for a while. He did not think that the 9 dragons killing technique could kill this demon on the spot. His purpose was to stop the undying demon saint. Although the undying demon saint had only paused for a while, it was enough for Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky, charging towards the undying demon saint. Rumble! He activated the power of the earth and the 9 huge dragons circled around him. The entire heaven and earth trembled under this power. He had increased the power of the 9 dragons killing technique to a terrifying level. Swoosh! The undying demon saint only had 1 slash. The power of the devil Dao was vast and mighty. The pitch-black saber light was terrifying. The saber light of the undying demon saber could destroy everything. A great sage demonic weapon was too terrifying. One should know that this was a divine weapon of the devil Dao, second only to the extreme path demonic weapon. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Bas! Gu Fei sensed danger. An ancient cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. At the same time, the undying demon saberlight had already destroyed the 9 huge dragons around Gu Fei. Clang! The undying demon saberlight emitted a terrifying wave and ruthlessly slashed at the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. It let out an ear-piercing sound. Traces of blood seeped out from the ears of the mighty figures of the Dao-severing realm, who were watching from afar. The undying demon saberlight was repelled by the mighty wave from the mountain and river cauldron. It then dissipated into nothingness in the void. Even the undying demon saint was affected and took a few steps back. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head shook continuously after being hit by the great sage demonic weapon. It almost fell from the sky. This was a battle between divine weapons. Logically speaking, a great sage weapon was no match for an extreme path divine weapon. Without any suspense, the undying demon saberlight was repelled. This is... The undying demon saint's body emitted a strong wave of divine thoughts. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. In this world, the only thing that could withstand a blow from a great saint-level devil weapon, other than other great saint-level holy weapons, was an extreme holy weapon. A great sage divine weapon was rare even in the ancient untainted world, especially a great sage ancient cauldron. A great sage ancient cauldron could only be found in the cauldron of all medicines, which was refined by the medicine saint of the human tribe. This ancient cauldron was not the cauldron of all medicines, but the legendary extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, had disappeared for countless years. Even in the ancient untainted world, this ancient cauldron was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, after countless years, the mountain and river cauldron actually appeared in this world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron displayed a terrifying power that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The vast and mighty primordial chaos chi rushed towards the undying demon saint. The void below the ancient cauldron was annihilated. Even the undying demon saint's expression changed when faced with such an attack. He broke through the void immediately and rushed out from under the ancient cauldron. Even though he had the undying devil blade in his hand, he did not dare to go head-on against the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme path divine weapon. The divine weapon had already nurtured a godly soul, which was a weapon soul that only an extreme path divine weapon could possess. The aura of the undying devil blade was too strong. If such a fluctuation could awaken the sleeping weapon soul within the extreme path divine weapon, it would definitely be a disaster for the demons. Once the weapon soul of the extreme path divine weapon was awakened, even if there was no one to control it, the weapon would still attack the enemy. Even if a strand of the godly aura of the extreme path divine weapon leaked out, it was enough to crush a mountain. If the extreme path divine weapon was fully awakened, it could even sink an entire region. The undying demon saint knew how powerful it was. All he could do was to keep retreating to prevent the undying devil blade from colliding with the mountain and river cauldron again. The undying demon saint did not want to awaken the weapon soul within the mountain and river cauldron. Kill! Gu Fei did not have any scruples. He attacked with all his might, driving the mountain and river cauldron towards the undying demon saint. The power of a martial sage spread out in all directions, freezing the space and affecting the undying demon saint's movement speed. Chapter 13:26. Just as Gu Fei was hesitating whether he should enter the gate of hell or not, an incarnation of the undying demon saint suddenly appeared. A great battle was unavoidable. The incarnation of the undying demon saint was severely injured in the battle with the old tortoise. However, this demon seemed to have completely recovered. The undying demon blade displayed a great demonic power, forcing Gu Fei to use his trump card, the heaven and earth cauldron of mountains and rivers, to fight against it. Rumble! The cauldron of mountains and rivers emitted boundless divine power and pressed down from the sky. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from above like chaotic dragons, shaking the heavens and earth. The whole world was shaking and the ground below was sinking. Even though it had not displayed its saint power, it had caused a great destruction in the void. Bang! The undying demon saint fell from the sky and endless demonic chi was dissipating. Even with the great saint-level demon weapon, the undying demon blade, he could not withstand the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Bas! The cauldron of mountains and rivers shook and transparent ripples spread out in all directions with the cauldron as the center, suppressing everything. An ancient cauldron became the only thing in the world. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble from the depths of their souls, as if they were facing a supreme existence in the world. Could it be the legendary item? It can't be. Didn't that thing disappear in ancient times? Those who could come near the gate of hell were all emperors who had cut down their das. In normal times, such an existence would definitely be a hero. Moreover, there were many forces in the heaven realm that had existed for countless years, such as the Tao sect in the heaven realm and the Li clan that claimed to have the bloodline of the supreme Tao ancestor. The golden spiritual apes in the eastern land, the Tai Huang clan and the Sky Demon clan, the Tianpeng clan and so on. These were all forces that had existed for countless years. These ancient forces all had ancient books that recorded all kinds of great secrets of the world. Many people had already thought that this ancient cauldron that could suppress the undying demon blade might be the legendary item. If it really was that legendary thing, then it would be incredible. The entire heavenly realm would probably go crazy for it. Even if this thing was in the hands of a real sage, there would probably be people who would try to snatch it. Rumble! The cauldron of mountains and rivers descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Nothing was left behind. Everything was destroyed. Even the sky and earth were destroyed. The entire ground was sinking. This scene was too terrifying, and everyone was shocked. No one dared to go up, because no one wanted to die. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, stepping on the ancient cauldron. As the ancient cauldron descended from the sky, endless demonic chi was obliterated. The undying devil saint had already been suppressed into the ground. This demon was protected by the undying sky demon blade, so it would not be easy to kill him unless the mountain and river cauldron truly awakened and displayed its true extreme saint might. The undying devil saint was quite powerful. He directly shattered the void with the undying sky demon blade, and escaped into the chaotic void once again. The undying devil saint cultivated the 9 deaths devil art. After 100 reincarnations, he experienced 9 births and 9 deaths, and cultivated 9 devil lives. This was only one of the 9 lives. As long as the other lives existed, he would be able to return from the chaotic void. There was a subtle connection between the 9 lives of the undying devil saint. Because of this, the undying devil saint could freely enter and exit the chaotic void without getting lost. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to enter the chaotic void frequently. One should know that once one got lost in the chaotic void, even a sage would not be able to come out. They would be trapped there until they died. What a pity! The undying devil saint's chi completely disappeared. Gu Fei knew that the demon had already escaped. If he wanted to kill this demon, he would have to make the mountain and river cauldron display its true extreme saint might. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once the extreme saint might was released, everything in the world would be frozen. No one could escape by shattering the void. Under this saint might, everything could be killed. Unless it was an extreme saint, no one would be able to escape. Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. Without hesitation, he directly rushed into the gate of hell in the sky that emitted endless bloodlight, and entered the legendary saint burial ground. Whoosh! As soon as Gu Fei entered the saint burial ground, a thick death chi immediately rushed towards him. It was not completely dark inside the gate of hell, but the sky was gloomy, and the death chi was vast and mighty. There was not a single trace of life. On the ground there were many hills. Each hill was like a huge mountain, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Grave! Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at this scene. Could it be that these hills are all graves? Are there sages buried in these graves? If that was really the case, then it would truly be too shocking. How could there be so many sages in the world? This was absolutely impossible. Gu Fei directly punched a hill in front of him. With a bang, the entire hill was instantly shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. A skeleton fell from the dust. When Gu Fei saw the skeleton, he could not help but be shocked. It was an incomparably huge skeleton that still glowed with light. This was the skeleton of an unknown creature, and it was the size of a small hill. It was unknown how long this unknown creature had died. Its flesh and blood had already melted, but its bones were still as clear as divine jade. One could imagine that this creature was definitely a terrifying primordial beast when it was alive. Even if it was not a saint-level existence, it was definitely an almighty existence at the Severing Dao level. Is this really a grave? Gu Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Each hill was a grave, and he could not see the end of these graves at a glance. A thick death chi shrouded these graves. Someone had buried the corpses of countless powerful existences here. Someone wants to condense death chi. Could it be that they're refining corpses? Gu Fei could not help but think of the corpse refinement sect that had been annihilated by the alliance of the various ancient factions. This method seemed to really be nurturing corpses. Someone is nurturing sacred corpses? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he thought of this. The so-called land of saint burial seemed to be an incomparably huge place for nurturing corpses. Such a large scale was truly unimaginable. Although he was shocked, Gu Fei did not stop. He directly flew towards the depths of this dusky world. He wanted to know what was in the depths of the land of saint burial. He was very cautious and was not in a hurry. It was impossible to be careless in a place like this. If he was not careful, he would most likely be buried here. White bones could be seen everywhere around the hills on the ground. Among these remains were bones that were almost rotten, and there were also bones that were as clear as divine jade. Some of these bones were very extraordinary and had blurry marks branded on them. This was a sign that one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Dao Severing realm. The owner of these bones was most likely a half-step saint. Gu Fei did not find it strange at all that a half-step saint had fallen in this place. The power of the world in this part of the world had already been changed by someone, turning this part of the world into a land of death where death chi gathered. There was not a trace of life here. Swish! When Gu Fei was less than 100 miles into the land of saint burial, a black light that emitted an endless death chi suddenly shot out from a hill below and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. This attack had come without any warning, causing his heart to skip a beat. He used the 8 desolation steps and left an afterimage where he originally stood. In the next moment, he appeared more than 10 miles away. The black light of death flashed by and destroyed Gu Fei's afterimage. Roar! A roar rang out from one of the mountains below, causing the entire ground to tremble. A tall figure broke through the mountain and walked out. Boom! Endless death chi instantly spread out. It was a humanoid dead creature that looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. It was extremely terrifying. What is this thing? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw such an evil creature walk out from the hill. The death chi on this evil creature was too strong. This death chi was already comparable to the power of a Tao-severing Almighty. This was a dead creature that was comparable to Almighty. It was truly inconceivable to Gu Fei. There were corpses in these graves that had gained sentience. Roar! The dead creature roared and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Grey death chi immediately engulfed the world and shrouded half the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not care about an inanimate creature of this level. He directly punched out, causing visible transparent ripples to appear. Buzz! The void shook violently, and the monstrous grey aura of death immediately dissipated into nothingness. The inanimate object in the aura of death was also shattered by Gu Fei's fist force. If an ordinary Almighty encountered this dead creature, they might be in danger. However, this dead creature was nothing in front of Gu Fei. It was directly blown up by his punch. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was necessary to invite He Tian out. It should be known that He Tian's attainments in formations were far beyond the formation grandmasters in the heaven realm. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei opened up a void and a figure fell out from it. This is... When that person fell out of the void and saw the surrounding scenery, his face immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. This person was He Tian. At this time, Gu Fei's main body was still in the void and had no intention of coming out. It should be known that no one knew what dangers there were in the land of Saint Burial. The Saint-grade battle avatar had only just entered this place when it had already been attacked by a dead creature. There were definitely even more terrifying dangers waiting for Gu Fei ahead. Chapter 1327. The aura of death in the land of Saint Burial was so strong that it cut off all life. Nothing could survive in such a place. As soon as He Tian fell out of the void, he immediately felt his own life aura begin to leak out, frightening him out of his wits. His life was slipping away. This was his life. Without it, his life would come to an end. The land of Saint Burial was a place that devoured all life. He Tian hurriedly activated the divine weapon in his body. A sphere of astral light rose up from the top of his head, shining with resplendent astral light. The astral light cascaded downwards, enveloping He Tian within, isolating him from the terrifying death chi around him. With that, his life force was no longer lost. This place. When He Tian saw the surrounding landscape, he was shocked to the extreme. Under the dusky sky, he could see mountains towering over the land. He couldn't even see the end of them. This was a tomb. Gu Fei had already confirmed it. The land was filled with endless tombs. This scene left even someone as knowledgeable as He Tian dumbfounded. He couldn't speak for a long time. What do you see? Seeing He Tian's expression, Gu Fei knew that this was another heaven-defying place. Someone had laid out an unimaginable trap. Incredible, this place is no worse than the Great Tomb. Erebus was stunned for a long time before he recovered and said such words. His words caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble involuntarily. No worse than the Great Tomb? What did that mean? It had to be known that the Great Tomb had given birth to a Tao embryo, a complete Tao fruit. Whoever obtained this Tao fruit would have a chance of becoming a saint. Right now, everyone was fighting for the Tao fruit that had emerged from the Great Necropolis. Everyone wanted to become a saint. Even the old tortoise had used his ultimate demon weapon, the Grand Imperial Seal. But there seemed to be no result. At that time, Gu Fei had yet to obtain a saint-tier battle avatar, so he did not have the power to compete with those peerless figures for the hope of becoming a saint. He could only retreat. His eyes lit up when he heard He Tian's words. The land of Saint Burial was no less powerful than the peerless Great Tomb. Could it be that something heaven-defying had been nurtured inside as well? Death leads to life. Death leads to death. Endless death can give birth to a bit of life. If my guess is correct, someone wants to obtain a legendary heaven-defying item. He Tian's attainments in array formations were not to be underestimated. He observed the general situation of heaven and earth and seemed to have seen something. What heaven-defying thing? Gu Fei was very curious. The land of buried saints seemed to be like a peerless tomb. Someone had used a heaven-defying method to set up all of this. This kind of extravagance was too shocking. Perhaps only the existence of the extreme Tao would be able to do this. Ordinary saints would definitely not be able to do this. I haven't seen that thing yet, so I can't say for sure, said He Tian. His frivolous expression had already vanished, replaced with incomparable seriousness. Gu Fei had never seen He Tian so serious before. Then what are we waiting for? With that, Gu Fei flew into the depths of the dusky world. He didn't use his 8 steps, as he needed to be extremely careful in this kind of place. He Tian hastily followed. Endless mountains stretched into the depths of this world. As Gu Fei and He Tian went deeper, the surrounding aura of death grew stronger. They could even sense strands of death aura seeping out from the mountains and gathering in the depths of this world. Roar! Suddenly, a world-shaking roar came from the distance. The power of death was vast and mighty, causing the entire world to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. Then another wave of immortal aura came from that direction. This aura wasn't unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It belonged to the immortal incarnation. Although it had lost to the demon outside the gates of hell, it hadn't suffered any heavy injuries and still entered the land of buried saints. The incarnation fighting the mysterious great demon was incomparably powerful. Although it wasn't a true saint, it could still display the power of a saint. However, such a powerful incarnation seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble while fighting the unknown creature of death. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. That unknown undead creature roared again and again. The immortal Tao incarnation seemed to be unable to suppress that undead creature at all, and was fighting endlessly against it. At the same time, several powerful auras came from the depths of this world. Powerful figures who had entered this part of the world were taking action. Did those people find that heaven-defying thing? Asked He Tian in shock. Let's go. Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and was about to use the 8 steps of extreme. But at that moment, a gigantic bone claw swiped at Gu Fei and He Tian from the dusky sky. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. The bone claw enveloped the entire sky and exuded boundless power of death. It was like a death claw from hell. An unimaginably powerful aura of death descended from the sky. The star above He Tian's head dimmed, and the power of his divine weapon was suppressed. Swish! 9 rays of immortal light shot out from Gu Fei's body. The vast power of the immortal Tao repelled the descending aura of death and protected He Tian. A saint-grade battle avatar refined by a great saint of the primordial era was equivalent to a saint body of the immortal Tao. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit took over, he could use this saint-grade battle avatar to display all kinds of immortal Tao divine arts. Sword cleaving the heavens. Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered as a resplendent sword light rushed out from his dantian. It emitted boundless sword chi that soared into the sky. Clang! The startling sword rainbow collided with the skeletal hand that was grabbing down from the sky, producing an ear-piercing sound. The sword light that could cut through the heavens and the earth actually failed to shatter the skeletal hand, only cutting off the middle finger of the hand. Roar! A furious roar resounded in the sky. A gigantic figure appeared in the dusky sky. It was a bone body the size of a mountain. Within the malevolent head, there was a radiant soul light like the sun. As soon as this undead creature appeared, Gu Fei and He Tian felt endless pressure. This was a terrifying existence that might be comparable to a saint. How can there be such a powerful undead creature here? Gu Fei and He Tian were aghast. The bone hand that came down from the sky belonged to this undead creature. The undead creature was enraged. These 2 ants actually cut off one of its fingers. It was infuriated. Bang! The gigantic bone hand slammed down from the sky again. This time, the entire sky was shattered. The power of death and destruction swept towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Chapter 1328. A terrifying undead creature suddenly appeared and launched a terrifying attack at Gu Fei. This level of attack was definitely at the saint rank. This was an undead creature comparable to a sage. Rumble! The giant skeletal hand slammed down on Gu Fei. The void instantly crumbled like a piece of paper. The power of destruction and death converged into an extremely terrifying energy storm that engulfed everything. How can there be such an existence in the land of saint burial? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just approached the depths of the land of Saint Burial, and he had already encountered an undead creature of this level. This was something he had never expected. A saint-rank undead creature. It was no wonder that even Dao-severing experts were unable to return after entering this place. Killing such a terrifying creature was as easy as pinching an ant to death. He used the 8 desolation steps and moved like a bolt of lightning. With just one step, he had already rushed out of the encirclement of the skeletal hand with Hei Tian. This is too terrifying. The power of death here is too thick. I'm afraid it's even thicker than the Naraka realm. Hei Tian's voice trembled. An undead creature of this level was not something he could contend with. Bam! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately used an immortal divine technique. 9 dragons soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth as they rushed towards the mountain-like undead creature in the sky. This was the 9 dragons killing technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the mysterious dragon Great Sage. It was a killing technique created by a great sage and its power was unimaginable. The 9-colored divine crystal that he had obtained back then contained a flawless killing technique. This flawless killing technique was the 9 dragons killing technique created by the mysterious dragon Great Sage. Each dragon was like a real dragon that had descended from the 9 heavens. They emitted an endless draconic might as their huge bodies tore the void apart. Roar! The undead creature also felt the danger. Gu Fei's 9 dragons killing technique posed a threat to it, causing it to feel uneasy. Boom! The undead creature opened its mouth and spat out a gray deathly aura. The deathly aura spread out in an instant and enveloped the entire world. The deathly aura then rushed towards the 9 dragon shadows. This deathly aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was unknown how long this undead creature had nurtured this aura. At this time, it spat out a mouthful of it, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster. The entire world seemed to be corroded by this deathly aura. Fortunately, there was no life in the land of Saint Burial. If the undead creature had spat out this deathly aura outside the land of Saint Burial, it would have instantly wiped out all life in an area and devoured countless creatures. The 9 dragons were enveloped by an endless deathly aura. The 9 dragon shadows disappeared within the deathly aura, and the 9 dragons killing technique was broken just like that. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. This undead creature was much more terrifying than he had imagined. A monstrous deathly aura swept down from the sky, causing the void to be annihilated. This was the power of death of a saint. Anyone below the saint realm would undoubtedly die upon coming into contact with this deathly aura. Gu Fei's entire body flickered with divine light. 9 strands of immortal light revolved around him, forming a barrier of light that kept the surging power of death outside of his body. At the same time, it also protected Mai Tian. However, the deathly aura immediately dimmed the immortal light around his body. This deathly aura seemed to be able to corrode all energy. Buzz! Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands and activated the yin-yang seal of life and death. A large seal of yin and yang appeared in front of him. He then violently shook the seal, causing the power of yin and yang to spread out in all directions and disperse the deathly aura. The mountain-like undead creature appeared high up in the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei's killing technique was unleashed one after another. A ray of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. The power of his primordial spirit surged out and turned into a sword, slashing at the undead creature. The Tao rhythm of the primordial spirit Tao sword flowed, capable of cutting through anything in the world. Its speed was extremely fast, and it immediately pierced through the skull of the undead creature, cutting the soul fire that was as dazzling as a divine sun in half. Roar! The undead creature roared. It seemed to be going crazy. After being cut by the primordial spirit Tao sword, a large portion of the soul fire in its skull was instantly extinguished, causing its strength to plummet. The primordial spirit Tao sword was definitely the bane of this undead creature. This terrifying undead creature's strength was reduced from the saint realm to the celestial sovereign realm by Gu Fei. The power of an undead creature came from the soul power in its skull. If the soul power in its skull was destroyed, the undead creature's soul would be completely destroyed, and it would be killed again. If I had known this would happen, I would have used the primordial spirit Tao sword earlier. Gu Fei did not expect such an outcome. A single primordial spirit Tao sword was able to reduce the strength of this undead creature from the saint realm. The primordial spirit Tao sword is specialized in restraining the power of souls. Hei Tian also saw the profoundness behind this. With a large portion of its soul fire extinguished, The undead creature was no longer ferocious. Gu Fei soared into the sky and blasted a punch at this undead creature that was as huge as a mountain. Bam! A large portion of the skeleton was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Countless bone fragments and ashes rained down from the sky. The crystal-clear skeleton that was like divine jade couldn't withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. There was no suspense in the following battle. Gu Fei took out the primordial spirit Dao sword again, and extinguished a large portion of the undead creature's soul fire. This undead creature was completely powerless to fight back. In the end, even the small mountain-like skull was plucked off by Gu Fei. Gu Fei extracted the pure soul fire from the skull. It would be too much of a waste if this kind of soul fire were to be directly dispersed. Therefore, he directly dispersed the remnant divine sense within the soul fire and kept the soul fire. An undead creature could evolve to a level comparable to a saint. This made Gu Fei think of the undead creatures that came from the Naraka realm in his inner world. As Gu Fei's strength increased, he had almost forgotten about the undead creatures in his inner world. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a lot of room for them to evolve. After Gu Fei killed this saint-level undead creature, the energy waves from other regions grew stronger. Many people who entered the Land of Saints were in danger. Even with saint-level strength, the Land of Saints was not safe. It seems like there is more than one saint-level undead creature. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. It was already amazing that one saint-level undead creature could be born. It was definitely unusual for so many saint-level undead creatures to appear in the Land of Saints. Chapter 1329. Saint-rank undead creatures appeared one after another, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be extremely shocked. This was not a good sign. It must be known that a single saint-rank undead creature was already incredible, but there were so many of them here. This was beyond common sense. A mountain cannot hold two tigers. How could so many saint-rank undead creatures appear at the same place at the same time? Gu Fei and He Tian did not go to watch the battle. Many great figures who entered the Land of Saint Burial encountered terrifying attacks. The saint-rank undead creatures seemed to be guarding something. Roar! A terrifying roar came from afar, shaking the heavens and earth. In that direction, the aura of death was overflowing. A powerful life force was dissipating. Some experts had been killed by the undead creatures. In another direction, the endless aura of death was scattered. A death aura not weaker than a saint-rank one was rapidly weakening. Another powerful saint-rank power was suppressing this death aura. Some saint-rank undead creatures were being suppressed and killed. All the big shots of the heavenly realm had come. Some of them came with holy weapons that could kill saint-rank undead creatures. Their holy power was vast and mighty, shocking the heavens. When such a character took action, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. Let's go! Gu Fei and He Tian no longer hesitated. If they let others obtain the things inside the Land of Saint Burial, they would have wasted all their efforts. Since they had already entered the Land of Saint Burial, they might as well fight with those people. As Gu Fei and the others continued to go deeper, the huge hills gradually decreased. Moreover, the hills also became shorter. However, He Tian's brows furrowed even more. This is an incomparably ancient tomb. Someone has already set up all of this since the ancient era, or perhaps even the primordial era, Erebus said. Although the ancient tombs had become sparse, the aura of death here had become even stronger. Moreover, Gu Fei and the others noticed that some of the tombs had already collapsed and cracked. It seemed like something had drilled out from inside. What a terrifying land of death! How extravagant! The more Gu Fei looked at it, the more shocked he felt. This ancient tomb gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. This was the tomb of an ancient expert. Could it be that the saint-level undead creatures originated from here? Gu Fei and the rest walked very slowly. He Tian was carefully observing the forces of heaven and earth. He Tian's attainments in array formations were of great help to them. The land of absolute death was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The power of the world here had already changed. The tombs were not simply standing on the ground. He Tian continued to deduce and stop from time to time. He managed to avoid many deadly traps, but the others were not as lucky as him. Someone in the nearby region had triggered a restriction, and the endless gray deathly aura had completely submerged that region in an instant. Roar! Someone roared. The expert trapped in the deathly aura wanted to rush out as a divine light flashed in the midst of the deathly aura. However, the power of heaven and earth was in operation. There was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the expert who had rushed into the deathly aura. That person only struggled for a moment before he lost all signs of life. The gray deathly aura was vast and mighty. This deathly aura was too powerful, and it was enough to obliterate an expert. Gu Fei and He Tian were watching this scene from afar. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. How could someone who could rush into this place be a weakling? Every one of them was an expert among experts. However, even such an existence had fallen. The land of Saint Burial could bury saints. This didn't seem to be a legend. This place could really obliterate saints. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to move forward. The deathly aura in front of them was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was a deathly gray world with terrifying figures moving about inside. Don't tell me there's also a terrifying existence from the palace of the moon deities here. Gu Fei and He Tian had to stop. When the palace of the moon deities appeared in the eastern land, countless people had died. Almost half of the saints had fallen there. There were also sacred corpses buried in the palace of the moon deities. Moreover, the inextinguishable evil thoughts of the sacred corpses had turned into an extremely evil corpse monster. A saint-level corpse monster was simply invincible. No one knew how many corpses were buried under the walls of the palace of the moon deities. An extremely evil and ferocious thing formed from the evil thoughts of the saints? He Tian couldn't help but change his expression. Such an evil thing was like the descent of a saint. It was invincible. If such an evil thing appeared in the land of Saint Burial, it would definitely be a disaster. Bang! At this moment, a tremor came from afar. A mighty holy power came, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel a tremor in their souls. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. The deathly gray world in front of them immediately surged. The dense deathly aura was vast and mighty, and a terrifying roar came from within. A terrifying creature has really been born. When Gu Fei and He Tian heard this terrifying roar, their expressions immediately changed. An extremely evil aura came from the front. Humph! A tall figure with an ancient seal floating above his head appeared. Rays of divine light fell from the ancient seal and protected him. He directly broke through the heavy deathly aura and rushed into the deathly gray world in front of them. That person was surrounded by divine light. He was like a god of war descending from the ninth heaven. He was fearless and directly killed his way into the terrifying death zone in front of them. One could imagine that all the deathly aura in the entire land of Saint Burial had gathered here. The power of this death energy was absolutely unimaginable. It was a god emperor, and he was coming with a holy weapon. Soon, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the death zone in front of them. The god emperor was fighting with the terrifying existence in the death zone. The deathly aura in front of them was vast and mighty. Roars continuously sounded from all directions. Several saint-level death energy erupted, alarming the terrifying undead creatures. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. It was hard to imagine that the land of Saint Burial was actually so terrifying. Inner world energy spread out from Gu Fei's dantian and enveloped him and He Tian, isolating all of their auras. In this death zone, Gu Fei and He Tian's exuberant life force was like a bright lamp in the night, attracting the undead creatures. If they didn't isolate their exuberant life force, they would immediately be targeted by the terrifying saint-level undead creatures. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't the only ones who had the ability to isolate their auras. Anyone who could enter the land of Saint Burial and make it this far was not a weakling. In the depths of the death zone, the god emperor fought with the unknown existence. Powerful holy might surged from the front, shaking the heavens. However, the god emperor's aura was quickly suppressed and his holy might weakened. The unknown existence was actually able to contend against a holy weapon. Boom! In the end, there was a loud noise as an ancient seal broke through the void and rushed out from the death zone, instantly disappearing from Gu Fei and He Tian's line of sight. The result of the battle was already clear. The god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated. Even his body seemed to have been destroyed by the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. The holy weapon refined by an ancient saint had the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it still wasn't enough. This made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts palpitate. If even the god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated, then who would truly be able to enter the depths of the land of Saint Burial and seize the supreme divine treasury? What should we do? Asked He Tian. The unknown existence in the death zone was terrifying, But Gu Fei had a holy weapon of extreme path. Holy weapons of extreme path were not ordinary holy weapons. There was simply no comparison between the two. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry because he had already sensed several powerful auras appearing in the nearby area. Experts had arrived, and these experts all gave off saint-level energy waves. Although these powerhouses weren't sages, they were able to display the power of sages. Of course, such combat strength couldn't be compared to that of a true sage. Terrifying roars rose and fell in the dusky sky. Many terrifying undead creatures broke through the ground and rushed toward the several auras that were as exuberant as divine suns. Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden in the sky as they watched this scene. A golden figure stood in the void in front of them. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire world. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty between the heavens and the earth. That person was like a dazzling golden divine sun. This was a powerful semi-saint who cultivated in the path of divinity. The power of the metal element was monstrous. Roar! A terrifying undead creature appeared. A vast aura of death spread out, immediately suppressing the golden divine light and causing the entire world to darken. It was a dragon-shaped undead creature. Its dragon-shaped skeletal body was thousands of meters long. The soul fire in the dragon's head was as dazzling as a green divine sun. The dark green soul fire in the dragon's skull emitted an endless aura of death. Humph! You're courting death. The semi-saint made his move. A golden light rushed out from the top of his head and shone toward the skeletal dragon. The endless aura of death dissipated under the golden light. An ancient golden mirror hovered above the half-step saint's head, and the ray of divine light came from the ancient golden mirror. Bas! The ancient mirror trembled and ancient golden Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A powerful Tao energy condensed. This was a powerful sacred tool. Swish! The golden mirror flashed with extreme speed. The lower half of the skeletal dragon's body immediately dissipated under the golden light. The saint-level skeletal body was severely injured. The semi-saint wielded a sacred tool and displayed a formidable combat strength. Swish! The golden divine light flashed again. The upper half of the skeletal dragon's body instantly turned into nothingness under the golden divine light. Even the soul light was completely dispersed. Chapter 1330. The power of metal filled the sky and the earth. Endless golden light dispelled the heavy deathly chi. The metal saint wielding the holy weapon showed the terrifying strength of a saint. A sacred rank undead creature was instantly killed by the metal saint weapon. Just as the half-step saint weapon was about to kill the sacred rank undead creature, a terrifying roar came from the death zone ahead. The unknown terrifying existence was alarmed, but it didn't rush out from the death zone. However, the deathly aura coming from the death zone made people's hearts palpitate. At the same time, in other areas, there were also people taking action. Saint-level undead were killed one after another. The mighty saint aura came from the heavenly realm. Almost half of the heavenly realm's big shots had arrived. Moreover, these existences also brought their heritage. Several saint-level fluctuations came from different directions. Boom! The metal element semi-sage emitted a brilliant golden light. Like an innate metal element deity, he strode directly in the void and walked into the zone of death ahead. The endless deathly chi was blocked by the bright golden light, unable to get close to the metal saint. The death zone was the central area of the land of saint burial. The deathly chi there was so dense that it almost condensed into a liquid state. The golden divine mirror floated above the metal saint's head like a golden sun. The vast and mighty saint power came out. Even the dense deathly chi was dispelled by the light of the mirror. Soon, the golden figure, which was hard to look at directly, disappeared in the deathly gray death chi. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the death zone ahead. Obviously, the metal saint had encountered the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at this scene coldly from the sky. They were not in a hurry because there would be someone to scout the way for them. A great battle broke out in the depths of the death zone. Two saint-level powers were colliding. From time to time, golden light would pierce through the void from the depths of the death zone and shoot out. This was the terrifying power of a saint level. The power of a half-step saint using a saint weapon was completely different from that of a Tao-severing emperor using a saint weapon. The terrifying power of a saint spread out from the depths of the death zone, shaking the whole world. True saintly might shook the heavens and the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. This was an existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. Will that person succeed? Tion muttered to himself. Although the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone was powerful, the arrival of a half-saint with a saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a true saint. No one could guess who would be the winner. The land of saint burial was filled with danger and endless killing tribulations. None of those who could make it here were weak. The giants of the heaven realm were the strongest among the strong. After the metal saint entered the zone of death, a few others entered the zone of death in succession. In the depths of the land of death, an even more powerful saint-level aura emerged. There was a saint weapon fully awakening, releasing an extremely terrifying saint might. As the giants made their moves, the power of death was suppressed by the saint might that erupted. The full awakening of the saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. Oh no, if those guys join forces, I'm afraid they can really fight their way into the place where the corpse of a saint is buried. Tion couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Who didn't want to become a saint? Tion was no exception. The land of saint burial probably gave birth to something that defied the heavens. There might be a little vitality in the endless chi of death, which was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever could obtain the vitality born from the endless chi of death might be able to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and then become a saint. Then let's make our move too, Gu Fei said. Not us, you'll have to make your move. Tion shook his head. A battle of this level was definitely not something he could intervene in. With his current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to resist the power of a saint. Gu Fei didn't say much and directly put Tion into the inner world in his dantian. He then used the desolate steps and rushed into the land of death in front of him. The chi of death that had accumulated for who knew how many years emitted a terrifying aura of death. As soon as Gu Fei rushed in, he felt his own essence, chi, and spirit leaking out. The saint-level battle avatar's doppelganger dimmed a little. With 8 steps, Gu Fei was unparalleled in the world. He took a few steps and entered the depths of the land of death, quickly rushing in the direction of the battle. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Then, a large hand rushed out of the grey chi of death and slapped at Gu Fei. Buzz! The void trembled and an ancient cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian, directly smashing at the large hand. Bang! The large hand that emitted the endless chi of death was smashed and shattered. Boom! Endless chi of death exploded in front of him. A tall figure appeared in Gu Fei's sight. It was a humanoid dead creature with long gray hair. When Gu Fei saw this dead creature, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a zombie. It was a corpse that had been buried under the earth for countless years. It had absorbed the chi of the earth and condensed its spirit again. This zombie was extremely terrifying. Just the death aura emitted from its body was enough to make Gu Fei feel a terrifying pressure. This undead creature was not the unknown creature that could fight a saint-level creature in the land of death. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly punched at the zombie that was approaching him step by step. The terrifying fist force rushed forward like a surging river. Roar! The long-haired zombie let out a roar, and all the gray hair on its body stood up. Sensing danger, it didn't dare to be careless, and threw out a punch as well. Bang! Gotcha! Gu Fei's fist and the long-haired zombie corpse's fist collided fiercely. The long-haired zombie corpse's arm was directly broken, and the latter was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up with the flying zombie and stomped on its head. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from under his feet. The first step of the 8 kill steps triggered the power of destruction between the heaven and earth. The entire void under his feet was collapsing. The zombie with long hair was also amazing. At the critical moment, it avoided the attack on its head. Then, Gu Fei stomped on its chest. Boom! The zombie's entire body exploded. Not a single drop of blood splashed out. The zombie seemed to be a dried-up corpse. Its blood vessels had already dried up. The zombie had the power of a saint-level expert. However, it was not enough in front of Gu Fei. It should be known that a saint-level battle puppet was a holy weapon refined by a great saint of the human race. The power of such a holy weapon was second only to a holy weapon of extreme path. It was called a great holy weapon. Friend, you have such a powerful technique. A voice suddenly sounded nearby. A dark and thin old man silently walked out from the deathly energy. This person looked like a devil that crawled out from hell. His whole body was surrounded by deathly energy. "Who are you?" Gu Fei suddenly turned around. His eyes flickered as he looked at the dark and thin old man. His tone and expression were filled with hostility. "I am from the Undying Mountain," the dark and thin old man said. "The Undying Mountain?" Gu Fei was shocked to hear this. He had never expected to meet someone from the Undying Mountain here. It should be known that the Undying Mountain was also a famous ominous place in the Heaven Realm. People from the Undying Mountain were surrounded by deathly energy. They cultivated the power of death and were feared by everyone. Gu Fei hadn't spent much time in the Heaven Realm, but he had heard many secrets of the cultivation world. The Undying Mountain was also a forbidden zone in the Heaven Realm. "Friend, how about we join forces?" the dark and thin old man said. His squinted eyes flickered from time to time, as if they would open at any time. Join forces. Gu Fei was startled to hear this. However, he immediately thought of the reason. It seemed that no one had joined forces with this guy. He had been rejected by everyone. People from the Undying Mountain weren't welcomed. "If you and I join forces, we might be able to open the Saint Burial Ground before everyone else and obtain the legendary peerless treasures." The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain tried to persuade Gu Fei. He had taken a fancy to Gu Fei's strength. This person could easily kill Saint-rank undead creatures. This was an invincible killing blade that could be used by the old man. How could Gu Fei not know what this guy was planning? He smiled and said, "I've always been a lone ranger and don't like to join forces with others. You should do as you please." The dark and thin old man thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He retreated into the surrounding deathly energy. If he couldn't persuade this person, then he shouldn't pester him. If he were to pester him and anger the other party, then it would bring about a fatal disaster. The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain was very shrewd. He didn't want to provoke Gu Fei. One must know that this was a ruthless person who could kill Saint-rank undead creatures. "The people from the Undying Mountain are here." Gu Fei looked in the direction where the dark and thin old man disappeared and muttered to himself. The people from the Undying Mountain usually didn't leave the mountain and were always cultivating on it. The emergence of the land of Saint Burial had even attracted the attention of such a sect. It was hard to imagine that the people of Undying Mountain were also interested in the things that had been bred in the depths of the land of Saint Burial. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He continued to move forward after killing the undead creature. Soon enough, he arrived near the area where the battle was taking place. A terrifying holy aura filled the sky and earth. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, he could still feel his soul trembling. That's Chapter 1331. The 10,000 feet tall giant dragon soared above the 9 heavens, stirring up endless death chi. The giant dragon claw reached down from the gray cloud-shaped mist towards the golden figure below, shattering the void. This was a black giant dragon. The fluctuation of the death chi from its body was so strong that the whole heaven and earth trembled, as if it could be crushed by this giant figure at any time. Gu Fei was hiding in the void with the anti-void secret technique. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in the depths of the death zone. There was a giant dragon in the depths of the death zone. This was too shocking. The giant dragon spewed out death chi, clashing with the golden figure. It was actually using its body to resist the sacred weapon. It was a saint-level dragon, and it possessed a saint-level body. The entire dragon was equivalent to an incomparably huge dragon-shaped saint weapon. Every strike it unleashed would shatter the void, and even the chaotic aura would be blasted out. Wang! Golden divine light burst out, and a golden sun-like mirror shone with dazzling golden light. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, dispersing the deathly aura that was surging from all directions. The golden light pierced through the heavens and earth, striking the body of the gigantic dragon. However, it actually failed to penetrate it. This caused Gu Fei to feel incredulous. One must know that that was a saint artifact, not an ordinary divine artifact. When the sacred weapon was fully awakened, it could release a terrifying power that was comparable to the full strength of a sage. Is this an innate divine dragon? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The body of an innate divine beast was extremely strong. This giant dragon's body could resist the sacred weapon. It was probably an innate divine dragon. Even if such an existence died, its body would not decay like the indestructible golden body of the human race. It would still contain great power. The divine beasts that were born in the heaven and earth should have the most vigorous life force among all living things. Only when endless life force gathered in one place could life be born. In his mountain and river cauldron, there were also 2 dragon corpses. They were also saint-level divine dragons. The aura of the 2 divine dragons seemed to be inferior to this black giant dragon. Such an existence could fight a saint. Even if the metal element half-saint came with a saint weapon, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of this black dragon. It was no wonder that when the Emperor God came with a sacred weapon, he ended up fleeing. Even a real sage would have a headache dealing with this black dragon. However, very quickly, a few powerful auras that were not inferior to the metal element saints appeared in this deathly gray world. There were heaven realm great leaders holding holy weapons coming over. Boom! A resplendent beam of starlight suddenly descended from the sky. It was as resplendent as a mountain and emitted a boundless aura of destruction as it bombarded the black dragon. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the starlight connected the heavens and the earth. It was as if all the power of the stars in the entire starry sky had been drawn down. This was a powerful saint-level power. A half-step saint with a holy weapon made his move. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously towards the sky and spat out a black dragon pearl from its mouth. It smashed upwards and an endless power of death surged out from the black dragon pearl. Bang! The black dragon pearl displayed great power. It was like a black sun that went against the sky and directly smashed the power of the stars descending from the sky. This black dragon had already developed spiritual wisdom and cultivated a death dragon pearl. This was definitely an extremely terrifying undead creature. The starlight was resplendent and a figure shrouded in starlight walked over from afar. A divine blade that seemed to be completely condensed from the power of the stars was floating above his head. Metal element old ghost, how about you and I join hands? The figure approached and said. A saint-level fluctuation spread out from the divine blade above his head. Star constellation old ghost, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Very well, let's join hands and take down this evil creature first. The metal element half-saint readily agreed. Buzz! The divine blade suspended above the star constellation half-saint's head immediately emitted a buzzing sound and turned into a resplendent killing light of the stars. It directly chopped towards the black dragon's mountain-like head. The starlight of the blade split the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world had been split into 2 halves. The star constellation half-saint used the power of the holy weapon to display the terrifying battle strength of a sage. The starlight of the blade rushed out and the blade crushed everything in its path. The endless death chi was dispersed by the blade aura that swept out in all directions. At the same time, the metal element half-saint also attacked with all his strength. A 10,000 zhang tall golden figure appeared between the heaven and earth. He displayed the law of heaven and earth. An incomparably huge golden deity held an ancient golden mirror in his hand and shone it at the black dragon. The power of a sage erupted and the void was directly annihilated by the light of the mirror. Boom! The 10,000 zhang tall black dragon was blasted away by the 2 saint-level powers. A ball of dragon pearl blossomed with endless black light. The land of death erupted and blocked the golden mirror light and the starlight of the blade aura. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously and brought about a torrential death chi. The gray death chi enveloped the dragon's body. The terrifying death ripples were terrifying. Gu Fei was hidden at the side. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be speechless. This black dragon was too powerful. Even when 2 half-saints used their holy weapons, they still could not injure it severely. The 10,000 zhang tall golden giant took a step into the endless death chi and slapped down with his hand. The heavy death chi dissipated under the golden giant's hand and revealed the black dragon's figure. Bang! The black dragon sensed danger and immediately spat out the dragon pearl at the golden giant. The black dragon pearl exuded a terrifying power of death, and a large area of the void collapsed from the impact. This was the black dragon's life pearl. The power of the smash was not small. The law of heaven and earth was smashed in half and dissipated in the void. The huge dragon claw slammed down and the metal element half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Clang! At the same time, the star constellation half-saint arrived on his saber. He used all his strength and slashed at the black dragon's head, chopping off one of the dragon's horns. The star constellation half-saint quickly retreated after the successful slash. However, he was still hit by the black dragon's claw and was sent flying thousands of zhong away. If it was not for the protection of the sacred saber, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. So powerful. The star constellation half-saint's body emitted resplendent starlight. There seemed to be a starry sky floating around him. The vast power of the stars repelled the nearby death chi. Chapter 1332. Although the starstone was not an immortal divine material, it was still hard to find in the world. It was already amazing to obtain a piece the size of a fist. However, the star constellation semi-sage's divine saber was completely refined from this rare divine material. The entire saber seemed to have stars revolving around it, blooming with dazzling starlight and emitting powerful fluctuations that could intimidate the heavens. The star saber was a very famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. It was a sacred saber refined by the star sage. The star sage war saber protected himself, so the black dragon couldn't hurt him. Only the great sage war saber could cut off one of the dragon's horns. Roar! That terrifying black dragon roared within the endless death chi. The entire world was shaking, and a black sun-like deathlight was floating within. That was the black dragon's death dragon pearl. The black dragon was furious after having one of its horns cut off by the star sage, but he also knew that those two weren't easy to provoke. Furthermore, powerful auras were also coming from other directions. Many experts had already arrived, but they were just watching the show. No one had any intention of making a move. These guys, the star constellation semi-sage and the metal element semi-sage, knew what these people were thinking. These people wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. They would only make a move when they and the black dragon were both injured. Bang! At this time, the dragon pearl rushed out of the deathly aura and emitted endless black light. The power of death erupted like a deathly storm, engulfing the world and surging towards the star constellation half-saint and the metal half-saint. This was a death dragon pearl that the black dragon had refined for countless years and gathered endless death chi. This dragon pearl was definitely comparable to a sacred weapon of a great sage. Bas! The divine mirror of gold was shaking, and a bright golden divine light rushed out from the mirror, directly scattering the surging black chi, and hit the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl shook and black gas filled the air. Although the dragon pearl was affected by the golden light, it still managed to block the golden divine light. Humph! At the same time, the star sage sneered and soared into the sky. The power of the stars around him surged, and the starry sky around him became clear. Eat my blade! The star constellation semi-saint roared. Then, the power of the stars in his body frantically gathered towards the star saber in his hand. The fluctuation of the sage level spread in all directions. Swish! The star constellation semi-saint slashed out with his saber, and the dazzling saber radiance instantly soared up, destroying everything in its path, and fell on the black dragon in front of him. The boundless death chi was like snow under the sun, dissipating under the peerless saber light. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Star constellation semi-sage attacked with all his strength. The mighty holy power on the star saber shook the entire world and deterred everyone. A trace of great sage divine power appeared between heaven and earth. The coercion of a great sage was incomparably terrifying. Even if it was just a wisp, it could almost crush the void between heaven and earth. Cracks appeared in the void, and a part of the void almost turned into chaos. The black dragon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The death dragon pearl emitted a terrifying death aura. The power of death spread out from the dragon pearl in an attempt to block the peerless saber light that was slashing towards it. However, the power of the great sage level was second only to the power of the extreme path. It could even kill a sage. The saber light of the star saber fell like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It directly broke through the layers of black gas and slashed on the dragon ball. Kacha! A soft sound came from the dragon ball. The star saber cut a crack on the dragon ball, which contained endless death chi, but it was not destroyed. However, the dragon ball was seriously injured, and its light was dimmed by more than half. It was almost cut in half by the saber attack of the star constellation semi-sage. The star sage semi-sage was taken aback. He had already attacked with all his strength, and the star saber also showed a trace of great sage divine power. With such combat power, even a real sage would not dare to take this saber attack. He thought that this saber attack could break the dragon ball, but there was only a crack on the Dragon Ball. This result was unexpected. Roar! The black dragon roared and recalled the Dragon Ball. Then, it turned into a ray of black light and rushed into the depths of the land of death. It actually did not dare to fight against the Star Sage and the Metal Sage. Chase! The Star Sage wielded the Star Saber and was the first to give chase. With the Great Sage Battle Saber protecting him, he had no worries and directly rushed into the depths of the land of death. The Metal Sage also rushed in with the Golden Divine Mirror as protection. After the two great experts disappeared, a few figures walked out from the darkness. Since these people were able to barge their way here, each one of them was not simple. Among them were the big shots of the Heaven Realm. Let's go in as well. Don't let the Star Sage and the Metal Sage obtain the legendary heaven-defying item, the leader said coldly. Then these big shots, who were not weaker than the Star Sage and the Metal Sage, also walked into the core area of the Land of Saint Burial. The core area of the Land of Saint Burial was the most important place in the Land of Saint Burial. The people who had set up this land of death had used a heaven-defying power to turn it into a land of death. Gu Fei didn't dare to charge in recklessly. He silently followed behind them from a distance. This way he would be much safer. If he could avoid taking risks he would. Roar! An abrupt roar sounded from the depths of the death zone ahead. Death energy surged violently. That place was in chaos, and roars of anger sounded one after another. Very quickly, some people couldn't hold on any longer and charged out of the depths of the land of death. There seemed to be something terrifying chasing them from behind. What was going on? Gu Fei remained hidden in the void and didn't reveal himself. He wasn't in a rush. He would first wait for the cannon fodder to come forward and then draw a safe path for them. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge explosion rang out. Death energy surged up ahead as all the saint weapons-wielding half-saints attacked. Holy might filled the 9 heavens, and even that black dragon found it hard to resist. Several great holy weapons awakened, and the vast and mighty energy ripples turned a part of the world into soil. It was as if several saints had appeared in the saint burial ground at the same time. Even Gu Fei, who was protected by an extreme saint weapon, felt his soul tremble from the aura. It was too powerful. If it weren't for the saint weapons protecting him, he would have long since been unable to stand up from the pressure. However, just as the few saint weapons were awakening, an even more powerful aura of death appeared. The temperature of the entire world dropped under the impact of this aura of death. An undead creature even more terrifying than the black dragon had appeared. Chapter 1333. The aura of death was overwhelming. In the depths of the land of death, an extremely terrifying ripple appeared. An undead creature even more terrifying than the black dragon appeared. 4848065-inch boom. The world shook and the void shattered. The battle was inevitable. Everyone had already entered the center of the land of Saint Burial and touched upon its secrets. No one knew what was inside this forbidden zone. This time, the giants of the heaven realm had come with their saint weapons. Perhaps they could enter the depths of this forbidden zone. Bang! A golden figure flew out from inside. An ancient mirror emitted boundless golden light and floated above the man's head, displaying the power of a saint. This is... Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. The metal saint who came with his saint weapon was unexpectedly sent flying. Even the saint weapon's protection was useless. Buzz! The power of the stars was vast. A divine blade flew out from inside. The star saint also suffered a great loss. His star battle blade was sent flying and he vomited blood. The terrifying undead creature in the depths of the land of death had yet to appear, but it had already repelled the two powerful saint weapons-wielding saint weapons. This kind of battle power was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei was shocked. That awakened undead creature was too powerful. Even a saint-rank expert couldn't suppress it. Could it be that this undead creature was a true saint-rank existence? The other giants of the heaven realm also made their moves. Divine lights constantly pierced through the void. The power of a saint weapon was vast. It was as terrifying as the arrival of several saints at the same time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the land of death. The entire world collapsed and turned into chaos. Although Gu Fei had taken control of the saint weapon, he still felt as if his soul was on the verge of collapse. He didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The transparent void rippled like water. Several figures flew out from the chaotic area. The big shots of the heavenly realm ended up the same as Semi-Sage Star Constellation and the others. They were also sent flying. So what if they had a saint weapon? In the face of absolute power, even a saint weapon's full recovery was not enough. What is that thing? How can it have such terrifying battle power? Gu Fei was truly stunned. Even the great leaders of the heaven realm were not a match for them. This made him feel that it was a little unreal. It should be known that these great leaders of the heaven realm were wielding their holy weapons. Even if a true saint were to descend, they might still be able to fight against them. TXT ebook Among the Giants. Gu Fei recognized the profound heaven Holy Land's half-sage, the profound heaven old man. He had never seen the others before. However, none of them were weak. Above Guru Tianxuan's head was a primal chaos seal. Strands of primal chaos chi flowed down from it, protecting him. This was a saint-ranked ancient seal. The black ancient seal contained a powerful Hun chaos energy. This was a saint seal refined from a Hun chaos divine stone, and it was shrouded in chaotic energy. Even with the protection of the primal chaos seal, Guru Tianxian was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, half of his white hair was pulled out, and half of his head was bloody. The other heaven realm giants weren't in a better state than Guru Tianxian. All of them were covered in dust as they suffered from different degrees of impact. How can there be such an existence? Is there really a saint corpse buried inside? A heaven realm giant said with a trembling voice. It's like the existence inside the palace of the moon deities. Guru Tianxian said. He was one of the participants when the palace of the moon deities appeared. A dead soul came out from the palace of the moon deities and killed almost everyone who entered the palace. Even a half-saint had almost perished there. What? Gu Fei, who was using the anti-void secret technique to hide himself, was startled after hearing Guru Tianxuan's words. He had personally experienced the terror of the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities. If it was the same as the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities, then wouldn't the existence in the depths of the land of the dead be invincible? A fallen saint and the corpse fiend condensed from an undying evil will. Perhaps no one here would be able to do anything against such an existence. Only a true saint would be able to eliminate such an existence. The thing I didn't want to see the most has happened. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Legend has it that a saint was buried in the land of the dead. This legend has been verified. The appearance of the corpse fiend was an irrefutable proof. Only in the land of the dead could the corpse fiend condense the undying evil will and turn it into an evil corpse fiend. Once this corpse fiend was formed, it would have the strength equivalent to a saint. No wonder the giants of the heaven realm were sent flying even though they came with their holy weapons. Gu Fei was still planning to wait and see what would happen next. Since these big shots had come with their saint weapons, they would definitely not retreat just like that. The divine treasury of a saint was an irresistible treasure to anyone. Now that the corpse fiend had appeared, it proved that a saint was indeed buried in the core of the land of the dead. Even if it wasn't a saint, it was definitely a saint-level existence comparable to a saint. The person who gathered the endless death chi and laid out this plan was definitely planning something heaven-defying. Since they were already here, no one would easily retreat. Roar! Starlight shone brightly as a starry sky floated. In the starry sky, a figure stepped on the void and walked over from afar. A divine saber emitting resplendent starlight danced around him. The star constellation Semi-Sage rushed over again. At the same time, the metal element Semi-Sage also came from afar. The giants of the heaven realm who were sent flying were also very unwilling. No one was willing to leave. There were 6 saint-level auras in the world. When such auras gathered together, the entire void was pressured to the point where cracks appeared from time to time. Fellow brothers, how about we join forces and fight? Someone made such a suggestion. The other 5 semi-sages did not say anything, but they all knew very well that if they joined forces, they might have a chance. If they did not join forces, there would be no chance at all. The palace of the moon deities had become a forbidden area for life in the eastern land. The corpse fiend of the dead had devoured all life within a radius of 10,000 miles. There was a deathly fog floating there all year round. Many talented people had tried to break into the palace of the moon deities, but without exception, all of them were trapped inside and became walking corpses in the palace of the moon deities. Among the major powers of the heaven realm, some had even used their holy weapons to attack the palace of the moon deities. After losing many people, they had no choice but to return in failure. The corpse fiend of the dead had become synonymous with invincibility in the Eastern land. Now, they encountered another corpse fiend in the core area of the Saint Burial Ground. The giants of the Heaven Realm were having a headache. They were about to enter the core area, but they encountered such an obstacle. Let's join forces and gather the power of our holy weapons to completely refine that thing, Tianxian Guru said. The others had no objections. This was the safest method. Roar! Terrifying roars reverberated from the land of chaos in front of them. The terrifying sound waves tore the sky and earth apart, causing the land of chaos to expand outwards, shattering the void with a single roar. This kind of existence was too terrifying. This kind of combat strength could already be said to be invincible, able to fight against a true saint. A huge shadow was hovering in the chaos ahead. It was the black dragon from before. A figure was standing on the mountain-like head of the black dragon. Using a giant dragon as a mount, the corpse fiend was very ostentatious. Boom! The ancient golden mirror shone brightly, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the endless death energy. It was like a golden sun rising from the head of the metal saint. The power of the metal element spread in all directions. The fluctuation of the saint level caused the world to tremble. Then, the star saint star saber also flew up, displaying a dazzling saber light. The saber energy soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its brilliance under this saber light. Tianxian Guru's chaos seal and the other three giants' holy weapons also flew up one after another. 6 saint-level powers appeared in the world. It was too shocking. The mighty power of the saints shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 6 half-saints exerted their full strength, displaying their supreme magic power and wielding their holy weapons. Gu Fei was hiding on the side with the anti-void secret technique. He was also a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The might of the saint weapons was too powerful. Even though Gu Fei's primordial spirit was in control of the saint-level puppet, he still felt endless pressure. The terrifying might of the saint weapons almost made him unable to stand up straight. It almost shook him out of the void. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had no choice but to retreat again. The 6 saint weapons were awakening. 6 saint-level powers shook the heavens. Such power made the corpse fiend in the chaos very uneasy. Whoosh! The zombie stood on the dragon's head, then directly reached towards the 6 holy weapons in the sky. The illusory giant hand broke through the layers of chaos, stretching out from the chaos zone. The hand emitting a monstrous death energy shrouded the entire world. It really wanted to grab the 6 saint weapons in the sky. You're courting death. The 6 half-saints were furious. They shook their saint weapons at the same time. A destructive power spread out from the saint weapons and blocked the hand. Bang! The hand immediately exploded, and the 6 saint weapons began to shine with boundless light. 6 saint tier energies condensed into one, then shot towards the figure standing on the dragon. Whoosh! The divine light was unstoppable. It flashed and directly pierced through the corpse fiend. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The power of 6 saint-level powers was unstoppable. The corpse fiend roared again and again. Endless death energy surged as it stepped on the dragon. It rushed out of the chaos and fiercely pounced towards Tianxian Guru's group. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1334. The power of the 6 saint weapons converged together. Perhaps even a true saint would be shocked. The terrifying power of a saint had been raised to the limit, and a single strike could even penetrate the primal chaos. Boom! The saint corpse devil was pierced by the divine light and suffered heavy injuries. However, the pierced chest of the saint corpse devil recovered in an instant. It raised a monstrous death energy as it stepped on a huge dragon and rushed out of the land of primal chaos. Rumble! The entire world was shaking, and the void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the terrifying pressure emitted by the saint corpse fiend. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone used their saint weapons with all their might. The 6 saint weapons vibrated and emitted a boundless saintly might that annihilated the entire void. The destructive power spread out, and the saint corpse devil who was riding the huge dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. The huge dragon under the corpse devil's feet let out an earth-shattering roar and opened its mouth to spit out the death dragon pearl. But this time, the death dragon pearl could no longer withstand the power of the 6 saint weapons. It was directly shattered by the surging power. The death dragon pearl's monstrous power was instantly obliterated. The 6 saint weapons combined were unstoppable and invincible. Even killing a saint didn't seem to be a difficult task. The saint corpse fiend sensed danger and soared up from the dragon's body. The combined power of the 6 saint weapons instantly blasted the black dragon. The black dragon let out a mournful roar as its giant body was blasted into more than a dozen pieces. Black dragon blood splattered in all directions. Every drop of blood contained boundless deathly aura, and even the void was pierced. The black dragon, which was comparable to a saint, was destroyed in both body and soul. This kind of power was enough to destroy an entire region. However, the land of Saint Burial was very sturdy and was definitely branded with extreme Tao patterns. Although the combined power of the 6 saint weapons pierced through the world, it didn't cause a great destruction. It didn't affect the core of the land of Saint Burial. The core of the land of Saint Burial was the place with the densest deathly aura. Someone wanted to use this extreme method to nurture a bit of life from the endless death. This method was stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. It was too shocking. The person who could use this method was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Swoosh! The saint's corpse fiend charged towards the crowd like a phantom. A terrifying aura of death spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to crack and the void space to almost collapse. This was its territory, and there was boundless death energy that it could use. Wanting to kill it was very difficult, because in this place, its power was boundless. Buzz! The 6 saint weapons trembled simultaneously. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power radiating from the 6 saint weapons was sufficient to split apart the primal chaos. Boundless energy descended from the heavens, actually locking that illusory figure in the air. It's done. Hidden in the void, Gu Fei couldn't help being shaken by this scene. The so-called indestructible Saint Devil corpse was about to be destroyed? Roar! The Saint Corpse Devil roared again and again as it struggled desperately. The vast and mighty death energy was definitely of the Saint rank. This Corpse Devil was too terrifying. Its strength was definitely of the great Saint rank. However, the power of the 6 Saint weapons gathered together was also unimaginably powerful. This might already be the peak power of the Saint rank. As soon as the 6 Saint weapons descended, the boundless death energy was instantly melted away. This part of the void was suddenly annihilated, and nothing existed anymore. The Saint Corpse Devil was actually directly scattered. The 6 Saint weapons operated and obliterated everything. This was the peak power of the Saint rank. Even if it was a great saint, his expression would change. Humph! What Saint Devil corpse? It's just said a middle-aged man in black, whose whole body was emitting purple and blue divine light. His tone was somewhat disdainful. The Saint Devil corpse seemed to be too easy to kill. Brother Zhou, let's not be careless. It's always good to be careful, said a handsome young half-saint dressed in white. The Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm was an extremely ancient cultivation family. In ancient times, this clan once had a Ren Huang, who left behind an emperor sword. The half-saint of the Zhou clan did not bring the emperor sword with him. Instead, he used a purple and blue wheel. As the wheel revolved, purple and blue chi surged out. Brother Li, if you are too careful and have too many concerns, you will often be a step slower than others. The purple and blue half-saint of the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm said disapprovingly. Brothers, there's no point in talking too much. Since the Saint Devil corpse has been killed, let's put away our saint weapons and kill our way in. Arcane Guru said. Of course. Everyone nodded and then called back their saint weapons. Some directly put them into their bodies, while others floated above their heads. Then, they rushed towards the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The Saint Devil corpse was killed just like that? A figure silently appeared in the void. Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique to merge his body with the void. Even the half-saints could not sense his existence. Gu Fei had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, the Saint Devil corpse was formed from the Saint Devil corpse. The source of the Saint Devil corpse was the Saint Devil corpse. Logically speaking, the Saint Devil corpse would not be killed as long as the Saint Devil corpse was not destroyed. Otherwise, the Saint Devil corpse in the Moon Deity's palace would have been killed a long time ago. After all, the appearance of the Moon Deity's palace back then shocked the entire world. Many old antiques jumped out, and some even used saint weapons, but they were not able to break into the Moon Deity's palace. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion rang out in front of them. Saintly might erupted, followed by shouts. The 6 half-saints seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble. Gu Fei was stunned. He then used the anti-void secret technique and merged with the world, disappearing on the spot. The 9 secrets of the immortal way were extremely powerful. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived near the source of the explosion. His vision suddenly widened as he charged out of the dense aura of death. This is... Gu Fei was startled by the sudden widening of his vision. He didn't expect there to be no trace of death aura in the center of this place. Under the dusky sky, there was a huge pitch-black city floating in the sky. Endless death chi gathered to form a huge, deathly gray dragon, descending from the sky into the huge city. The sight of the city absorbing the aura of death left Gu Fei in awe. Not many people were capable of such a feat, even in the primeval era. The ancient city emitted a boundless aura of vicissitudes. It was unknown how many years it had existed for, but it was still floating in the sky. Below the city, there were piles of bones. It was a thick layer of bones, and there were a few towering bone mountains standing in the sea of bones. Countless ghostly flames floated above the sea of bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the arcane guru and the other half-saints were using their saint weapons to attack the ancient city in the sky. Loud explosions resounded in the sky. Please go to the Arcane Divine Palace. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1335. The core of the land of Saint Burial was actually a vast space. The ground here was covered with bones. An ancient city was floating in the sky. Death energy was descending from the sky like a huge dragon. A dreadful existence was breathing death energy inside the city. The death energy emitted by the city was stronger than any other place. The entire city seemed to be made of death energy. The death city in the sky was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Even the leaders of the heaven realm who came with their holy weapons felt danger at this time. A dreadful power that could threaten even a saint was hiding in the city. What a heaven-defying method! Gu Fei was stunned by everything he saw after entering this space. An endless amount of death energy was pouring into the city. There seemed to be a weak life force coming from the city. Although this trace of life force was weak, it was born from the land of extreme death. Life came from the extreme of death. This was originally a cycle of heaven and earth, but it was thought to have been created. This was simply stealing the fortune of the heaven and earth. The land of Saint Burial really gave birth to a heaven-defying Tao fruit. All the half-step saints were shocked when they sensed the faintly discernible life force coming from the city. This was the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was considered to be created. Such a Tao fruit was not inferior to the primordial Tao fruit bred in the peerless Great Tomb. As long as one could obtain it, they might not be able to become a saint immediately. However, becoming a saint was only a matter of time. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could sit still. 6 half-step saints acted at the same time. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the city in the sky. Bas! A golden sun-like divine light soared into the sky. The golden splendor soared for thousands of zhong, illuminating the entire dusky heaven and earth. A dreadful fluctuation spread out, causing the sea of bones below the city to undulate. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. The metal element half-step saint attacked. Moreover, he went all out. He wanted to break the city in the sky and obtain the heaven-defying Tao fruit. The primal chaos seal, the star blade, the purple-blue divine wheel, and many others flew up one after another. Boundless saint power emitted a dreadful fluctuation that shook the heavens. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth trembled as dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Primal chaos energy seeped out from these cracks. This place is actually so sturdy. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this from afar. The power of a saint weapon had reached an unimaginable level. A single strike from a saint weapon could directly pierce through space and sink an entire region, causing countless lives to be lost. But now the 6 saint weapons had soared into the sky, but they had only caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in this part of the world. Even a saint weapon was unable to break through the void here. It was truly inconceivable. Gu Fei also discovered that even though he was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret art, it was very difficult for him to merge with the void. The art actually failed. Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's presence. They didn't expect such a person to be following them. Saint-level aura. Could this person be a sage? When everyone sensed the aura emanating from Gu Fei's body, they were all shocked. The aura of a sage could only be possessed by a sage. It could not be imitated. And at this time, they were using their saint weapons with all their might, and could no longer care about anything else. The ghost city in the sky began to tremble. The 6 saint weapons displayed their supreme might, shaking the heaven and earth. However, a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. Under the impact of the saint weapons, the originally motionless ghost city began to emit ancient runes. A layer of transparent light screen condensed in the void, enveloping the entire ghost town. The ancient runes triggered a powerful and terrifying power. When the 6 saint weapons struck the transparent barrier, they were all blocked. Not a single saint weapon was able to break through the barrier. What? Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 6 saint weapons attacked at the same time. Even the legendary evil fiend was destroyed. Could it be that this was a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao? If that was the case, then even a true saint wouldn't be able to break through this city. They could only sense the existence of the peerless Tao fruit from the outside but not obtain it. This feeling was enough to drive them crazy. There was no one in this world who didn't want to become a saint, but the current world didn't allow a saint to appear. Ever since the destruction of the desolate era, no one was able to become a saint. A heaven-defying Tao fruit could help one become a saint. Any cultivator would go crazy for such a supreme Tao fruit. Even a saint would be envious of it. How can this be? The Zhou clan's half-saint controlled the azure and violet divine wheel and smashed it towards the city of death. The azure and violet qi were vast and mighty, and the divine wheel was obliterating everything in its path. Even the void was cracking. But it was all in vain. More and more ancient runes appeared on the ghost city, and the barrier became brighter and brighter. Ancient runes were circulating on the barrier. This is the extreme Tao rune. All the half-saints were shocked. This ghost city was definitely a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao. Just like the lost palace of the moon deities, there were ancient extreme Tao runes imprinted on it. It was also because of the extreme Tao runes that the ghost city could exist for a long time and didn't disappear in the endless erosion of time. Time was the most merciless thing. As long as enough time passed, it could erase everything. Only the extreme Tao runes could make this ghost city eternal. Can I only stop here? I really can't accept this. The Zhou clan's half-saint retracted the wheel and roared towards the sky. This result made him go crazy. How could an ordinary saint weapon break the extreme Tao grand formation? Even a great saint weapon wouldn't have such power unless someone came with an extreme saint weapon. However, the extreme saint weapon was a supreme saint weapon in the legends. It contained a flawless Tao rune and gave birth to a weapon soul. It was the strongest weapon in the world. In the entire heaven realm, it seemed like only the demon race's crown prince possessed the crown prince's seal. As for the other extreme saint weapons, no one knew where they were. Of course, the crown prince's extreme saint weapon wasn't the only one in the heaven realm. During the fight for the primordial Tao fruit nurtured by the peerless tomb, the aura of the extreme Tao had appeared. Extreme Tao rune? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately retreated. He had an extreme holy weapon on him, but with so many people present, if he were to break the grand formation that enveloped the ghost town, a great battle would be unavoidable. It would be better to wait for these people to retreat before he could do it. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1336. The holy weapon could break the city of death, but Gu Fei didn't go forward. Instead, he retreated into the endless aura of death outside. The 6 half-saints thought that he was retreating because of the difficulty. However, no one expected that Gu Fei didn't want to make a move for the time being. He could only wait for them to retreat and then make a move. How could he share the peerless Tao fruit with others? The city of death floated in the sky. 9 dragon-like aura of death fell from the sky and landed inside the city of death. There were 9 frightening death energies lurking inside. Terrifying undead creatures were sleeping inside the city of death. No one knew what was swallowing the endless aura of death, but they were certain that it was definitely not a good creature. The person who set up this heaven-defying plan must have a backup plan. The city of death definitely had unimaginable dangers, so Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had seen a lot of such city of death. Back when he was still at the Taishan sect, He entered the virtual sky world and tried to break through the eternal ominous city inside. His mountain and river cauldron was obtained from that eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron gave birth to a chaotic origin embryo, which allowed him to form his own inner world. In the eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and the old tortoise narrowly escaped death and almost got trapped inside. It was easy to imagine that this ancient city was definitely not a good place. Boom! Bang! Loud explosions kept ringing out from up ahead. Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His body had merged with the void, so he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations that shook the world. The 6 half-saints didn't want to retreat. Each of them used their holy weapons to attack the city of death in the sky. Terrifying holy might spread throughout the world and destructive divine lights tore through the void. However, the city of death in the sky was like an immortal demonic mountain. It towered in the sky and was shrouded by a layer of divine light with flowing Tao patterns. No matter how powerful the 6 holy weapons were, they couldn't break through the divine light shrouding the city of death. They simply couldn't shake the city of death in the sky. Using the holy weapons consumed a large amount of vitality. Soon, the 6 half-saints had no choice but to stop. They realized that this couldn't go on. "I'll go get the Emperor's sword." The Zhou clan's half-sage decisively retreated and went to ask for the Sovereign Emperor Sword, the supreme holy weapon of the Zhou clan. Although the Sovereign Emperor Sword was not an extreme holy weapon, it was an Emperor Sword refined by an ancient human sovereign. Its might was infinitely close to an extreme holy weapon. In ancient times, the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm had produced a Ran Huang. Ran Huang, the Emperor of Men. Those who could have such a title were all supreme figures of the human clan. Although the human sovereign was not an extreme grade saint, he was still a supreme figure. He was invincible below the extreme grade. Even a great accomplishment saint might not be a match for the human sovereign. If Zhou clan's half-sage were to invite the number 1 holy weapon under the extreme Tao, they might really be able to break the ghost town's seal. The other half-sages were shaken. "I'll also go and invite the clan's trump card." The Heavenly World's Li clan's half-step saint also left. The Heavenly World's Li clan was the original clan of the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the Li clan was regarded as the descendant of the Supreme Tao ancestor. The Heavenly World's Li clan possessed the bloodline of an extreme grade saint. This bloodline was extremely powerful and contained the power of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Once the bloodline power was activated, they might be able to borrow the power of the Tao ancestor. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to look down on the Li clan. No one knew how deep the Li clan's foundation was. Some said that the Li clan had a supreme holy weapon left behind by the Tao ancestor. However, no one had ever seen the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon. There was even a time when the Li clan encountered an unprecedented crisis. The entire Li clan was almost massacred, but no one saw the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon to kill the enemy. The other half-sages were very curious about the Li clan's trump card. The Zhou clan and the Li clan left to invite their clan's trump card. However, Arcane Guru, Star Constellation Half-Step Saint, and the others didn't leave. There was an energy sealing the ghost town. On the barrier that enveloped the ghost town, a Supreme Tao rune was faintly discernible. The power of the Supreme Tao was condensing. "Let's try again." Star Constellation Half-Step Saint's star power surged violently. His body emitted boundless starlight that illuminated the entire dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz! The star saber floated in front of the star constellation semi-sage, emitting a terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The divine saber emitted an unprecedentedly powerful star power. On the blade, there seemed to be 9 big stars shining. Roar! Let's go all out! Star Constellation Half-Step Saint didn't hold back. The vast star power crazily surged towards the star saber. The 9 big stars that appeared on the blade emitted dazzling starlight. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out from the star saber. It was as if a terrifying desolate heavenly beast had awakened inside the divine saber. "This is the aura of a great sage." Arcane Guru and the others were alarmed. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they still felt a great threat at this time. Even their souls were trembling. The star saber was the weapon of the ancient star sage. This star constellation half-step saint might be the descendant of the star sage's bloodline. One should know that this star constellation half-step saint had almost completely revived this great sage weapon. Fellow arcane guru, fellow Jean, fellow Chu, come and lend me a hand. Star constellation half-step saint's body was emitting starlight. Endless star essence was continuously drawn towards him. At this time, it was impossible for him to back down. In just a short while, star constellation half-step saint felt a sense of exhaustion. Just a little bit more, and the star saber would be completely awakened. No one knew how powerful the awakened great sage weapon would be. The Zhou and Li family's half-step saints had invited their foundation. The situation would be difficult to control at that time. Arcane Guru and the others looked at each other and then flashed behind Star Constellation Half-Step Saint. They stretched out their right hands and slapped on Star Constellation Half-Step Saint's back. Rumble! The entire world shook. The combined power of 4 great half-saint experts had finally awakened the Star Saber. The aura of a great sage spread out from the Star Saber. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the surrounding deathly energy, felt a great pressure. Even his soul was trembling. After the Star Saber devoured the endless star essence, it turned into 9 balls of starlight and soared into the sky. It was as if 9 big stars had appeared in the sky. A starry sky appeared in front of everyone. This is the power of a great sage. 9 stars shone in the sky. Powerful fluctuations came down from the sky. The 4 half-step saints couldn't even straighten their backs. They were shocked to the extreme. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1337. 4 half-step saints joined forces to fully awaken the great sage weapon, the Star Blade, and displayed the terrifying power of a great sage. 9 balls of starlight soared into the sky, and a part of the starry sky appeared in the dusky world. This was the power of the stars. The entire world seemed to be crushed by the endless power of the stars coming from the 9 great stars. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Too scary. The power of great sage realm spread out mightily. The entire world was shaking. Even the ghost city in the sky was shaking. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Even though it was a saint-level battle puppet, he still felt that his spirit was trembling. The deterrent force that came from a great saint weapon made him tremble from the depths of his soul. A great sage was only 1 step away from attaining the extreme Tao fruit. Such an existence was absolutely invincible under the extreme Tao, and was a supreme-level character. Rumble! The star blade turned into 9 big stars that illuminated the sky. The entire starry sky was faintly discernible, and the power of the stars reached the extreme. The 9 stars tore the sky and the earth apart, and struck the layer of divine light outside the ghost town. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The starry sky was vanishing, and the 9 big stars exploded. The entire divine light was shaking, and the extreme Tao runes appeared. The Tao pattern of the extreme Tao was condensing the power of the extreme Tao. This was a power that was more powerful than the power of the great saint level. The vast power of the stars formed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It shook that layer of seal. When the starry sky dissipated, the layer of divine light outside the ghost town was torn apart, and a 10-feet-long crack appeared. Although the crack was small, it was barely big enough for people to pass through. Haha! It's a success! Star Constellation Saint and the others were pleasantly surprised. The power of a great sage was able to tear apart the layer of the seal. This was beyond their expectations, and their joy was indescribable. However, a terrifying aura leaked out from the crack on the layer of divine light. It was a dreadful and powerful aura that made even half-step saints palpitate. Even with the protection of their holy weapons, Tianxian Guru and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. I can sense the aura of a sage. The star constellation semi-sage was extremely shocked. It seemed like a sage was buried in the ghost city. One should know that a sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if they had fallen, their corpses were not something that anyone could approach. This aura? With the protection of my saint weapon, I can barely withstand it. The 4 half-step saints chatted for a short while and wanted to enter the ghost city to seize the heaven-defying Tao fruit. However, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack. This is... Elder Tianxian and the others immediately stopped because they recognized this figure. They were all dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. How could this thing appear here? Evil saint? Gu Fei, who was hidden in the deathly aura at the periphery of this world, was not surprised to see this scene. It should be known that the evil spirits of the sage could not be destroyed so easily. This kind of extremely evil and ferocious creature was born from the body of the holy corpse after the holy corpse had fallen. As long as the holy corpse was not destroyed, this evil spirit would exist forever. How is this possible? Didn't we destroy this evil spirit? The Chu clan's half-step saint's voice trembled. One should know that this evil spirit was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Even the 6 saint weapons couldn't destroy it. Moreover, it was no longer 6 half-step saints. The Zhou and Li clans' half-step saints had already left to invite their clans to break the formation. What should we do? Elder Tianxian asked. At this time, on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town, the crack that was torn by the stellar blade was gradually becoming smaller. The power of the seal was repairing that crack. There must be a saint buried in the city. This is not something we can deal with, the metal semi-sage said. Even if they came with saint weapons, they wouldn't be able to deal with the evil spirit. How could they enter the ghost city? But we are already here. The star constellation semi-sage was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a lot of effort only to find out that it was all in vain. This feeling was truly infuriating. Swish! The evil spirit attacked. 4 terrifying black lights shot out from the evil spirit's hand and pierced through the 4 half-step saints. The void was torn apart wherever the black lights passed. This was the power of a saint without a doubt. One should know that this world was extremely stable. How could an ordinary power tear apart the void here? Buzz! An ancient golden mirror hovering above the metal semi-sage's head trembled. A dazzling golden light shot out from the mirror and dispersed the black light shooting towards him. Elder Tianxian, the Chu clan's half-step saint, and the star constellation semi-sage all took action to block the black light. With the protection of their saint weapons, it wouldn't be easy for the evil spirit to injure them. The evil spirit soared into the sky and stirred up a boundless death energy. It pounced towards everyone with a terrifying aura that caused their hearts to palpitate. Swish! Wherever the saber light passed, the star constellation quasi-sage's lightning-fast saber cut through the void, destroying the heavy death chi and chopping the evil spirit charging over into 2. However, the evil spirit did not have a physical body and instantly recovered. Boom! A boundless death energy erupted and engulfed the world. This death energy devoured all essence energy, causing the 4 half-step saints to lose their essence. Bam! Primal energy surged as a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed the evil spirit into a ball of black energy. The seal displayed its powerful divine might. However, the ball of black energy was still surging. Then, a figure appeared inside it. The evil spirit was known to be indestructible, and it was proven once again in front of everyone. The 4 half-step saints took action and fought against the evil spirit. At the same time, the crack on the barrier of light outside the ghost town started to shrink. Although Old Man Dark Heaven and the others were burning with anxiety, the fiend managed to block their path. The fiend had locked onto them and was constantly attacking them. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They wanted to kill this evil spirit so that they could enter the ghost town. However, the evil spirit was extremely ferocious and blocked their path. Gu Fei was hiding in the death energy surrounding the ghost town. He wasn't in a hurry to take action or enter the ghost town to seize the heaven-defying Dao fruit. Since the evil spirit had appeared, who knew what kind of evil monster would jump out from the ghost town? Damn it! The evil spirit seemed to possess boundless power. Not only did it stop the 4 half-step saints, but it also put them in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for the protection of their saint weapons, they would have been killed countless times by this evil spirit. To see the first advertisement, please go to the Please Share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1338. Roar! The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They activated their saint weapons with all their might, wanting to kill the most ferocious and terrifying existence in the world. Buzz! The golden divine mirror emitted a blinding divine light like a golden sun. Rays of golden light pierced through the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and even pierced through the evil spirit. However, it still couldn't kill the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body emitted a boundless deathly aura, and the power of death burst out. Its shattered body recovered once again, as if it had never been injured. Everyone was shocked. This evil spirit was too powerful, as if it possessed boundless power. In this place, this evil spirit was simply invincible. Clang! A dazzling saber light soared into the sky, and instantly slashed the evil spirit that had just recovered into two halves. The one who unleashed such a shocking attack was the Star Saint, who was on the verge of collapsing. The Star Saber was a great saint weapon, and not an ordinary saint weapon. The saber chi was vast and mighty, and the Star Saber light completely destroyed the evil spirit, leaving nothing behind. It was as if the evil spirit had been killed by the saber. Quick, go in! Everyone was surprised and happy at the same time. They saw that the crack on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town had shrunk to less than 3 meters. If they hesitated any longer, the crack would disappear. Swoosh! 4 divine lights soared into the sky, and rushed towards the crack. The 4 half-step saints used their saint weapons to protect themselves, and ignored the saint chi leaking out from the crack, and rushed into the ghost town. Right at the instant that the 4 half-saints charged into the city, the space where the evil spirit had been annihilated had suddenly started to tremble. After that, threads of black energy converged over from all directions, and then an ethereal figure appeared in midair. This is... Gu Fei, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing this scene. The evil spirit was truly indestructible, and it was still fine after receiving an attack from a great saint weapon. Roar! The evil spirit of the saint reformed its body and roared at the sky. Death chi filled the sky and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei did not enter the void in front of him. He had been hiding in the death chi on the periphery of this part of the void, sensing the fluctuations coming from the void in front of him. This area was surrounded by endless death chi. It had a circumference of 100 miles. The ghost town was the center of this area. It was in the sky above this area. 9 dragon-like death aura fell down from the sky into the ghost town. Inside the ghost town, there were 9 places that emitted a terrifying aura, as if there were supreme existences in deep slumber. When the 4 half-saints charged into the city with their saint weapons, the crack on the layer of light behind them disappeared. It could be said to be a matter of life and death. Someone immediately took out a godly medicine and consumed it, recovering the vitality that he had expended. Just a moment ago, the 4 semi-sage realm experts had joined forces to drive the Star Saber to unleash a powerful attack, and they had successfully torn apart the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost city, and entered the ghost city. The 4 half-saints had consumed a large amount of vitality. The vitality needed to drive a great sage weapon that had been refined by a great sage was simply too huge. Even a half-saint expert would find it difficult to completely awaken a great sage weapon, and it would be equivalent to a great sage's all-out attack. One could well imagine how powerful this great sage weapon was. The crack on the divine light seal disappeared, and the evil spirit was blocked outside. However, a scene that left Gu Fei dumbstruck appeared. The evil spirit had disappeared in the void, and the monstrous death chi had also disappeared along with it. It was as if the evil spirit had never appeared. Gu Fei felt uneasy. This evil spirit was too evil. Such an existence was a great threat to him. If this evil spirit were to pounce on him, he might not be able to protect his saint-level battle puppet. Just when the evil spirit had disappeared, a terrifying figure appeared in the ghost town. The evil spirit that had disappeared had unexpectedly appeared in the ghost town. How did it enter the ghost town? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He couldn't see how the evil spirit managed to enter the ghost town, and how did it pass through the divine light seal so easily? One had to know that the arcane guru and the others had expended a great deal of effort just to tear a hole in the divine light seal with their great saint armament, the astral saber. Dazzling light rushed out of the ghost town. The 4 half-saints that had entered the ghost town had encountered a great danger, and the aura of their saint weapons was vast and mighty. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars resounded from every corner of the ghost town. Afterward, a terrifying death chi spread out from the ghost town, and a terrifying silhouette appeared. How did they come back to life? Heavens, what am I seeing? Cries of surprise came from the ghost town. Arcane Guru and the others seemed to have encountered an inconceivable existence. The fluctuations of their saint weapons were actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble. The saint-level power was vast and mighty in the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. However, even with the use of saint weapons, the ghost town still didn't show any signs of damage. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in front of the divine light seal. He opened his martial heavenly eyes and scanned the ghost town inside the seal. Amidst the heavy aura of death, there were countless figures moving about. Such a scene shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This scene was very similar to the scene he encountered in the ominous City of Eternity in the virtual sky world back then. Could it be that this ghost town had some connection with the ominous Eternity City in the virtual sky world? Even with his martial heavenly eyes, it was still difficult for him to clearly see the scenery inside the ghost town. Gu Fei could only see a vague scene. It seemed that there were immortal corpses constantly standing up from the ground and staggering towards the location of the 4 half-saints. That saint evil spirit was nowhere to be found. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the cauldron of mountain and river to dissolve the divine light seal in front of him, a few powerful auras appeared in the distance. There were experts traversing through the deathly aura, and were rapidly approaching this part of the void. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and immediately left, once again hiding in the surrounding death chi. The deathly gray mist was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. He used the anti-void secret technique to merge with the void. Perhaps even a true saint wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Swish! Swish! A few beams of divine light broke through the death chi and rushed out of it, entering this part of the void. The power of the saint level instantly spread out in a vast and mighty manner. It's them! When Gu Fei saw those people, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Primordial Era Emperor Xian, the son of the heavenly demon? When Gu Fei saw who it was, his pupils couldn't help but contract. These people were his great enemies, Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Primordial Era, and one of the heavenly demons, Mu Qingtian. In addition to these two, there was also a tall old man with white hair and beard standing side by side with them. Obviously, this old man's status was not lower than that of Primordial Era Emperor Xian and Mu Qingtian. This is a half-saint. Gu Fei noticed the old man. He sensed a trace of a saint's aura from the old man. Only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. In this world where saints were extinct, only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. How did the 3 of them get together? Gu Fei was very surprised. After all, although humans and demons weren't mortal enemies, they rarely interacted with each other, especially at this level. Someone actually entered. Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others sensed the strangeness of the ghost town and were startled. They felt that it was inconceivable. With the existence of the Extreme Dao seal, how could someone enter? Could it be that these people had Extreme Dao sacred weapons? Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others were bewildered. In order to enter this place, they had already prepared for a long time. They even joined hands with the demon race to invite the young master of the heavenly demon lineage, Mu Qingtian. The ghost town isn't that easy to enter. Let's go. Mu Qingtian's face revealed a trace of disdain. He was the son of the heavenly demon, so he knew many great secrets of this world. This was also the reason why Primordial Era Emperor Xian wanted to find him. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage was not a bad thing. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian also needed a powerful ally because he felt great pressure from all sides. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian had exterminated the Eastern Earth's 3rd greatest power, the mysterious dark sect, causing the entire Eastern Earth to be in turmoil. All the big shots of the heavenly realm were eyeing the Eastern Earth covetously. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage would cause the big shots of the heavenly realm to have some misgivings. It must be known that the strength of the heavenly demon lineage was not to be underestimated. The heavenly demon was in existence on par with the Supreme Grand Emperor. Together with the Supreme Grand Emperor, they were known as the 2 great demon ancestors of the demon race. They were the extreme Dao great demons of this world. Did you bring the item? Primordial Era Emperor Xian asked. Here. After Mu Qingtian said that, a purple divine light rushed out from the top of his head. Within the divine light, a purple withered branch rose from the top of his head. This withered branch didn't emit any fluctuations. There seemed to be small holes on it. It seemed to be an ordinary branch of a purple tree. Seeing this branch, Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. They didn't expect that Mu Qingtian would bring such an item. You don't need to be confused. This branch was cut from my father's main body, the holy tree. It can break the ghost city's seal. Mu Qingtian said. When Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man heard this, they immediately laughed. This withered branch was truly extraordinary. It was like a real withered tree, but since it was cut from the heavenly demon's main body, It must have endless uses. The heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. The divine light seal outside the ghost city shouldn't be able to stop these guys. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1339. The primordial Emperor Xian and the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had joined forces. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the void, was extremely shocked. He had never imagined that the primordial Emperor Xian would join forces with the sky demon lineage. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a major event. It would cause the expressions of the various powerhouses who were eyeing the Eastern Territory to change. Although the sky demon lineage did not reveal itself, it was extremely terrifying. The terror of the sky demon lineage was not something that ordinary people could imagine. During the Great Desolate Era, even the Supreme Grand Emperor was wary of the sky demon. As the ancestors of the demon race, the sky demon could not compete with the Grand Emperor and could only endure. The demon race had been divided into two camps since the Great Demon Race. During that era, there were countless great demons who followed the Grand Emperor, but there were also many demon race experts who followed the sky demon. For countless years, the Grand Emperor and the sky demon race had been fighting openly and covertly. This battle did not stop because of the disappearance of the Grand Emperor and the sky demon. However, over the long years, the Grand Emperor's power had always been dominant among the demon race, suppressing the sky demon race. However, in the current era, the sky demon race had gradually become stronger. There was more than one half-saint in this race, and the legendary sky demon's son had also awakened from his deep slumber. When the sky demon race was about to gain the upper hand in the battle, the Grand Emperor's son suddenly appeared out of nowhere and brought back the Extreme Path Grand Emperor's Saint weapon. The sky demon race had just emerged when they were ruthlessly suppressed. The experts of the sky demon race were naturally unwilling to give up and were still restless. At this time, the sky demon's son took out a withered branch. It was an ordinary withered branch with nothing special about it. This is the branch that was cut from the sacred tree, the body of the supreme sky demon? Both the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were bewildered because this withered branch was too ordinary. There was no powerful aura coming from it. Was this withered branch that no one would take a second look at if it was thrown on the ground? Was it really a part of the body left behind by the legendary supreme sky demon? How could the body of an extreme path expert look like this? It should be noted that even the corpses left behind by sages were immortal. The aura that emanated from the corpses was not something that ordinary people could withstand. The body of an extreme path saint should be even more terrifying. Just a trace of his aura would be enough to crush the entire world. Is it really the sky demon's true form? Gu Fei didn't believe it either, but the words coming from the son of sky demon couldn't be false. After all, he was the son of sky demon. Get out of the way, watch how I break the ghost town seal. The son of the sky demon was very confident. He didn't seem to use any demonic energy, but the branch in his hand flew up and struck the seal outside the ghost town. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the old man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. Everyone nervously stared at that withered branch. That withered branch flew up and struck the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. Under everyone's attentive gazes, that withered branch actually fused into the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. Then with a boom, a purple demonic light burst forth, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire world was shaking. This was a wisp of extreme path fluctuation that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Gu Fei was affected by it and had no choice but to retreat. Extreme Path's aura. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the old man felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Under this aura, they almost knelt down. Fortunately, this aura only flashed for a moment and immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was collapsing. Although the divine light seal was engraved with Extreme Path's Tao runes, they were also shattered by the mighty power. Countless Tao runes dissipated in the void. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was blasted open by the sudden burst of supreme demonic energy, creating a large hole with a radius of several li, swish. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, waved his hand and retrieved the branch. Then he held it in his hand. It was this branch that actually broke the seal outside the ghost city. Is it really a branch that was cut off from the heavenly demon's body? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that an ordinary withered branch could actually possess such terrifying might. A casual strike from it was actually several times stronger than a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was even more shocked. He had personally witnessed how Arcane Guru and the others used their great saint weapon, the Starblade, to break the ghost town's seal. Even the saint weapon refined by a great saint and fully awakened only managed to tear a 10-meter-long hole in the divine light seal of the ghost city. The heavenly demon's body was truly too terrifying. A branch could already suppress a great saint weapon. Perhaps that branch could even contend against an extreme path saint weapon. Only the power of an extreme path saint weapon could break the ghost town's seal. But now the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had done the same. He broke the ghost town's seal. Rumble. 9 powerful saint auras surged out from the broken divine light seal. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the influence of these 9 saint auras. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and the old man hurriedly used their saint weapons. A divine sword rushed out from Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's body and hovered above his head. A ray of divine light rushed out from the top of the elder's head. A large bronze bell rose up and floated above the elder's head, protecting him. The aura of a saint was incomparably powerful. Just one aura was enough to shake the world. Not to mention the auras of 9 saints. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Boom! Just when everyone was overwhelmed with shock, a loud sound rang out from within the ghost city. After that, 4 rays of divine light pierced through the void and created a path within the ghost city. 4 figures rushed out from the ghost city in an extremely sorry state. This was the power of a saint. The 4 saint weapons were displaying their terrifying might. They opened up a path of survival in the ghost city, and escaped from the ghost city. Arcane Guru? Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu immediately recognized the Arcane Guru who came out of the ghost city. The Emperor's eyes lit up because the enmity between him and the Guru wasn't small. Bzzz. The sword hovering above Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's head emitted a deafening hum and turned into a dazzling ray of sword light that slashed at Arcanist Guru Arcana, who was still in a state of shock. Please go to target equals under blank. Chapter 1340. The 4 half-step saints who had entered the ghost city earlier came out in a sorry state. Every single one of them was covered in blood. It was their own blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger Arcane Guru and the others had encountered in the ghost town. At this time, their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. While the 4 of them were still in a state of shock, a dazzling sword light emitted terrifying sword energy fluctuations and arrived in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Humph. The star constellation semi-sage sneered. He held the star saber in his hand and slashed forward. The star saber light instantly cut through the void and soared thousands of feet, slashing down on Yuan Gu Immortal Emperor's head. This was an incomparably tyrannical slash. What? Emperor Xian was startled. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful character among the opponents who could recover from the shock in an instant and counterattack. He was originally aiming for Arcane Guru, but now, he had to fight against Star Constellation Sage to be. The saint-level sword light and the saber light collided. Buzz! Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's sacred sword was trembling. The flying immortal sword light was actually collapsing. The opponent's blade light was incomparably powerful and displayed an indomitable might. Swoosh! Emperor Xian had no choice but to turn into an immortal light and evade the attack. He rushed out of the dazzling saber light that fell from the sky and escaped Star Constellation Sage to B's attack. A great saint weapon? Emperor Xian's figure appeared a few dozen miles away in the next moment. A strange expression flashed on his face. A sacred weapon refined by a great saint was definitely an emperor among sacred weapons. Emperor Xian felt that his flying immortal sword light was no match for the opponent's divine saber. This made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do because his flying immortal sword light wasn't a great saint weapon. Yuan Gu. At this time, Arcane Guru and the others who rushed out of the ghost town also saw the surrounding environment. Arcane Guru even recognized Eastern Land Emperor Xian, Yuan Gu. Humph. Stabbing people in the back. The star constellation semi-sage pointed his saber at Primordial Emperor Xian as he spoke. He had already locked onto Primordial Emperor Xian, and the star saber in his hand was ready to strike at any time. Star saber? Who is the great star sage to you? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, couldn't help changing his expression when he saw the divine saber in the star constellation Half-Saint's hand. He recognized the origin of the divine saber and asked. In ancient times, the great star sage was a ruthless person in the great desolate era. No one knew how many enemies he had killed with his star blade. Moreover, a great saint was a supreme existence second only to an extreme path saint. A great saint weapon could be said to be an invincible saint weapon below an extreme path saint weapon. Who are you? When star constellation sage to be heard this, he immediately became vigilant. The other party dared to call Star Sage by his name. Could it be that he was from the same generation as Star Sage? Humph! Mu Qingtian sneered. He didn't say anything but stared coldly at Star Constellation Sage to be. Old Star Constellation, don't be presumptuous. This is the son of the demon ancestor. The white-haired old man stepped forward and said to Star Constellation Sage to be. The son of the demon ancestor? Star Constellation Sage to be was shocked when he heard this. There were only 2 demon ancestors in the world. Could this guy be the son of the Tai Emperor or the son of the Sky Demon? The return of the Tai Emperor's son to the demon clan had caused a sensation in the heaven realm. Even a hermit like Star Constellation Sage to be knew about the return of the Tai Emperor's son. In recent years, there were also rumors that the Sky Demon's son had awakened from his deep slumber. The return of the Tai Emperor's son had caused a change in the attitude of those who supported Mu Qingtian in the demon clan. Wood element demon power. You must be the legendary Sky Demon's son. The metal element sage to be suddenly said. He cultivated the power of the metal element and was very sensitive to the other 4 elements. Why don't you get lost if you know? Mu Qingtian was very conceited. He had brought a withered branch from his father's body. It could be said that no one present was a match for him. You! Star Constellation Sage to be and the others were furious when they heard this. However, they had to be cautious because of the other party's identity. The Sky Demon lineage was not to be trifled with. Moreover, no one knew if the demon ancestor Sky Demon had left his extreme path demon weapon to his son. If the Sky Demon's son had the extreme path demon weapon, they would be in real danger. Humph! If you have the ability, go and break into this ghost town. Why are you showing off in front of us? The Chu clan sage to be said coldly. Although the Sky Demon lineage was powerful, the 4 of them represented the 4 major factions of the Heaven Realm. Among the 4 major factions, none of them could be underestimated. Even the entire demon clan of the Heaven Realm was wary of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Chu clan, the Star Great Sage's lineage, and the Golden Sacred clan. Furthermore, the Sky Demon lineage did not represent the entire demon clan of the Heaven Realm. You're courting death. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the metal sage to be. The withered branch did not emit any energy fluctuation, but the metal sage to be suffered a great impact. His body instantly collapsed. The golden divine blood that flickered with a brilliant golden light scattered in all directions. Even someone as powerful as a metal element semi-sage had his physical body shattered under the protection of a saint weapon. How powerful was this force? The son of the Sky Demon, Mu Qingtian's domineering attack immediately stunned everyone present. Buzz! The golden light divine mirror trembled, and rays of golden light fell down. The exploded muscles, bones, blood, and flesh flowed back. The metal element semi-sage was reassembling his body. Golden light flashed, and the power of metal was vast. In just an instant, the metal element semi-sage reappeared in front of everyone. Roar! Do you really want to be the enemy of the 4 major clans? The metal sage to be roared angrily. Mu Qingtian was too hateful. He destroyed his body in one move. Although his body had been reconstructed, he was still seriously injured. If you speak again, I will really destroy you. Mu Qingtian did not seem to care about the metal sage to be at all. However, he did not dare to harm the metal sage to be's life. The Gold Sacred clan in the Heaven Realm was an extremely powerful clan. It was said that this clan was the descendants of the metal element divine being. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies. The Gold Sacred clan was extremely powerful. Even the Sky Demon lineage did not want to offend this clan. You! The metal sage to be's eyes turned red. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, Mu Qingtian's strength was extremely powerful. He was not someone he could deal with. You have gone too far. At this time, the star constellation sage to be spoke. He looked coldly at Mu Qingtian. This sky demon's son was too arrogant. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man walked out from behind Mu Qingtian and confronted the mysterious sky sage to be and the others. Please go to the mysterious sky sage to be. Please share. Target equals, undef blank. Chapter 1341. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, had the right to be arrogant. He was confident that he could ignore a half-step saint, even if he was facing a half-step saint with a holy weapon. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man also approached Guru Tianxian and the others. They were ready to fight at any time. You've gone too far. Star Constellation Semi-Sage held the star blade in his hand and stared coldly at Mu Qingtian. Although they had just escaped from the ghost city, they still had the strength to fight. So what if I've gone too far? Get lost. Mu Qingtian looked down on Star Constellation Semi-Sage and the others. He was still extremely domineering. He didn't care even if he offended the four major powers. Good, good, good. Star Constellation Semi-Sage laughed angrily and said, good. 3 times in a row. A cold light flashed in his eyes and a cold murderous aura emanated from his body. Humph. You want to kill me? You. Mu Qingtian laughed. He had an extreme path saint weapon in his hand. Even the star blade of a great saint was nothing to him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone these 4 guys in front of him. Then let me experience the supreme divine ability of the sky demon lineage. Star Constellation Sage to be said as he slashed at Mu Qingtian with his saber. 9 stars appeared on the star saber. The dazzling saber light tore through the void and soared tens of thousands of feet towards Mu Qingtian's head. Good. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw this scene. It would be best if these people fought and both sides were injured, so he could reap the benefits. However, Mu Qingtian only sneered in the face of this earth-shattering blade attack. Then, he directly attacked with the withered branch. There were no energy fluctuations emanating from the withered branch, but the star constellation Sage to be's extremely sharp blade had been neutralized. The 10,000 feet long blade light silently collapsed and was neutralized by a strange force. Bang! Star Constellation Semi-Sage was directly sent flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had such terrifying power. What? Arcane Guru Tianxian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were already in disbelief when the sky demon's son destroyed the metal half-saint's physical body. Now, the withered branch was able to withstand a sacred weapon. After all, the star saber in the semi-god star sage's hand was not an ordinary holy weapon. It was a great sage weapon refined by the ancient star sage using star stones. What is this? Everyone truly found this hard to believe. How could the most ordinary withered branch possess such terrifying power? It didn't reveal anything, yet it made one's heart tremble. With the branch in Mu Qingtian's hand, even if the 4 half-saints joined forces, they would still be defeated. This shocked and angered Arcane Guru and the others. Could it be that the withered branch in his hand is an extreme divine artifact? The Chu family's half-saint from the heaven realm stared at the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand and said. They had just escaped from the ghost town, so they didn't know that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had an enormous origin. It was a branch that was cut from the legendary supreme Fei ancestor Heavenly Fei's main body, the Holy Tree. The sky demon's body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born between heaven and earth. It cultivated to become an unparalleled great demon, and eventually became an extreme demonic saint. Swish! Mu Qingtian didn't stop there. He swept the withered branch at Arcane Guru Tianxian, the metal half-saint, and the Chu family's half-saint. The 3 half-saints were scared out of their wits. Without any suspense, Arcane Guru Tianxian and the other 2 half-saints were swept away by Mu Qingtian's withered branch. The 3 half-saints suffered a great impact and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of their mouths. The 4 half-saints were no match for Mu Qingtian. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and the old man glanced at each other and were secretly delighted. Among the 4 half-sages, there were their enemies. They couldn't wait for Mu Qingtian to kill the 3 half-sages. Mu Qingtian didn't plan to stop. He continued to press forward. His demonic energy was vast and mighty. Purple demonic energy lingered around him. He was still suppressing the 4 half-saints with ease. To think that this guy has become so powerful in such a short period of time. How is this possible? Gu Fei, who was hiding within the deathly aura at the periphery of the void, was shocked when he saw this scene. He had fought with the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, before. He knew his strength very well. The battle strength Mu Qingtian displayed now was incomparable to that day. Did the extreme Dao Saint artifact increase his battle strength? That seemed to be the only possibility. If Mu Qingtian had used this withered branch when he fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to suppress him even if he had an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Gu Fei thought of many things in an instant. This withered branch was definitely one of the trump cards of the Sky Demon's lineage. Just thinking about the body of the Sky Demon shocked him. Just as Mu Qingtian was moving towards Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others, the seal of the ghost town that was broken by Mu Qingtian was silently repairing itself. Outside the ghost town, that huge hole with a radius of several miles was shrinking. Moreover, a silhouette silently walked out of the ghost town. The power of death was vast and mighty. The aura of 9 saints filled the air. It seemed like 9 saints were buried in the ghost town. 9 dragon-like death chi descended from the sky. Inside the ghost town, there were undead saints swallowing the monstrous death chi. In the ghost town, there was a vast death chi. Inside the gray fog, there seemed to be many figures moving around. They couldn't be seen clearly. There was a strange power enveloping the whole city. Someone used a great power to disturb the heaven secret of the ghost town. Even if the legendary divine diviner came, he wouldn't be able to divine anything. The change in the ghost city was immediately noticed by everyone. That terrifying silhouette walked out from the ghost city. His entire body was surging with death energy. He looked like a death god that had just walked out from hell. Even the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, who was rushing towards Arcane Guru's group, stopped and looked at the figure shrouded in death chi. A terrifying existence born from the undying Saint Evil Will? Mu Qingtian's eyes flickered. He was born with divine eyes and could see through the Saint Evil Will. He knew what kind of terrifying existence he had encountered. Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others glanced at each other. Then they used their saint weapons to protect themselves and retreated, allowing the Saint Evil Will to deal with Mu Qingtian's group. Bas! The divine sword vibrated and created a spatial ripple that looked like transparent water. Then, Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu used the flying immortal sword and slashed at the terrifying figure's waist. This was a saint's sword. The power of a saint's sword was extremely powerful, but even so, it couldn't truly injure the Saint Evil Will. The flying immortal sword was extremely fast. Primordial Emperor Xian's saint sword flashed through the void and cut the Saint Evil Will in half. Then the sword light flew back. This death chi surged as the Saint Evil Will's body that was cut in half surged. The black light of death flashed and the 2 halves of the Saint Evil Will's body connected together. It had completely recovered. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the terrifying figure. The evil spirit saint was severely injured and its body was scattered in the air. However, the Saint Evil Will originated from the undying Saint Evil Will. As long as the Saint Evil Will's body was not destroyed, the Saint Evil Will would always exist. After scattering the Saint Evil Will, Mu Qingtian didn't feel happy. As the descendant of the supreme demon ancestor, the heavenly demon, he naturally knew many secrets of the world. Just when everyone was bewildered, a roar suddenly came from the ghost town. The whole ghost town shook and the 9 dragon-like death chi that descended from the sky was almost cut off by this sound wave. That is, everyone's expression changed. The Saint Evil Will that was scattered by Mu Qingtian appeared again in the ghost town. The Saint Evil Will was not destroyed. They were in big trouble. The expressions of Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man became somewhat ugly. They never thought that the ghost town would actually give birth to such an existence. A blurry figure walked out of the ghost town. Swish! Mu Qingtian attacked once more. Once again, he defeated the figure. Boundless death energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake. However, the Saint Evil Spirit was indestructible. Mu Qingtian continued to attack and scatter the evil spirit's body. Then, the evil spirit immediately condensed again in the ghost city and walked out of the ghost city. Damn it! Mu Qingtian knew that this level of attack would definitely not be able to destroy the Saint Evil Will. However, He also couldn't let the Saint Evil will get close to him. One must know that once the Saint Evil will pounce on him, he would definitely die. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Mu Qing Tian dispersed the saint's baleful aura once again, a few powerful and evil auras appeared in the distance. Soon, the owners of these auras appeared. Swish! A few figures broke through the layers of death chi and rushed in from the outside. An evil and powerful aura immediately appeared in this part of the world. Demon! When everyone saw who it was, they were all shocked. They saw that the person in the lead was a young devil cultivator, while the other two were completely wrapped in black clothes, and no one could see through their depths. It's him! When Gu Fei saw who it was, he was also shocked. The person was none other than the sovereign bloodline of the 100,000 mountain range, the young master of the demonic sky. Behind the young master of the demonic sky were two old demons with wrinkles all over their faces. They were so old that their hair and teeth had all fallen off. These two old demons were extremely powerful. The aura they emitted was actually at the half-saint realm. This young master of the demonic sky was really extravagant. He actually had two half-saints as his Tao protectors. No one would believe this. Half-saints were all arrogant and lofty figures. Why would they run over to be someone else's servant? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1342. The sudden arrival of the young Lord of Demonic Sky shocked everyone. The Supreme Heavenly Demon was a supreme existence that was said to be on par with supreme saints and invincible demon ancestors. This seemingly young demon had actually lived for countless years. His appearance hadn't changed at all, and his Tao protectors were two terrifying half-step saint-level demons. A vile spawn of the demonic sky? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the young lord of the demonic sky. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body. In ancient times, the battle between demons and demons was extremely intense. As the son of one of the two great demon ancestors, Mu Qingtian had naturally seen the young lord of demonic sky before. A remnant of sky demon? The moment young Master Devil Sky caught sight of Mu Qingtian, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from his body as he struck out at Mu Qingtian. A demonic beam of light pierced through the void and shot towards Mu Qingtian. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and dispersed the demonic light. He then swept the branch towards the young lord of demonic sky. The two demons beside the young lord were shocked. Be careful, young lord. The two demons stood in front of the young lord in a flash. Then, the two old demons were sent flying with demonic blood spurting from their mouths. Their bodies were almost shattered. Even though the two demons were protected by demonic weapons, they were still heavily injured. What? The young lord of demonic sky was shocked. He then opened his mouth and spat out a demonic flag that was filled with demonic chi. The demonic flag quickly enlarged and was grasped in his hand. Boom! The demonic flag danced and the heavens and earth shook. Boundless demonic power spread from the demonic flag, shaking the entire heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly Demon Flag? When Mu Qingtian saw this, he was shocked. A saint-level demonic aura emanated from the demonic flag and a terrifying demonic power rushed towards him. He had an extreme saint weapon in his hand and was not afraid of any saint weapon. He could even disregard a great saint weapon. An ordinary withered branch could suppress any saint weapon below the extreme saint weapon level. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it forward. The surging demonic power immediately dissipated, and the withered branch hit the sky demon flag. Bam! The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand displayed an unbelievable power. There were no energy fluctuations, but it sent young Master Devil Sky and the heavenly devil flag flying. That was the sky demon flag. In the hands of young Master Mo Tian, it could display the terrifying demonic might of a saint. However, it was nothing compared to the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand. What? Young Lord Devil Sky could only feel his hands trembling and the demonic blood in his body churning. His wrists were ruptured and the heavenly devil flag in his hands almost flew out of his hands. It's too powerful. Could it be that the branch is actually an extreme path saint artifact? Young Master Devil-Sky's knowledge was extraordinary. He had already guessed that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand was an extreme Tao saint item. Only such an item could suppress a saint weapon. It was not a saint weapon of the extreme path, but it could suppress all saint weapons below the extreme path. Only the legendary saint weapons of the extreme path had such power. Young Master. The two old demons couldn't help but turn pale when they saw young Master Devilsky being sent flying. As the protectors of young Master Devilsky, they wouldn't be able to live if anything happened to young Master Devilsky. The two old demons wanted to charge forward, but they had just been heavily injured by Mu Qing Tian, and their vitality was already injured. Even if they charged forward, they would only end up dead. Humph. The descendant of the supreme demon Sky is only a... Mu Qing Tian's words were filled with disdain. In a certain sense, the battle between him and young Master Devilsky could be considered a battle between Heaven Demon and Demonic Sky. Judging from the current situation, the son of Heaven Demon had suppressed the descendant of the Demonic Sky. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since Mu Qing Tian obtained that withered branch, he was already invincible among those of the same level. Only by using the saint weapon of the extreme path could he fight Mu Qing Tian. However, Gu Fei didn't want to use the saint weapon of the extreme path unless it was a matter of life and death. Mu Qing Tian was unforgiving. He strode in the void, approaching young Master Devilsky step by step. He had no intention of letting young Master Devilsky go. The demon race and demons had been fighting for countless years. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Mu Qing Tian could use this opportunity to kill young Master Devilsky. If he could really kill the demonic Sky young Master, Mu Qing Tian's reputation in the demon clan would definitely increase greatly with such a battle result. However, young Master Devilsky belonged to the Paragon bloodline of the demons. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. Swish! Mu Qing Tian held the branch in his hand and swept it towards the young Master of the Evil Sky. There was no monstrous wave of demonic power, nor was there any invincible aura. However, the young Master of the Evil Sky was sent flying once again. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Young Master Devilsky suffered a terrifying impact. Even his heavenly demon flag was almost sent flying. If it wasn't for the heavenly demon flag's protection, he would have been killed in both body and soul. He felt a great danger. At this moment, Mu Qing Tian definitely had the ability to kill him. He couldn't help but be moved. This kind of power seemed to be a type of great Tao energy. Young Master, leave quickly. The two half-saint great demons struggled to rush forward. Their demonic bodies were shattered and they suffered a great impact. Their origin was already injured. Young Master Devilsky didn't say anything and turned to leave. Haha! Even the dignified young Master Devilsky wants to escape? Mu Qing Tian laughed loudly. He waved the withered branch in his hand and activated the great Tao energy towards the two old demons. The two old demons didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape and were completely destroyed. These were two half-saint great demons who had cultivated for countless years. Yet they were so easily killed by Mu Qing Tian. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even a powerful half-saint was no different than an ant in front of Mu Qing Tian. The two old devils managed to buy some time for young Lord Devilsky. Young Lord Devilsky immediately turned into a beam of devil light and executed his Devil Dao escape technique. In an instant, he rushed into the boundless deathly aura in the periphery of the void. While Mu Qing Tian and young Master Devilsky were fighting, the terrifying figure that walked out from the ghost town had already started fighting with Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man. Even with saint weapons, Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were in great danger. There were a few times when they were almost attacked by the extremely evil figure. Is this thing really indestructible? After Mu Qing Tian scared away the young Master Devilsky, he once again faced the evil saint evil spirit. This evil saint evil spirit made him feel helpless. This thing was simply a terrifying existence with an indestructible body. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share. Target equals, blank. Chapter 1343. The demonic Sky Young Master was actually scared away, and the two half-step sage demons were also killed by Mu Qing Tian. Mu Qing Tian was simply invincible with the Extreme Dao Saint artifact. However, even with the Extreme Dao Saint artifact, he still couldn't destroy the evil saint evil spirit. As long as the saint corpse was still around, the saint evil spirit would not be destroyed. Unless the saint corpse was destroyed, the Saint Evil Spirit would completely disappear from this world. The Saint Evil Spirit was born from the Saint Corpse. If the Saint Corpse was destroyed, the Saint Evil Spirit would lose its source of power and would quickly dissipate. You guys hold this thing back. I will enter the Ghost City to obtain the legendary heaven-defying Dao fruit. Mu Qingtian didn't hesitate any longer. He turned into a divine light and rushed into the Ghost City. Boom! The instant Mu Qingtian entered the Ghost City, a loud sound came from within. 9 streams of deathly aura descended from the sky and turned into 9 dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at Mu Qingtian. The terrifying power of the Saint Grade was vast and mighty, causing the entire Ghost City to shake. Blood-chilling roars came from all over the Ghost City. One after another, terrifying figures walked out of the ghost town. Humph! Just a bunch of dead things. How dare you block my path? Mu Qingtian sneered. At this moment, the withered branch in his hand emitted a hazy purple light that enveloped him. The power of death that surged in from all directions was blocked by this purple light. Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and struck upwards. The 9 dragons that were descending from the sky were immediately dispersed, and a monstrous death energy exploded outwards. Rumble! The entire Ghost City shook violently. Although the vast and mighty power was powerful, it couldn't damage a single brick or tile in the Ghost City. The Ghost City gathered an endless amount of death chi. This power was definitely comparable to the power of the extreme Dao. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful. Only the supreme characters of the extreme Dao would be able to create such a heaven-defying formation in the Saint Burial Ground. An ordinary saint would not be able to create such a formation. After dispersing the 9 dragons, Mu Qingtian held the withered branch and walked towards the tallest palace in the center of the Ghost City. An extremely weak fluctuation of life was emitted from that palace. A little bit of life was derived from the endless death. It was in that ancient palace. It was a heaven-defying Dao fruit that seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, becoming a saint would not be a problem. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, was once a demon saint like Old Tortoise. However, their cultivation levels had fallen from the saint tier. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, only such a heaven-defying fruit of the way could give them hope of recovering their former cultivation and strength. Gu Fei used the anti-void mystic art to hide in the void, watching this scene nervously. Who would not be envious of such a heaven-defying Dao fruit? He was no exception. However, the Ghost City was filled with endless dangers. He was not willing to take the risk. Outside the Ghost City, the ancient Emperor Xian and the old man joined hands to block the Saint Fiend. The flying immortal sword light swept across the heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. It slashed the fiend into several pieces. However, even if the fiend was slashed by the saint weapon, it would recover in an instant. It was as if it had never suffered any attack. The old man was also amazing. His saint weapon was also a divine sword. However, this divine sword was different from the others. It was an invisible divine sword. The sword light was invisible. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Even the fluctuation of the sword qi could not be felt. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a sword-controlling technique. At this time, the Ghost City changed again. When Mu Qingtian arrived in front of the palace in the center of the Ghost City, several terrifying figures appeared around him without a sound. They had faint and illusory bodies and a heart-palpitating death aura. These were 8 terrifying existences that seemed to have crawled out from hell. Being surrounded by these 8 evil figures, even Mu Qingtian's expression couldn't help changing. These 8 figures weren't ordinary creatures of death. 8 saint fiends? How is this possible? When Mu Qingtian saw these 8 figures, he felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that there were actually 9 saints buried in this Ghost City? After all, only a saint-level existence, after their death, their resentment would not be extinguished. Only then would they be able to give birth to this kind of extremely evil and evil saint evil spirit. After the 8 figures appeared, the boundless death energy in the Ghost City immediately converged towards them in a frenzy. The 8 illusory figures immediately solidified. It was as if the 8 fallen saints were about to come back to life. Very quickly, the 8 ancient people emitting the aura of saint-level experts appeared in front of Mu Qingtian. It was as if 8 real saints had descended. Mu Qingtian's heart trembled. These 8 saint fiends were too terrifying. They had actually reached this level. Could it be that these 8 ancient people had really been revived using this method? How could a fallen person be reborn? Especially when a saint died. Even if their physical bodies could be preserved, their souls would definitely have been destroyed. Perhaps this was a different kind of rebirth. Although Mu Qingtian was surrounded, he didn't panic. His expression was incomparably solemn. The 8 ancient people had surrounded him and could attack him at any time. Boom! The void trembled. A tall and thin old man standing in front of Mu Qingtian made a move. He extended his hand and a terrifying destructive energy spread out from that hand, obliterating Gu Fei. Black and white energy revolved in the palm of that hand, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The 2 Taiji eyes were like 2 bottomless pits, emitting a heaven-devouring power that wanted to devour Mu Qingtian. World-exterminating samsara palm? Mu Qingtian was startled. He recognized this move. The world-exterminating samsara hand was very famous in the ancient era. It was a killer move created by a human race saint. Once the world-exterminating samsara palm was unleashed, even a sage would fall into the cycle of reincarnation and be completely obliterated, unable to even become a ghost. Mu Qingtian didn't think too much about it. He soared into the sky and dodged the old man's move. But at the same time, the other 7 ancient men attacked as well. All kinds of terrifying life and death great technique were unleashed by these people. Terrifying holy level power spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked. These 8 fiends were too terrifying. They could actually use all kinds of great life-killing techniques from when they were still alive, as if they had truly been reborn. This was too strange and terrifying. Mu Qingtian was in a dangerous situation. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1344. The ghost town actually gave birth to 9 sage fiends. This is absolutely heaven-defying. How could a single place give birth to so many fiends? The method of the person who set up this heaven-shaking scheme is too terrifying. Could it be that this person actually killed 9 sages and buried their corpses in the ghost town? Only a place where sages have fallen and their corpses are not destroyed can give birth to sage fiends. Because only sage corpses can give birth to this kind of extremely vicious and evil thing. A fiend was entangled by the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man outside the ghost town. However, when Mu Qingtian approached the palace at the center of the ghost town, 8 terrifying silhouettes silently appeared. Endless death energy condensed into 9 dragon-like chi pillars. They dropped down from the sky and entered the ghost town in 9 different directions. There, supreme death creatures were swallowing death energy. The figures of the 9 fiends became solid. Finally, the 9 fiends revealed their appearance when they were alive. They were 9 sage-rank existences. Bam! Outside the ghost town, the fiend blasted out with his palm, causing the void to collapse. He directly sent the flying immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying. This was the power of a sage-rank existence. The fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive. It was a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. This middle-aged man should have cultivated the immortal Tao when he was alive. Even the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian was sent flying. This caused the immortal sword of the primordial era to be shocked. When the middle-aged man sent the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying, an invisible sword light silently streaked across the void and chopped off one of the middle-aged man's arms. However, although the fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive, it was not the sage from the primordial era. The middle-aged man did not feel anything when his arm was chopped off and directly attacked the old man. Buzz! The middle-aged man extended his other hand, and 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand, transforming into 5 swords of death that pierced towards the old man. The death sword, condensed from boundless death energy, emitted sword chi ripples that tore through the void, displaying a terrifying might. The old man hurriedly used the formless sword to protect himself. This was a clash between swords. The formless sword blocked 3 of the death sword lights, but it was sent flying by the 4th death sword light. Swoosh! The 5th deathly sword beam pierced through the old man's left shoulder, sending him flying over 10,000 feet away. Black blood gushed out from the wound. This was a type of corpse poison. The death sword light contained the corpse poison of a saint's evil fiend. This corpse poison was extremely terrifying, and even the old man's blood had turned black. A layer of black air appeared on the elder's face as well. He quickly consumed the spiritual medicine and sat in the air with his legs crossed. Using the invisible sword to protect himself, he used his spiritual energy to expel the poison. Saint-level corpse poison was not something that ordinary corpse poisons could compare to. As long as one came into contact with this corpse poison, even a saint-level being would be in danger. The flesh around the old man's wounds could rot, and even his bones could be seen. Roar! The old man desperately used his spiritual energy to prevent the corpse poison from spreading in his body. However, nothing came out even after doing so. His vitality was rapidly being corroded by the corpse poison. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. A saint-level corpse poison was too terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand it. Elder Long, what happened to you? Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's entire body shone with immortal light. 9 beams of immortal light danced around his body like divine rainbows. Each beam of immortal light emitted powerful fluctuations that blocked the middle-aged man who was rushing over, not allowing him to get close to him. What a terrifying corpse poison! The old man called Elder Long could no longer remain calm. The corpse poison in his body uncontrollably spread throughout his body, and his vitality was being corroded. Roar! He let out a loud roar. His postnatal head split open, and a small person wrapped in a divine light rushed out from his cracked skull. This was Elder Long's primordial spirit. The corpse poison of a saint was extremely terrifying. The old man's body had already been corroded by the corpse poison. He could only use this method to survive by abandoning his body. Bang! The moment the old man's primordial spirit rushed out of his body turned into a black mist and dissipated in the void. In just a moment, the corpse poison of a half-step saint turned into a black mist. Not even his bones were left behind. Everything was corroded by the corpse poison. Dao friend Yuan Gu, I'll be leaving first. The old man's primordial spirit sent out a divine sense fluctuation and then soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. With only his primordial spirit left, the old man could no longer compete for the Dao fruit in the ghost town. The primordial ancient Emperor Xian was both startled and angry. The corpse poison of the evil fiend was extremely terrifying. One of his allies actually withdrew just like that, causing him to lose a capable helper. Buzz! The soaring immortal sword vibrated and a powerful sword energy spread out, tearing apart the void. It continuously collided with the 10 deathly sword lights that rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. The middle-aged saint seemed to have come back to life. He could actually display the divine abilities of a saint and fight endlessly against the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. The powerful aura of a saint spread out from the middle-aged man's body, pressuring the primordial ancient Emperor Xian to the point of suffocation. This was the true power of a saint. Even a half-step saint like him would not be able to withstand it without the protection of a saint weapon. The old man's withdrawal put the primordial ancient Emperor Xian in danger. He was forced to retreat step by step by the middle-aged saint and could be pierced by the deathly sword lights at any time. At this time, Elder Long's primordial spirit had already rushed into the deathly aura at the periphery of this space. The invisible divine sword was also a saint weapon, and it protected Elder Long's primordial spirit as it quickly escaped. Although his physical body had been completely corroded by the corpse poison and had been completely destroyed, at Elder Long's level of cultivation, he would not truly die as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed. Although Elder Long had lost his physical body, he only needed to find a cultivator with an excellent physique and seize their body. There was a chance that he would be able to completely recover. However, there was someone who had no intention of letting Elder Long go. Humph. You're just unlucky to be standing with the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. I can only kill you. Gu Fei's body merged with the void as he silently chased after Elder Long. The enemy's ally was also his enemy. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of Elder Long's predicament to eliminate this powerful enemy so that he would not become a threat in the future. Soon, Gu Fei caught up to Elder Long. Bang! He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that emitted endless divine light broke through the deathly aura. It descended from the sky and grabbed at the escaping light below. Who is it? Elder Long roared in rage. His face turned pale with fright. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that someone would actually attack him. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao descended from the gigantic hand in the sky. The gigantic hand enveloped the entire area, locking down the entire space. There was no way for him to escape. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1345. Boom! Boundless fist intent burst forth, and a terrifying aura spread out, shaking the entire world, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the space due to the terrifying power. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to lose color and the earth to tremble. This kind of power seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's fist energy was unparalleled. His golden fist blossomed with endless divine light as he struck out the metal element fist. The power of the metal element surged violently, displaying an invincible fist intent that pressed forward with indomitable will. Roar! Elder Long's primordial spirit roared. The invisible divine sword emitted a transparent sword light that tore through the void and met Gu Fei's fist. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of dark spatial cracks converged towards Gu Fei. Break for me! Gu Fei's fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. It shattered the thousands of dark spatial cracks and collapsed the void under Gu Fei's fist. The golden fist shattered the layers of invisible sword chi and sent Elder Long's primordial spirit flying. Cracks appeared on Elder Long's primordial spirit. This fist contained Dao power and displayed an invincible fist intent. It almost blew up Elder Long's primordial spirit, which shocked Elder Long, too strong. What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be? It's the legendary ancient martial arts? Elder Long's primordial spirit thought quickly. His opponent's cultivation and strength were too terrifying. Elder Long had lived for countless years and was an old antique in the heaven realm. He had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. This time, he was invited by the primordial Emperor Xian. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Elder Long knew that he had met a lifetime enemy. He had not met many opponents like this in his long life. This young cultivator exuded the aura of a saint. However, this person was definitely not a saint. If this person was a saint, he would have been killed in a second. A half-saint with a holy weapon could display the power of a saint. However, it was a different matter when a true saint used the power of a saint. Without becoming a sage, one would never know how terrifying a sage was. Only by reaching that height would one know what a sage was. Who the hell are you? Elder Long's primordial spirit was truly afraid. The battle prowess that the other party had displayed was incomparably powerful. Even if he were at his peak condition, he would probably not be a match for the other party, let alone now that he was only left with his primordial spirit. Humph! Those who are about to die don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei sneered. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Elder Long's primordial spirit. Bas! Elder Long was terrified. The formless divine sword trembled, and his primordial spirit fused with the divine sword. Then, it turned into a streak of formless and transparent sword light. It rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Where do you think you're going? A beam of purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows again. It was as if another eye had opened up. The power of his soul shot out from the beam of light and turned into a sword of the way. It slashed towards the invisible sword light that rose into the sky. The formless sword light had nowhere to hide from his martial arts' heavenly eye. Clang! The primordial sword of the way arrived first even though it was launched later. It fiercely slashed the invisible sword light, slashing out Elder Long's primordial spirit, who had fused with the divine sword. Then, the sword of the way twisted upwards, directly killing Elder Long's primordial spirit. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Elder Long's body and soul were both destroyed. A divine sword condensed in the void. It was a divine sword that was as transparent as crystal. The saint weapon, shadowless sword? When Gu Fei saw the divine sword, his eyes lit up. After Elder Long's primordial spirit was destroyed, the divine sword floated in the void. It did not fly away. It even made a sound from time to time, as if it was wailing. It was filled with spirituality. There was no reason to let go of such a saint weapon. Gu Fei extended his hand, wanting to grab the invisible divine sword. However, at this moment, the invisible divine sword emitted a terrifying wave of sword chi. Ha! Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was the saint weapon's resistance. It would take a lot of effort to subdue such a saint weapon. It would not succeed in a short period of time. Bas! A circle of sword wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the invisible divine sword. Gu Fei only felt a stinging pain from his palm, as if it was cut by countless sharp blades. Even the sovereign martial body could feel the pain. The sword qi emitted by the saint weapon was too sharp and powerful. If it was an ordinary sovereign martial body, they would have already been pierced by the sword qi. Even a half-saint would find it hard to withstand this sword wave. However, Gu Fei was not a half-saint. He did not use his own body to resist the sword wave that was spreading out. His primordial spirit entered the saint-tier battle puppet. His divine sense covered the entire body of the battle puppet. He could still feel the pain. This was a feeling that originated from the spiritual level. Immortal Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew upon the power of the great Tao, and his right hand was also covered in Tao patterns. In the end, he still grabbed the invisible divine sword in his hand. Bas! The invisible divine sword struggled in Gu Fei's hand like a spirit snake. It emitted an invisible sword qi that cut the void. Countless black threads as thin as hair seemed to extend from Gu Fei's hand. They were the cracks in the space that were torn by the invisible sword light. All right. Gu Fei used his Tao power to suppress the saint weapon. However, he found that there was an unyielding will coming from the saint weapon. He knew that this was the imprint left by the original owner of the saint weapon. Only by erasing the imprint in the saint weapon could he refine the saint weapon for his own use. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not have time to refine the saint weapon. He tried and knew that it would not work. So, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw the invisible divine sword into it. The mountain and river cauldron was enough to suppress the invisible divine sword. He did not need to worry that the divine sword would be taken away by others when it was inside the mountain and river cauldron. No one could take away the invisible divine sword when it was suppressed by the divine weapon. Even the first owner of the invisible divine sword was absolutely powerless. Gu Fei's harvest was not small after killing the half-step sage Elder Long and taking away the invisible divine sword. It should be known that the invisible divine sword was a saint's sword. Yuan Gu, don't die so quickly. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly flew in the direction of the ghost city. He was not optimistic about the chances of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian. It should be known that there were 9 sage evil spirits in the ghost city. The strength of each evil spirit was infinitely close to that of a sage. Even if they were not sages, they were terrifying existences at the quasi-sage realm. Even if Mu Qingtian had an extreme Dao Saint artifact, he might not be able to deal with 9 quasi-sage existences. Please go to the ghost city. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1346. The heavenly demon flag displayed supreme demonic might in heavenly venerate Mo's hand. Even a demonic quasi-sage would be sent flying by it. If a quasi-sage were to be swept by the heavenly demon flag, his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. However, all the quasi-sages present had holy weapons, so it was not easy to kill them. Mu Qingtian had already chased away the leaders of the heavenly realm. The remaining 5 or 6 people were all incomparably powerful. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful when facing such existences. The profound Heaven Holy Land's arcane guru and the star constellation quasi-sage couldn't compare to these existences. Some of these people had already become famous in the late period of the Great Desolate Era. Boom! A childlike expert blasted out a punch. The entire world shook. He was clad in a layer of pitch-black armor, only his head exposed. Although his divine material was small, it was much more powerful than anyone else's. He had unexpectedly clashed head-on with the heavenly demon flag. The heavenly devil flag danced and the power of Devil Path surged out. The black-armored boy was sent flying. Although the boy was sent flying, he wasn't seriously injured. Ancient divine runes appeared on the black armor on his body, repelling all the demonic power that surged towards him, making it difficult for it to harm him. Is that a great saint-level divine armor? Everyone was shocked. The boy was incomparably powerful. He was wearing a great saint-level divine armor, yet he didn't seem to be affected by the heavenly demon flag. 9th Nether Child? Someone recognized the origin of this black-armored childlike expert. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. This 9th Nether Child's origin was not simple. A quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain? Mu Qingtian was also shocked. Although he had an extreme life form, he still felt extremely strained when facing such an existence. Heavenly Venerate Mo, ninth Nether Child. Why did these old fogies come out? Although the primordial Emperor Xian was a supreme, his cultivation and strength were nothing compared to these old fogies. Buzz! The flying celestial sword vibrated and released beams of resplendent flying celestial sword light. They pierced through the void and slashed towards Heavenly Lord Mo's sword. Energy rushed into the sky. However, Heavenly Venerate Mo merely slapped out with his palm and shattered the thousands of sword lights from the flying celestial swords. The power of the demon path surged like a great river toward Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, sending him flying thousands of feet away. Wow! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stabilized his body. His face flushed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the blood essence of a half-step saint. Each drop contained a great amount of immortal Tao power. A drop of blood from a half-step saint could kill an immortal. The cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage was so strong that it was almost at the level of a sage. Although Heavenly Venerable Mo wasn't a sage, every single move he made contained great sacred arts. Even a half-step saint with a saint weapon is no match for him? Gu Fei, who was hiding to the side, couldn't help feeling apprehensive. The terror of a quasi-sage wasn't something he could imagine. The arrival of a quasi-sage had changed the course of the battle in the City of Death. This kind of existence had lived for countless years and cultivated their entire lives in order to become a sage. The hope of becoming a sage could drive them crazy. Even if they had to slaughter their way through millions of miles, they still had to obtain it. The City of Death was floating in the sky. Only 6 of the 9 sage fiends remained. In other words, 3 of the 9 sage corpses had been destroyed. Who had done this? Was it Mu Qing Tian? Or was it Heavenly Venerable Mo who wielded the Heavenly Devil flag? Was the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the City of Death already taken by someone? Gu Fei weighed the current situation. The grand momentum of this world had already been broken, and the power comparable to the extreme Tao had been weakened. At this time, Gu Fei could use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Void Reversal Secret Art. His body merged with the void, avoiding everyone's eyes and ears as he flew toward the City of Death in the sky. The originally perfectly fine City of Death was now in ruins. However, 6 locations within the City of Death were still emitting terrifying fluctuations of the Sage realm. Even though Gu Fei had entered the Saint-tier battle avatar, he still felt his soul trembling. This was an oppressive sage might. Even if a sage had fallen, their corpses still couldn't be profaned. Ordinary people simply couldn't endure the sage aura coming from their corpses. The palace at the center of the City of Death had disappeared. The heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured by the City of Death had been taken by someone. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. The heaven-defying life force had disappeared. A tiny bit of life had been born from the endless death. This was the fortune of heaven and earth. That tiny bit of life had boundless miraculous uses. It contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth and could help a person become a sage. Demon Sky Sovereign, quickly hand over that heaven-defying Tao fruit. A golden-haired middle-aged man roared. He held a golden holy sword in his hand as he arrived before Demon Sky Sovereign and directly slashed at his head. Another quasi-sage. A terrifying saint-tier power erupted from the golden divine sword. The golden sword light soared for tens of thousands of meters as if it could split the heaven and earth in half. The heaven-defying Tao fruit was taken by that devil? Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. That devil had the ultimate devil weapon, the heavenly devil flag. It seemed like only he could break into the City of Death and seize the Tao fruit. Bam! Without any suspense, that golden-haired quasi-sage was sent flying by Demon Sky Sovereign. The golden sword light shattered and the power of the heavenly devil flag engulfed the heaven and earth. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth was shaken by the unimaginable power of the heavenly devil flag. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The heavenly devil flag didn't display the ultimate devil might, but it wasn't something ordinary holy weapons could compare to. Let's go! Mu Qing Tian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked. Although he wasn't a half-saint or a half-saint, he could fight with them. The reason why he had such combat strength was because of the purple branch in his hand. It was a branch that had been cut off from the heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree. Swoosh! Mu Qing Tian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked Sky Lord Demon. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the branch, but there were traces of the great Tao circulating around it. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the branch. This was a kind of Tao law, And it was this kind of great Tao God law that made Skylord Mo's expression turn serious. The Tao law that shot out from the withered branch swept through everything, breaking through the layers of demonic energy and hitting the heavenly demon flag. Boom! The void was annihilated, and the purple withered branch collided with the heavenly demon flag. This was a confrontation of the great path divine laws, and it resulted in terrifying consequences. The entire world was annihilated, turning into a chaotic void. Mu Qingtian and Demon Sky Sovereign were both sent flying backwards. Neither of them had gained the upper hand in this exchange. To see the first ad free, please go to Please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1347. Extreme Tao Saint Artifact. Heavenly Venerable Mo's heart trembled. The withered branch in his opponent's hand was actually able to withstand the heavenly devil flag without breaking. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that the heavenly devil flag was an extreme Tao devil weapon. A withered branch that looked like it could break at any time and was covered in insect bites was actually able to contend against an extreme Tao devil weapon. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Is it really an extreme Tao Saint artifact? Everyone couldn't help but move away from Mu Qingtian. If that withered branch was truly an extreme Tao Saint artifact, wouldn't their lives be in danger if they were hit by it? An extreme Tao Saint artifact wasn't an extreme Tao Saint weapon. They were two different things. A saint artifact wouldn't give birth to a weapon soul, but the Tao laws contained within it were no small matter. Those were the Tao laws of extreme Tao. Even if an extreme Tao Saint artifact didn't have a weapon soul, it could still contend against extreme Tao Saint weapons. The power of Tao laws could sweep through everything. Everyone looked at Mu Qingtian in a different light. This guy didn't reveal anything before, but he was actually a ferocious person. Everyone had misjudged him. The heavenly demon lineage's techniques were unique. No one could see through Mu Qingtian's depth. But since he was able to fight against everyone treated him as a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint holding an extreme Tao Saint artifact. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. The Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town is on this devil's body? Gu Fei already knew the origin of the withered branch, so he wasn't that shocked. He only cared about the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town. Haha! You guys can't stop me. Not long from now, my demonic lineage will have a devil saint. Heavenly Venerable Mo waved the heavenly devil flag and rushed out. Bang! Boom! Two quasi-saints attacked with their saint weapons, unleashing saint-grade Tao laws. They activated the power of the great Tao and shattered the void, wanting to stop Heavenly Venerable Mo. In the hands of a quasi-saint, a saint weapon could definitely display around 80% of its power, equivalent to 80% of a saint's power. Even in this sealed void, it could still pierce through heaven and earth. However, this terrifying saint-level power was unable to stop Empyrean Mo. He used the heavenly demon flag to protect himself as he directly passed through the destructive power. The demonic flag released a vast and mighty fluctuation, which broke through the layers of energy turbulence and rushed out. Swoosh! The heavenly devil flag waved, sweeping away the two saint weapons. The two quasi-sages coughed up blood as they retreated. Although they attacked with all their might, they were unable to stop Heavenly Sovereign Mo. Nine Nether Samsara. A small figure appeared before the Heavenly Lord Demon before displaying an unparalleled technique. The entire world suddenly darkened as though a 9 hells had appeared in the world. Rumble! 9 black holes appeared in front of 9 Nether Child, spewing out 9 Nether Essence Chi. Each black hole produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed Heavenly Sovereign Mo. These 9 black holes seemed to be connected to the real Netherworld realm, and the cries of ghosts that would make one's scalp go numb were transmitted from them. Everyone retreated. Netherworld Child was a famous expert. When he attacked with his full strength, it was no small matter. The 9 black holes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. The people from the Undying Mountain are really terrifying. Legend has it that the Undying Mountain is the cultivation ground of the ancient underworld sages. This Netherworld Child should be a descendant of the underworld sages, someone whispered. The Undying Mountain lineage was not the strongest among the many forces in the heaven realm, but it was not the weakest either. The Netherworld Child had appeared in this lineage, shocking all the other giants. In an era where sages did not appear, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. If a force had a quasi-sage, that force would definitely become one of the top forces in the entire heaven realm. Netherworld old ghost. You are courting death. Heavenly Sovereign Mo roared as he activated the demonic flag. He did not hesitate to consume a large amount of essence chi, causing the demonic flag to erupt with unimaginably powerful demonic Tao power. This demonic Tao power destroyed everything in its path, directly shattering the 9 black holes. Then, it struck the Netherworld child who was behind the 9 black holes. Bang! The black armor on Netherworld child's body collapsed under this power, and a burst of bone-cracking sound came from his body. The quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain, Netherworld child, was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the power that erupted from the demonic flag. The black armor on his body was cracked. The great sage-level armor was cracked, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The power that erupted from the demonic flag was not the extreme power, but it could already crack the great sage-level armor. If such a force were to strike a quasi-sage, that quasi-sage would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul, turning into a mist of blood. Netherworld child had the protection of the great sage-level armor, but his bones and tendons were still broken, and his body was seriously injured. Kill. When the others saw that Netherworld child was defeated, they knew that they had no choice but to join forces. The 5 powerhouses seemed to have a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they activated their saint weapons. 5 divine lights tore through the void of heaven and earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven and earth. A power that could destroy heaven and earth was released to its heart's content, causing the entire prison to shake. On the ground and in the void, the extreme Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the extreme power of the great Tao, and stabilizing this part of the void. The broken ghost town in the sky was almost blown away by the power of the 5 saint weapons, and the extreme Tao runes also appeared on the ghost town. Boom! Boundless deathly aura burst out from the ghost town. Overflowing deathly aura rushed out from 6 directions of the ghost town. 6 terrifying silhouettes appeared within the deathly aura. The sage fiends appeared again. Previously, these 6 fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, were heavily injured by Heavenly Venerable Devil's demonic flag. Then, these 6 fiends retreated into the ghost town in the sky. 6 terrifying fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, rushed out of the ghost town, and all 6 sage-level fiends rushed towards Heavenly Venerable Devil. The heaven-defying Tao nurtured in the ghost town is really on Heavenly Venerable Devil's body? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he vaguely guessed that the hope of becoming a sage born in the ghost town had been snatched away by this old devil. However, at this time, everyone crazily attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. The 6 sage fiends were extremely ferocious, and directly attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. This caused Heavenly Venerable Devil to be in big trouble. Unless the sage corpses were destroyed, these 6 fiends would not disappear. Hoo! A gale suddenly rose, and the devil energy was vast and mighty. Heavenly Venerable Devil brandished the demonic flag, blocking the 6 sage fiends. Swish! At the same time, a purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, shooting towards Heavenly Venerable Devil's head. In the end, he still made his move. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to, please share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1348. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path was a supreme Tao technique with heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword and launched an all-out attack at Demon Sky Lord, displaying terrifying power. The primordial spirit sword specialized in cutting primordial spirits. It flashed through the void and pierced through Demon Sky Lord's head. Roar! Empyrean Mo sensed danger, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He roared angrily and desperately dodged to the left. The primordial soul Tao sword brushed past his right cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. In that moment of imminent peril, Empyrean Mo managed to avoid a fatal strike. Even so, he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart raced. Who attacked your ancestor? Demon Sky Lord was both shocked and angry. The opponent's immortal techniques were unparalleled and posed a great threat to him. Even with the heavenly demon flag, he was still in danger. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and then revealed his true body in the void. The powerful aura of a saint emanated from his body, shocking everyone. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret technique, had heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's body melted into the void. If he hadn't come out himself, no one would have been able to sense his presence. It's you. Among the people present, Mu Qingtian and Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu were the most shocked because they had fought with Gu Fei before. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu even had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his son. But at this time, personal grudges seemed insignificant. I'll settle the score with you after I get rid of this demon. Gu Fei glanced at Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian, then said expressionlessly. Both Emperor Xian of the Eastern Lands and the Son of the Sky Demon were his greatest enemies. His cultivation. When Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian sensed the saint-level fluctuations coming from Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei's cultivation had risen to this level. Swoosh! At that moment, the 6 sage evils displayed their supreme might, forcing Heavenly Venerate Mo to constantly retreat. Heavenly Venerate Mo had already expended a lot of his Yuan Qi. Facing the 6 quasi-sage evils, he found it extremely taxing. Rumble! The celestial demon flag danced, and demonic patterns of the Great Path appeared on it. The demonic patterns of the Great Path drew upon the power of the Great Path, and the entire world trembled under the power of the Great Path. The 6 saint evil spirits were blocked by the heavenly demon flag and were unable to attack Demon Lord. They were unable to pose any threat to him, but Demon Lord knew very well that as long as he revealed the slightest flaw, he would be torn to shreds by the 6 evil spirits. Bas! The golden divine blade hummed as the golden-haired middle-aged man rushed over from afar, slashing down directly at Emperor Mo, who was surrounded by the 6 fiends. Swoosh! The golden saber light soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It tore open a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Mo waved the celestial demon flag, shattering the resplendent golden saber light and forcing the golden-haired middle-aged man to retreat. If not for the fact that he was entangled by the 6 evil spirits, it would not have been as simple as forcing the middle-aged man to retreat. At that moment, 9th Netherchild seemed to have consumed some divine medicine to recover. He charged at Emperor Mo ferociously. Kill! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and struck at Emperor Mo. He did not need to use his demonic powers. It looked like the most ordinary attack, but such an attack made Emperor Mo feel immense danger. The Great Path divine laws contained within the Supreme Sage artifact was equivalent to a part of the Great Path. Although it was just an ordinary attack, even a sage would die if they were hit. Boom! Gu Fei displayed his supreme fist intent as he attacked with all his might. 5 small worlds appeared around him as the 5 elemental void revolved around him, emitting the monstrous power of the 5 elements. Is this the legendary flawless 5 elements fist? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The cultivation method that Gu Fei displayed was not the immortal path, nor was it the divine path, nor was it the Buddhist path or the demon path. This was a supreme physical technique that was different from other cultivation systems. Only the descendants of the supreme martial ancestor could master such a combat technique because this combat technique was created by the supreme martial ancestor. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist with the power of a sage. The void around him was collapsing. This extreme fist intent almost collapsed the void of this part of the world. Bang! Gu Fei channeled the fire void around him to his right fist, and then blasted a punch at Emperor Mo. The fist force shook the world, and monstrous flames swept forward, rushing towards Emperor Mo. Everyone was attacking Emperor Mo. The entire void of the world was drowned by various divine laws. The power of a sage was surging, crushing everything. It was as if 6 great sages were attacking with all their might. Such an attack would even make a great sage's expression change. Such power was too powerful. The void of the world was annihilated. Emperor Mo was at the center of the destruction, enduring an unimaginable pressure. Even with the protection of the heavenly devil flag, he still suffered a great impact, constantly vomiting blood. Emperor Mo displayed supreme demonic might, withstanding everyone's attack with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength made everyone's heart palpitate. If this devil escaped today, it would be a disaster. If this devil took revenge on everyone, the heavenly domain would flow with rivers of blood. Moreover, the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town was taken away by this devil. In the future, the demons might be able to give birth to a devil saint. There was no saint in the world. If a devil saint was born among the demons, then the demons would be able to sweep the entire heavenly domain. At that time, all living beings in the world would be threatened. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. Everyone didn't hold back, using their full strength to control their saint weapons. The combination of a quasi-saint and a saint weapon could allow the saint weapon to unleash its greatest power. Heaven and earth were pierced. Primal chaos energy was also shot out. The heavenly devil flag in Empyrean Mo's hand displayed a terrifying demonic might, withstanding almost all the attacks. But even so, Empyrean Mo's Niwen Palace was almost pierced by Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformation sword several times, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Empyrean Mo had lived for countless years and cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. He was very knowledgeable and could recognize the supreme immortal technique Gu Fei used. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was only a legend in the world of cultivation. It had already been millions of years since they appeared. But now, the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had reappeared. Could it be that a grand era was about to appear? An incomparably prosperous era was about to appear. The heavens and earth sensed it and began to change. This was an era where heroes rose together. The opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. Even without a heaven-defying Tao fruit, in this grand era, there might still be a dazzling character who could prove his Tao and become a saint since time immemorial. The entire void of heaven and earth was marked with extreme Tao runes. Even Empyrean Mo found it hard to break through the void and escape. He had become everyone's public enemy. Damn it! Empyrean Mo continuously used the heavenly devil flag. This consumed a great deal of his origin energy. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. 10-directional annihilation. Empyrean Mo roared. His long hair wildly danced in the wind. He didn't hesitate to use up a great deal of his origin energy to control the heavenly devil flag with all his strength. A strand of demonic might immediately surged out from the heavenly devil flag. Swish! The figures of the 6 terrifying fiends turned blurry. Under the impact of this demonic might, the 6 terrifying fiends comparable to quasi-saints were nearly destroyed. The saint fiends were heavily injured and once again retreated to the crumbling ghost city in the sky. As long as the saint's corpse was not destroyed, it would continue to exist. It could only be heavily injured, but it could not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it could be reborn from the saint's corpse. Aside from Mu Qingtian, everyone who attacked, including Gu Fei, was sent flying thousands of feet away by the demonic might that surged out from the heavenly devil flag. An extreme saint artifact was extraordinary. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand emitted a great Tao divine law at the critical moment. It enveloped him and blocked the demonic might of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei did not use the mountain and river cauldron. Now was not the time. He wanted to exhaust Empyrean Mo to death. No one knew better than Gu Fei the consequences of using an extreme saint artifact. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this insufferably arrogant Empyrean Mo exhausted his origin energy and was at the mercy of others. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying by the demonic might of the heavenly devil flag, a sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a resplendent sword light tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. The flying immortal sword. Yuan ancient Emperor Xian was attacking. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to slay this great enemy in front of him with the flying immortal sword. You! Gu Fei could not help but be enraged. Yuan ancient Emperor Xian actually regarded his personal vendetta as more important than anything else. He did not forget to attack him even at this time. The sword light from the flying immortal sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei and was about to pierce through him. At this critical moment, a strange power surged out from Gu Fei's body. Heaven and earth upheaval. Gu Fei bellowed. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body, forming an unfathomable force. Just as the flying immortal sword light was about to strike him, it unexpectedly flew back to the primordial Emperor Xian, heading straight for the primordial Emperor Xian. This primordial Emperor Xian also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He knew how terrifying this secret art was. He didn't think too much about it. His body surged with a wave, and his body suddenly became faint and illusory. It was as though his entire being was about to merge with the surrounding void. Swoosh! The flying immortal sword flew backward and slashed through the shadow of the primordial Emperor Xian. It was as if it had slashed through the void. Anti-void secret technique? Gu Fei's pupils constricted when he saw this. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target =_. Chapter 1349. Gu Fei used his Supreme Dao technique to reverse Emperor Xian's soaring immortal sword light. The soaring immortal sword light was so fast that it pierced through Emperor Xian's body. However, the Yuan Gu immortal emperor wasn't affected. The flying immortal sword light seemed to have pierced through an illusion, passing right through the Yuan Gu immortal emperor's body. Void reversal secret technique? Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. His opponent also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. These 9 secret techniques were known as undefeatable supreme techniques with heaven-defying might. Emperor Xian's body merged with the void as if he was one with the surrounding heaven and earth. He quickly moved through the void, evading the attack. Gu Fei didn't chase after him, because he couldn't spare any effort to deal with immortal Emperor Yuan Gu. Everyone was attacking Heavenly Venerate Mo Tianzuan, unleashing their strongest attacks. 5 elements unite. Gu Fei did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. Powerful ripples of the power of the 5 elements surged from his body. The power of the 5 elements gathered and intertwined within his body, causing an even more terrifying aura to radiate from his body. Boom! The endless power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. His fists seemed to become the sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire world. Rumble! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. The power of the 5 elements intertwined on his fists. On the surface of his fists, there were blurry Dao patterns emerging. This is too strong. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Fei's 2 punches. They hastily retreated. The terrifying fist energy was enough to make a true saint pale. Good. When Heavenly Venerable Mo saw Gu Fei unleashing his strongest attack, he was also shocked. However, with the Heavenly Devil flag in his hand, he was truly unafraid of anyone. The demonic flag fluttered, and a monstrous demonic aura burst out, instantly enveloping the entire area, drowning Gu Fei in an instant. The terrifying power of the demonic path rushed towards him. Gu Fei displayed his invincible fist intent, breaking through the layers of demonic aura and evolving the martial Dao's ultimate truth, raising the power of the flawless 5 elements fist to the limit he could reach. Boom! This was a terrifying collision that caused a deafening explosion. The entire world was torn apart, and pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the sky demon flag. The monstrous fist force shook the sky and earth. He was so ferocious that he dared to clash head-on with the extreme Dao demon weapon. An unimaginably ferocious destructive power erupted between Gu Fei and Empyrean demon. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from the heavenly demon flag, sending him flying. The sky demon flag suffered the impact of the flawless 5 elements fist. Countless ancient demonic runes appeared on the flag, triggering the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. This power wasn't the power of the extreme Dao, but it was enough to send Gu Fei flying. Roar! Empyrean demon roared. Although he had the extreme Dao demon flag, the sky demon flag was also shaken by Gu Fei's unparalleled fist force. The sky demon flag almost flew out of his hand, and he was forced to retreat 3 steps. This guy, Empyrean demon, was secretly shocked. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei was simply heaven-defying. It should be known that in the world, who dared to clash head-on with the legendary extreme Dao demon weapon? Swish! Just as Empyrean demon sent Gu Fei flying, a ghost-like figure silently appeared behind him and directly attacked. Rumble! 9 black holes suddenly appeared, swallowing Empyrean demon and the sky demon flag into the black holes. The one who attacked was Undying Mountain's 9th nether child. The world trembled, and the destructive power of the 9th nether surged in the black holes. The 9 black holes fused into one black hole, and the terrifying destructive power suddenly increased 10-fold. Roar! Empyrean demon roared again and again. He had encountered great danger in the black hole, but he hadn't been sent into reincarnation like the others. With the protection of the extreme Dao demon weapon, Empyrean demon's life was not in danger. I'm going to completely refine you. 9th nether child risked his life. Saint Tier power erupted from his body, and the Saint Tier armor on his body underwent some changes. Ancient Dao patterns appeared on the armor, drawing upon the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Dream on! Empyrean demon's voice came from the black hole. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the black hole, causing the entire black hole to shake. Bang! The void shattered, and the black hole almost collapsed. A figure rushed out from the depths of the black hole, and a black flag fluttered in his hand. The sky demon flag swept out, and the shattered black hole disappeared. The destructive aura that emanated from the sky demon flag made everyone's heart palpitate. There was no suspense. Although everyone had joined forces, they still couldn't completely suppress Empyrean Demon. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. Empyrean Demon took out a large amount of vitality recovery spiritual medicine and consumed them, quickly replenishing his vitality that had been mostly consumed. All of you can die now. After consuming a large amount of spiritual medicine, Empyrean Demon felt his body was full of power. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the giants of the heaven realm here. Endless power of the demonic way surged towards the sky demon flag. The great Tao demonic patterns on the flag immediately lit up, interweaving with terrifying power that belonged to the demonic way. Swish! Empyrean Demon suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he was already in front of the golden-haired quasi-sage. Then, he directly attacked, and the sky demon flag emitted a terrifying aura. Although the golden-haired quasi-sage had a saint weapon, he couldn't resist the extreme Tao demon weapon in Empyrean Demon's hand. The golden divine saber was sent flying, and the golden-haired quasi-sage's body was torn apart by this attack. What? This? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Empyrean Demon was too powerful. He didn't hesitate to use that strand of the extreme Tao god's power to kill a quasi-sage. Gu Fei soared into the sky and put away the golden divine saber that was sent flying. A powerhouse of a generation, an existence that was only one step away from vindicating the Tao, was killed by Empyrean Demon. It seems like I can't do it without using the extreme Tao god's weapon. Gu Fei knew that no one present was Empyrean Demon's opponent with the sky demon flag. The power of the extreme Tao god's weapon was not something ordinary people could imagine. Boom! At this time, the sky demon flag turned into a demonic cloud that blotted out the sky, covering everyone, including the floating ghost city in the sky. A fluctuation that caused all living beings to tremble spread out from the sky demon flag. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Empyrean Demon once again caused the sky demon flag to emit the extreme Tao god's demonic might. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to capture all of us in one fell swoop? Everyone cried out in alarm. Empyrean Demon didn't hesitate to consume his origin chi to control the sky demon flag. Under the demonic cloud formed by the sky demon flag, an endless void was shattered. The extreme Tao god's weapon shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was a spray of blood. Another expert was slain by the demon banner that descended from the sky. The destructive power directly destroyed his soul, wiping out his soul. Even the saint weapon on this powerhouse's body was shattered by the mighty power of the sky demon flag. The extreme Tao god's demonic might was extremely powerful. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, Mu Qing Tian, and the other powerhouses of the heavenly world were all horrified. They immediately tried to rush out, but the sky demon flag froze the entire space. The extreme Tao god's demonic might descended. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others immediately vomited blood. Their expressions became weary. This time they were doomed. Damn it! Mu Qing Tian was furious. He held the withered branch in his hand and struck forward. Under the impact of the extreme Tao god's demonic weapon, the withered branch emitted a purple divine light, and Tao rhyme circulated on it. The great Tao god rushed out from the withered branch and broke the imprisonment of the sky demon flag. Then, Mu Qing Tian and the others rushed out without looking back. The extreme Tao god's item was not ordinary. In a sense, it was equivalent to an extreme Tao god's weapon. It could display great power. Not everyone had this kind of extreme Tao god's item. The remaining people were not as lucky as Mu Qing Tian and the others. The sky demon flag pressed down from the sky, and the powerhouses continuously vomited blood. Their bodies were cracked, and terrifying bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. Even with the protection of the saint weapon, they still could not resist the extreme Tao god's might. The sky demon flag also cracked and almost destroyed. The sky demon flag also enveloped Gu Fei. The ghost city in the sky was shaking, and the houses in the ghost city were collapsing one after another. Sinister cracks appeared on the city walls. The extreme Tao god's demonic might emitted from the sky demon flag was something that even the ghost city could not withstand. Boom! At this time, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. After that, it rapidly grew bigger. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into chaos. A terrifying fluctuation that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared between heaven and earth. Buzz! The ancient cauldron trembled, and a transparent ripple spread out from it. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort. The ghost city instantly turned into dust and scattered down from the sky. The two extreme Tao gods' powers were fighting. The ghost city was the first to suffer, and the saint corpses in the ghost city could not escape either. They were directly destroyed by the two extreme Tao gods' powers. The 6 saint evil spirits that had already returned to their original bodies were also annihilated. The saint corpses were killed, and they lost their host bodies. The saint evil spirits no longer existed. The ghost city no longer existed, and the extreme Tao gods' demonic might was also dissolved by the fluctuation emitted by the ancient cauldron. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This is the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Demon Deity's voice was trembling. The mountain and river cauldron was the most mysterious extreme Tao god's weapon in the world. No one knew who refined it. Moreover, this ancient cauldron had already disappeared during the ancient desolate era. The ancient cauldron was engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. It gave off an aura of endless vicissitudes, and strands of primordial primal chaos energy were cascading down from above. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1350. The legendary mountain and river cauldron. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The mountain and river cauldron, the legendary supreme divine weapon that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had actually appeared at this time. Boom! Buzz! An ancient cauldron floated between heaven and earth, emitting a deafening sound. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and the power of the extreme Tao was awakening. The mountain and river cauldron was resisting the heavenly demon flag on its own. This was a contest between the extreme Tao sacred weapons. The extreme Tao demonic might from the heavenly demon flag caused the soul of the mountain and river cauldron to feel it, and it automatically activated the extreme Tao sacred might. Rumble! Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was being annihilated. Ancient extreme path Tao patterns appeared in this part of the world, but under the collision of the two extreme path powers, the ancient Tao patterns that were imprinted on the void and the ground collapsed and dissipated. Go! Everyone was frightened, and they immediately retreated far away. Gu Fei did not use the power of the extreme Tao to kill these people. He could not even spare his hands to deal with the ancient Emperor Xian. The extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was operating on its own. It was as if a supreme existence of the extreme Tao had awakened from the ancient cauldron, and the aura of the extreme Tao shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The expression of the ancient Emperor Xian was extremely unsightly. Gu Fei actually controlled the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, was also pale. He knew that they were in trouble. His bloodline and Gu Fei had already formed a deep hatred, and it seemed that it would be very difficult to resolve. At this moment, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Under the power of the extreme path, even a true sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Fortunately, the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag collided in the sky, and the power of the extreme Tao did not descend from the sky, which gave them a chance to survive. Gu Fei stood under the mountain and river cauldron, and he was as still as a mountain. At this time, he did not need to use the martial way true power to activate the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the extreme Tao protected him, and even the heavenly demon flag could not hurt him. The mountain and river cauldron lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's voice came down from the sky. The heavenly demon flag continued to expand infinitely, covering the entire sky and earth. The demonic might of the extreme Tao descended, but it was blocked by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sky demon flag was attacked by the mountain and river cauldron. It automatically circulated its supreme demonic power and confronted the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if two saints were confronting each other. Boundless demonic light and thousands of layers of demonic chi burst out from the heavenly demon flag. Streams of demonic chi fell from the sky like dragons. Each stream of demonic chi could destroy a mountain range and crush the void. Above the mountain and river cauldron, primordial chaos chi was also surging, displaying a terrifying divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The birds and beasts on the body of the cauldron all lit up, their soul power surging, and the beast souls of the countless ancient beasts sealed on the body of the cauldron were awakening. Soon, the collision of the two great sacred weapons caused the sky and earth to collapse. The land of the Saint Burial was collapsing, and the terrifying power of destruction finally spread to the entire land of the Saint Burial. The boundless deathly aura was dispersed by the vast and mighty power of the extreme path. Huge tombs were collapsing one after another. This was a terrifying scene that could destroy heaven and earth. The two great powers of the extreme Tao collided and offset each other. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag displayed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The land of the Saint Burial began to collapse in all directions, starting from the central area, turning into chaos once again. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo were not affected at all. They had the protection of the sacred weapons and demonic weapons of the Saint Burial, and nothing could harm them. How terrifying! Are they crazy? They're actually using sacred weapons of the Saint Burial. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out, shaking the heavens and 10 earths. All living beings trembled. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others were shocked to the extreme. Behind them, the void and the earth were being destroyed. If they were swept into the chaos, even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to return. Behind Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others, a large number of tombs collapsed, and heaven and earth turned into chaos once again. This was the power of the Saint Burial of the extreme Tao, capable of destroying heaven and earth. There were many cultivators who entered the land of the Saint Burial. At this time, everyone already knew that a drastic change had occurred in this part of the world. The clever ones immediately rushed in the direction of the gates of hell. Some unlucky fellows had already entered the depths of the land of the Saint Burial, and were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the extreme Tao, leaving nothing behind. Swish! Swish! Several terrifying saint-level powers rushed out from the depths of the land of the Saint Burial. The mighty power of the Saint Burial filled the heavens and earth, frightening the cultivators who entered the land of the Saint Burial. The arrival of a saint-level cultivator with a sacred weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. The light displayed by the saint-level power was extremely fast, and saint-level light rushed out of the gates of hell in succession. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even the powerhouses with sacred weapons had to retreat from this part of the world. What exactly was happening in the depths of this part of the world? Many people saw that the situation was not right and also rushed into the sky from various parts of the land of the Saint Burial, rushing toward the gates of hell, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook. A circle of dust rushed into the sky from the depths of the land of the Saint Burial, sweeping in all directions. Everything in its path was turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. This was a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Very soon, the power of destruction swept across the entire small world. Everything was destroyed, turning into a land of primal chaos. Even the gates of hell were broken apart. Bas! The mountain and river cauldron broke through the layers of chaotic power and went up against the sky, colliding head-on with the heavenly demon flag that had enveloped the area and emitted a monstrous demonic flag. The destructive power caused the entire area of chaos to surge violently. The mountain and river cauldron. Emperor Mo constantly swallowed spirit medicines to replenish his yuan qi. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that using the extreme path demonic weapon would consume a large amount of yuan qi, he would have been sucked dry by the extreme path demonic weapon long ago. Swish! The demonic flag unfurled and attacked the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power of the demonic way bloomed. This was the true demonic might of the extreme demonic path. The mountain and river cauldron shook, but it quickly calmed down. Several terrifying roars resounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the countless beasts on the mountain and river cauldron lit up, their spiritual strength surging in all directions. 4 terrifying figures rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. 4 extremely violent and savage auras appeared in the world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. That's... Sky Sovereign Mo couldn't help but be shaken by this scene. What had rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron were the beast souls of the 4 sacred beasts of the primordial era. Boom! The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The 4 beast souls surged with spiritual strength that soared into the sky and shook off the heavenly demon flag. Puff! Sky Sovereign Mo coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a heavy blow. Even with the protection of the heavenly demon flag, he was still heavily injured. The mountain and river cauldron wrapped around Gu Fei and soared into the sky. Then, it unleashed a terrifying saint might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing Sky Sovereign Mo. Just like that, the situation was reversed. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing down. The nearby chaos stopped, and the ancient cauldron became the only thing left in this chaotic zone. Roar! Sky Sovereign Mo roared. His entire body emitted a black demonic flame that danced on his body. He was burning his true essence, using the supreme heavenly demon disintegration technique. This great demonic art was similar to Gu Fei's ascension mystic art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Heavenly venerate demonic strength rapidly rose. Heavenly Sovereign Mo waved the heavenly demon flag with all his might and struck upwards. A demonic figure rushed out from the heavenly demon flag and revealed the heavenly demon avatar. It stood tall in the chaos and raised its hands to block the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The heavenly demon avatar was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its hands were also incomparably huge. When it spread out, it could block out the entire sky. The heavenly demon flag was fully awakened. The heavenly demon avatar was a manifestation of the demonic path's Tao laws. Sky Sovereign Mo could manifest the great Tao of the world, possessing unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Boom! The heavenly demon avatar's hands fiercely slammed against the mountain and river cauldron, and the 4 beast souls of the ancient sacred beasts were sent flying. Just as the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed again, a divine sword silently flew out of Gu Fei's dantian. This divine sword was the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. The heavenly demon avatar displayed its supreme demonic might, blocking the mountain and river cauldron from the sky. But at the same time, the heavenly demon avatar also gradually disappeared. Again! At this time, Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, allowing it to attack the heavenly demon flag on its own. The beast souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts were extremely powerful. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down, and Sky Sovereign Mo had no way of avoiding it. He could only brace himself and drive the heavenly demon flag to meet the awakened mountain and river cauldron head-on. Even though he used the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Sky Sovereign Mo was still not enough in front of Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron. In the face of extreme power, any power was like an ant. The mountain and river cauldron struck 9 times in a row, causing Sky Sovereign Mo to spit out blood again and again. Swish! Just as Sky Sovereign Mo's vitality was greatly damaged, a purple gold divine light was as fast as lightning. It split apart the power of the heavenly demon flag and rushed towards Sky Sovereign Mo. This divine light was too fast. In a flash, Sky Sovereign Mo's head fell off. Moreover, that divine light completely ignored the suppression of the heavenly demon flag. Another extreme sacred weapon of the Great Path? Sky Sovereign Mo's primordial spirit broke through the crown of his head and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. But Gu Fei pointed out with a finger, and a dazzling divine light immediately shot out from his fingertip, instantly piercing through Sky Sovereign Mo's Niwen Palace. This saint-tier body was already completely crippled, because his Niwen Palace had been pierced. The mountain and river cauldron conceal everything. You can't escape, said Gu Fei coldly. In his eyes, Sky Sovereign Mo was already a dead man. You actually have 2 extreme sacred weapons of the Great Path. Sky Sovereign Mo's primordial spirit was horrified. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1351. Gu Fei and Empyrean Demonic engaged in a great battle of the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed continuously. The souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts circled around the cauldron, their roars shaking heaven and earth. The void was thoroughly destroyed, and the land of Saint Burial turned into primordial chaos. Countless cultivators who entered the land of Saint Burial, whether they were immortals or demons of the demons, were directly killed by the power of the extreme Tao, their bodies and souls destroyed. Apart from the quasi-saints and half-saints who came with their sacred weapons, only a few could rush out of the gates of hell and survive. The fluctuations of the extreme Tao even spread from the primordial chaos to the outside world. Rumble! The entire Scarlet Plain shook and cracked. Everyone was horrified. The aura of the extreme Tao ancient weapon and demonic weapon enveloped the entire southern part of the heavenly world. The Dragon Clan's ancestral court in the southern domain, the 100,000 Devil Mountains, and the Dragon Clan were all alarmed. Monstrous demonic energy rushed out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains as the extreme Tao demonic formation was awakening. The aura of 9 ancestral dragons rushed out from the ancestral court of the dragon race. 9 great dragons circled above the dragon court. This was the foundation of the dragon court. It was not the true ancestral dragons that had descended, but the extreme Tao grand formation had been activated. An attack from an extreme Tao sacred weapon could sink a part of the heavenly world. The consequences were absolutely unimaginable. If a battle between extreme Tao experts broke out, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be destroyed. Some people said that the Great War of the extreme Tao broke out in ancient times, which was why the Great War of the Untainted Land was destroyed. The extreme Tao sacred might and the extreme Tao demonic might clashed. Although it only affected the southern domain of the heavenly world, all the experts in the other regions of the heavenly world felt it immediately. The power of the extreme Tao. Many of the slumbering old antiques were startled awake, all of them extremely shocked. The entire heavenly world's attention was once again drawn to the southern domain. This time, the situation was even more serious because of the appearance of the extreme Tao demonic might. This meant that a great demon had used the extreme Tao demonic weapon. The appearance of the extreme Tao demonic weapon had undoubtedly shocked the entire heavenly world. Just as the entire heaven realm was about to face a great enemy, Gu Fei's battle with Heavenly Sovereign Mo reached its climax. He used the mountain and river cauldron to block the heavenly demon flag, then used another extreme path saint artifact, the violet gold divine sword, to slash at Heavenly Sovereign Mo's body with lightning speed. This was a quasi-demon saint. He was extremely powerful and had an extreme demon weapon to protect him. If he used an ordinary saint weapon, it would be difficult to break through the defense of the sky demon flag. However, the purple gold divine sword was an extreme demon sword. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated. Under the impact of the demonic weapon heavenly demonic flag, the sword soul within the divine sword also awakened from its slumber. It emitted an extreme sword chi wave. Extreme sword chi shot out from the purple gold divine sword. Even the chaotic void was torn apart. There was nothing that could block this supreme sword chi. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the heavenly demon flag. Heavenly Venerate Demon's mortal body was sliced apart, and his demonic blood sprayed onto the flag. After the sky demon flag was stained with demonic blood, it emitted a demonic light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Many demonic patterns appeared and interweaved with the power of the Great Path. The heavenly demon avatar, which had been shattered by the mountain and river cauldron, rushed out from the heavenly demon flag once again. Monstrous demonic chi blocked off the chaotic zone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, as if it was opening up a demonic domain. The towering demonic shadow towered between heaven and earth. Demonic chi swirled around its body. This was a supreme heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the sky demon flag. It was completely stimulated by the demonic blood. The mountain and river cauldron. The towering demonic shadow emitted a spiritual wave. Although this demonic shadow was only a phantom, it was formed by a wisp of the heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the sky demon flag. That supreme heavenly demon seemed to have seen the mountain and river cauldron before. Boom! High up in the sky, an ancient cauldron was descending, directly pressing down on the demonic shadow. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusions of giant ancient beasts appearing. Among them, the souls of the 4 ancient beasts seemed to want to take on a physical form, emitting a supreme holy aura. Bang! The towering demonic shadow raised its palm and punched upwards. Extreme demonic might erupted, contending against the mountain and river cauldron. This was a battle between a sacred weapon of the Great Path and a demonic weapon of the Great Path. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo could no longer interfere. This was because the mountain and river cauldron and the sky demon flag had already broken free from their control. Boom! The 2 supreme forces of heaven and earth collided. The chaotic void was annihilated, as if the world was being split apart. Apart from the sacred weapon of the Great Path and the demonic weapon of the Great Path, even the chaotic chi was scattered. The power of the Great Path spread out. Even Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's sovereign martial body began to crack. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shen almost collapsed. Swish! At that moment, the purple gold divine sword emitted an endless amount of sword chi. A beam of purple gold divine sword light, like a shocking rainbow flying from the heavens, directly slashed towards the demonic figure. It tore it apart with ease, slicing the demonic figure into two. The power of the two sacred weapons of the Great Path suppressed the power of the Sky Demon flag. The purple-gold divine sword tore apart the heavens and earth. This sword could truly split apart the heavens and earth, destroying all tangible and intangible things. Heavenly Sovereign Mo knew that he was most likely going to die here today. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heavens and earth, and there was also a sacred sword of the Great Path attacking him. He only had one Sky Demon flag. How could he fight against two sacred weapons of the Great Path? Sword chi spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Wherever the extreme sword chi passed, layers upon layers of demonic chi dissipated. The extreme saint might shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. The towering demonic shadow was destroyed once again. Under this extreme saint might, Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shen trembled in fear. If not for the Sky Demon flag protecting his Yuan Shen, his soul would have long dissipated. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shen fused with the Sky Demon flag, turning into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the terrifying saint might of the mountain and river cauldron and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The gate of hell that connected to the outside world floated in the primal chaos in the distance. This gate of hell was imprinted with extreme Tao runes. Even if it was attacked by the extreme Tao power, it would not be destroyed in a short period of time. The gate of hell was covered in cracks, and the extreme Tao runes were faintly discernible. It was already on the verge of collapse. This gate that connected to the outside world would not last long. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei immediately used his mind to connect with the weapon souls in the mountain and river cauldron and the purple-gold divine sword. Controlling the two sacred weapons, he chased after the demonic light. If he let this demon escape, he would no longer have a place in the heaven realm. He had two sacred weapons of the Great Path. What did the sacred weapons of the Great Path mean? They were the strongest sacred weapons in the world. If people knew that he had two sacred weapons of the Great Path, the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm would be in an uproar. Especially those old antiques, they would go crazy. At that time, how could he fight against the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm alone? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1352. Mo Tianzuan's primordial spirit fused with the heavenly demon flag and turned into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the cauldron of mountain and river with all its might and rushed towards the gate of hell that was floating in the air of chaos. As long as he rushed out, Gu Fei would be in big trouble. This demon would definitely take revenge on him. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword vibrated and emitted a beam of sword light that was extremely fast. It slashed towards the demonic light in front of it. At the same time, the cauldron of mountain and river also pressed down from the sky. Rumble! The entire chaos was boiling. The beam of sword light soared tens of millions of feet and collided with the beam of demonic light, almost cutting it down. But Mo Tianzuan was already going all out. Although his physical body had been cut by the purple-gold divine sword, his primordial spirit was still there. The primordial spirit of a demonic saint was extremely powerful. The primordial spirit and the demonic weapon fused together, displaying the demonic might of the extreme path. In an instant, it rushed to the gate of hell. But just as Mo Tianzuan was about to rush out, a domineering beam of sword light suddenly slashed from the side. What? A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out. Another sacred weapon of the extreme path. Mo Tianzuan was truly shocked. The other party actually had a third sacred weapon of the extreme path. This was something he had never imagined. Since ancient times, no one had been able to possess three sacred weapons of the extreme path with different marks of the extreme path. One had to know that obtaining one sacred weapon of the extreme path was already a great blessing. To obtain three sacred weapons of the extreme path, this person's luck was simply heaven-defying. Mo Tianzuan instinctively dodged to the side. But the moment he dodged, his heart pounded wildly. He had a bad feeling. Swish! The domineering blade light flashed, and the cracked Hell's Gate instantly turned into a cloud of dust. It was instantly destroyed. Roar! Mo Tianzuan roared. He was almost going crazy. This was the only passage between the Chaos Zone and the outside world. The land of Saint Burial had already collapsed. He could only leave through the gate of hell. You're crazy! Mo Tianzuan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the other party to destroy the gate of hell. One had to know that if one was lost in the chaos zone, even a true saint would find it difficult to get out. Was this guy not afraid of being trapped in the primal chaos? Empyrean Mo didn't think too much about it. His opponent had already used 3 extreme Tao Saint weapons, and he was no match for him no matter what. Now that his only way out had been destroyed by his opponent, he could only rush deeper into the primal chaos. Gu Fei used his Yuan Shen to communicate with the 3 extreme Tao sacred weapon souls, controlling them to chase after Empyrean Mo. The 3rd extreme sacred weapon was the other half of the peerless ominous blade. The ominous aura that the peerless ominous blade emitted was vast and mighty. If a quasi-demon saint wanted to escape with an extreme demonic weapon, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to stop him even if he had 3 extreme sacred weapons. Moreover, in the primal chaos, there was no concept of time or direction. Empyrean demon could casually escape in any direction, completely occupying the initiative. Very soon, the extreme demonic light disappeared into the chaos. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. In such a chaotic place, it was definitely much more difficult to hunt someone down than in the outside world. Humph! Even if I can't kill you, don't even think about leaving the primal chaos. Gu Fei stood in the void, surrounded by 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons. It was difficult for the primal chaos chi to approach him. Gu Fei had already calculated all of this. He would destroy the gates of hell and trap Empyrean Mo in the primal chaos. Then, he would have a way to leave the primal chaos. Unless he had no other choice, he would never use this method. Now was the time, because he didn't want to be trapped in the primal chaos forever. In the primal chaos, there was nothing but primal chaos chi. Everything was in its most primitive state. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before sitting down cross-legged. His heart began to emit a strange ripple. He was communicating with the Hell Realm. Heaven and earth energy of the Hell Tao surged out from Gu Fei's heart, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void around him. These were the fluctuations of the void. There was an entrance to the Hell Tao in his heart. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine the entire Hell Tao into his body. However, he could freely enter and exit the Hell Tao. Very soon, the heaven and earth energy from the Hell Tao wrapped around Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei's figure blurred. Then, he entered a tunnel with the 3 extreme Tao sacred weapons. This was a tunnel without any light. But very soon, light appeared in front of him. Gu Fei quickly rushed in the direction of the light. He passed through the black tunnel and entered another world. As soon as Gu Fei emerged from the tunnel, he was stunned by the scene before him. He was surrounded by lush trees and winding mountain ridges. It was actually a world full of life. How long had it been? Why did such a change happen in the Hell Tao? Gu Fei returned to the Hell Tao. This was no longer a lifeless world. The deathly aura that enveloped this world had disappeared at some point. The sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon. The exit of the Hell Tao. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this world. He remembered that the tunnel leading out of the Hell Tao was in the depths of this world. He used the 8 desolate steps and traveled 100 miles with a single step. It was even faster than teleportation. Very soon, an ancient altar appeared in front of him. It was unknown how long the altar had existed. There were densely packed extreme Tao divine inscriptions on it. Gu Fei climbed onto the altar and sat down cross-legged. Since he had already entered the Hell Tao, Gu Fei was in no hurry to leave. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. What he needed to do now was to go into seclusion and comprehend the martial path. He needed to improve his cultivation to the next level. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. It was rare for Gu Fei to have a period of peace. No one disturbed him. He sat on the altar and began to activate it. Formation inscriptions began to appear on the altar. This lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Fei sat quietly on the altar. Apart from activating the formation inscriptions on the altar, he did not move at all. It was as if he had become a mummy. He used these 3 days to adjust his state of mind. He was preparing to break through. If he succeeded, he could become a mighty cultivator at the cutting path. A martial emperor was about to cut through the cutting path. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would probably be shocked. It should be known that in ancient times, warriors were invincible among their peers. Warriors at the cutting path could sweep away all opponents of the same level. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share, Target =_blank. Chapter 1353. Gu Fei had destroyed the gates of hell and trapped Demon Sky Sovereign's spirit and the heavenly demon flag in the chaos. Even if Demon Sky Sovereign didn't die, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the chaos. This way, Gu Fei himself was trapped in the endless chaos. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to leave the endless chaos. It was just that he wouldn't use this method unless he had no other choice. He had refined the Hell Path's boundary bead. The boundary bead he had refined was located at the location of his heart. He could enter the Hell Path through the Hell Path's boundary bead. However, this was an irreversible passage. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he couldn't absorb the Hell Path into his body like the God Race Patriarch's inner world. Therefore, he could only use the boundary bead to enter the Hell Path at any time and from any place. It could be said that he was the key to opening the Hell Path. He could enter but not leave, so Gu Fei could only enter the Hell Path. If he wanted to leave the Hell Path, he would have to go to the center of the Hell Path and use the spirit array there to reopen the Hell Path. At the center of the Hell Path was the ancestral vein of this world. Back then, Gu Fei and the others had left too quickly and hadn't set up any backup plans in the Hell Path. He had been communicating with the Hell Path for many years and had only refined the Hell Path's boundary bead into his body. This allowed him to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in the Hell Path for his own use. The entire Hell Path was just too big. It wasn't something that an ordinary inner world could compare to. It should be known that the Hell Path was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that had been refined by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages. The Hell Path was comparable to a true great world. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up from his meditative state. At this time, he remembered He Tian, who was in his inner world. Swish! He reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. A spatial crack appeared in front of him and a figure fell out of the spatial crack. Boss! After He Tian came out, he immediately scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The power of yin and yang surged all over his body, as if he was ready to fight someone at any time. This is the Hell Realm. You don't have to be so nervous. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw He Tian acting like this. This guy was too careful. Only cautious people could live long. Naraka Realm? When He Tian heard this, he could not help but be stunned. They had returned to the Hell Realm? After a while, He Tian came back to his senses. He said with a bitter face, "No way, boss, are you kidding me? How could this be the Naraka Realm?" The surroundings of the altar were full of vitality. There was not a trace of death energy in the world. The sky was cloudless, and a divine sun hung in the middle of the sky, sprinkling down resplendent sunlight. The scene before him was like a completely different world compared to the gloomy and lifeless purgatory realm that was shrouded in dark clouds. "Do I need to lie to you?" Gu Fei gave a rare smile. The path of hell was no longer the path of hell. Ever since that world-shocking battle, he had refined the realm bead, allowing this world to shine with life and obtain rebirth. The Hell Realm was his spoils of war after a narrow escape. The battle that year appeared in his mind. True Demon Ing Tian and Little Monk Fan Xiao. These 2 people were his greatest enemies. Moreover, these 2 enemies were still alive. Back then, Gu Fei and these 2 great enemies had fought endlessly in this place. He was almost killed by these 2 great enemies and had experienced a great danger of narrowly escaping death. Oh my God, we can't return to the Heaven Realm. He Tian was stunned for a while before he let out a mournful cry. He did not want to leave the Heaven Realm, at least not for the time being. However, it was useless to say anything now. He did not have any heaven-defying divine ability or power that could open the path to heaven. "Boss, what should we do now? Return to the human realm?" He Tian knew that the Hell Realm could only be entered but not exited. Moreover, only the person who held the realm gate could enter. Moreover, once one entered the Hell Realm, if one wanted to leave, one would need to activate the power of heaven and earth in this world to open the only exit of this world. This is the only way to return to the human realm. Gu Fei said. He also did not want to leave the Heaven Realm. His brothers were in the Heaven Realm, but he did not regret doing so. He felt that it was all worth it. One should know that he trapped a quasi-devil saint and a devil weapon in the boundless chaos. For the demons, this was absolutely an irreparable loss. The loss of the devil weapon made the demons lose the deterrent force that they relied on. With the devil weapon, No one dared to enter the 100,000 demon mountains. However, now that the devil weapon was lost, the deterrent force no longer existed. What should we do? Do we have to go to Plentiful City to snatch the Supreme Sky platform from the Ghost Emperor? Tion murmured to himself. That day, the Supreme Sky platform opened the passage between the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm, allowing them to enter the Heaven Realm. Now, it seemed that there was only one way to enter the Heaven Realm again. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. What are you worried about? Gu Fei said indifferently. I am now preparing to cut the Tao. Are you going to enter my inner world or wait for me outside? During this period of time, he had fought many battles and had reached the edge of cutting the Tao. He felt that he could trigger the Tao-cutting heavenly tribulation at any time. Cutting the Tao. Tion was startled when he heard this. Then he said with surprise and joy, Boss, you are finally going to cut the Tao? A warrior cutting the Tao was not a trivial matter. In ancient times, warriors who cut the Tao were absolutely invincible in the same realm. If Gu Fei cut the Tao, they would be more confident. A mighty martial arts expert of the Tao of the Severing Tao would probably be able to put up a fight against a half-step saint. Gu Fei nodded. He was also looking forward to it. If he could successfully cut the Tao, he would be the only successor of the Tao-cutting martial Tao in the past 10 million years. Haha, good. If Boss cuts the Tao, we might really be able to snatch the Supreme Sky platform from the hands of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. It's really great. Tion's eyes turned around and a sinister smile appeared on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Could it be that he was thinking about Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Gu Fei shook his head. Even if he could successfully cut the Tao, he might not be a match for Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The human realm was not simple. There were peerless characters. These existences were probably more terrifying than the half-step sages of the Heaven Realm. The waters of the Heaven Realm were deep, but Gu Fei felt that the waters of the human realm were even deeper than the Heaven Realm. In the end, Tion left. He did not enter Gu Fei's inner world. One had to know that if Gu Fei failed to cut the Tao, even if he hid in Gu Fei's inner world, he would still be affected. After Tion left, a divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's heart. A divine pearl appeared in front of him. This was the Hell Tao's boundary pearl. The origin energy of the Hell Tao was refined into Gu Fei's body. When the origin world bead appeared, the entire world changed color. Rays of spiritual light rushed out from the ground. The ancestral veins sleeping underground had awakened. Auspicious chi descended from the sky, spiritual light surged from the ground, and auspicious clouds lingered. All kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. All of this was caused by the appearance of the boundary pearl. Rumble. Gu Fei immersed his mind into the boundary pearl, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth nearby. The entire ground shook, and mountain ranges rose from the ground. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. Very soon, 9 mountain ranges that were thousands of miles long appeared in the central region of the Hell Tao. They were like 9 giant dragons that snaked outwards. Earth chi rose, and the power of heaven and earth in this region changed greatly. What is Boss doing? Tion couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. This 9-dragon terrain was very similar to the 9 dragons' deadlands in the Hell Tao. The ancestral vein that was originally hidden under the ground emerged from the ground. Tion was proficient in formations, so he could naturally see that this terrain was extraordinary. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world became denser. The essence of the earth spread out from the ancestral vein, causing the entire Hell Tao to become even more lively. After changing the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei put the boundary pearl back into his heart. He planned for the worst. If he couldn't cut his way, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth in this region to protect himself. After arranging all of this, Gu Fei began to completely release his aura. An extremely powerful chi and blood rushed out from the top of his head. The chi and blood of a peak Emperor realm martial body was too vigorous. It was like a giant dragon. The chi and blood in his body flowed rapidly, and a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. Rumble. Above the sky there was a dull thunder. Black tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. The heavens and earth sensed it, and the heavenly tribulation was quickly forming. A terrifying heavenly might descended from the sky. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This was the power of heaven and earth, vast and unstoppable. Only an extreme Tao expert could step on the great Tao of heaven and earth and ignore all the rules of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was not an extreme Tao expert, so he could not stand above the heavens and earth. Soon, the pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the entire place. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and one could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Such a huge contrast was inconceivable. Boss has really taken that step. Hei Tian was extremely nervous when he sensed the powerful aura rising from the tribulation clouds. He was also a half-step almighty, but he had not taken that step for a long time. After Yen Gu Fei had made another breakthrough, and two of them had taken that step. Cutting the way, how do I cut the way? Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar. Although he could sense the great threat from heaven and earth, he still wore a calm expression. His mind had entered a strange state. All kinds of martial arts and combat skills created by the Supreme Martial Ancestor had faded away in his mind, and even disappeared. He had forgotten about them forever. In order to walk the path of an expert that belonged to him, he had to first forget. To be more precise, he had to cut off the Tao marks of others that had been branded in his heart. This process could not be analyzed by others, nor could it be of any help to Gu Fei. He had to overcome this crucial obstacle by himself. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1354. In the Hell Tao, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a sacrificial altar and started to sever his Tao. No one could teach him how to sever his Tao. He could only comprehend it himself. Everyone's Tao was different. Therefore, the process of severing one's Tao was unique because no one's Tao was the same as another's. Gu Fei's Tao was unique. It was not the martial ancestor's Tao. At this time, the cultivation method created by the martial ancestor gradually disappeared from his mind. Severing Tao was to sever the Tao of others and create one's own. The path of others was not suitable for oneself. Gu Fei cultivated the martial ancestor's cultivation method, and had already planted the martial ancestor's Tao mark in his body. This was a situation that all cultivators had to face when they were severing their Tao. The cultivation method created by others contained the Tao of others. When cultivating the cultivation method of others, one's body would naturally condense the power of others' Tao. This was not one's own power. Even if one cultivated the cultivation method of others to the peak, it would definitely be difficult to become the strongest in the world and would not be able to prove one's Tao. To become the strongest and stand at the peak of all living beings, one had to walk a path that belonged to one's own. This was something that all cultivators knew. The Tao mark was formless and contained within the body. It was very difficult to sever it. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been stuck at this threshold. There were countless cultivators, but those who could truly sever their Tao were few. Those who could sever their Tao were called monarchs in the heaven realm. They were heroes of a region and ruled over a region. In the heaven realm, there were not many who could be called monarchs. To be able to truly sever their Tao meant that they had truly embarked on the path of the strongest. It was like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Once they made the leap, they would transform into a dragon. Gu Fei's cultivation had long since reached the edge of severing his Tao. However, he had not severed his Tao. He wanted to accumulate his strength and wait until now to break through in one go. Rumble! The tribulation clouds were still gathering in the sky. Terrifying black clouds descended from the sky, covering thousands of miles of the world and almost pressing down on the ground. Streaks of dazzling lightning were like unparalleled divine swords, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. In an instant, they released a strong light that illuminated heaven and earth. Gu Fei's aura was already rising, and there was a thunderous sound coming from his body. His blood was flowing like thunder, and the blurry Tao patterns that were imprinted on his bones gradually lit up. A magnificent illusionary figure began to appear on Gu Fei's body, which contained the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. The illusionary figure emitted a domineering aura. A martial ancestor was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it was just a mark, it was enough to shake the world. How could it be easy for Gu Fei to cut it off? The martial skills created by the supreme martial progenitor contained Tao force, which was the manifestation of the Tao. As Gu Fei cultivated the martial skills, the Tao force accumulated in his body and turned into Tao marks. Meanwhile, the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor appeared, but Gu Fei was still unable to sense where they were hiding in his body. His heart was imprinted with the martial progenitor's great Tao imprint. The great Tao imprint was only a kind of inheritance. It was not a Tao mark that Gu Fei cultivated the martial progenitor's battle technique. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and let out a furious roar when he felt threatened. The Tao mark of the martial progenitor was an obstacle that was hindering his progress. Only by cutting it off would he be able to soar into the sky and achieve his own Tao. This was an invisible shackle, and if Gu Fei wanted to break this shackle, no one would be able to help him. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, he might become a cripple or even die. The force of the heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate, causing the tribulation clouds to rumble. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. The only target of the pressure was Gu Fei. This heavenly tribulation! High up in the sky, He Tian could not help but shudder after witnessing the scene. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered was too terrifying. The tribulation clouds continued to spread, covering an area of 3,000 to 4,000 li. He had never seen anyone's Tao severing heavenly tribulation that was so vast and terrifying. Once such a heavenly tribulation descended, even a true almighty would be killed. And Gu Fei was not yet a Tao-severing almighty. At this moment, Gu Fei's spirit qi surged as he released all the energy in his body. His spirit qi gradually climbed to the peak state. As the martial path true power in Gu Fei's body circulated at full force, the image that appeared on his body became more and more solid, and the power of the Tao mark was forced out. How can this be? When Gu Fei's essence, qi and spirit reached their peak state, he was shocked to find that there was an extremely obscure Tao pattern appearing in every part of his body. These are the Tao marks of the martial progenitors? Although the Tao marks were faint, even with the heaven's eye, it was hard to discover them. Gu Fei never knew that he had such a thing on his body. The tiny Tao marks coiled around his flesh, veins, tendons, bones, and even his blood. These Tao marks were everywhere. How can I sever these Tao marks? Gu Fei was shocked. Tao severing seemed to be impossible now. This was severing himself. Could it be that he had to go through another rebirth? He had prepared all sorts of methods to deal with the Tao severing, but at this moment, it seemed like all of them were useless. The power of the Tao marks gathered in his heart and formed into a faint and illusory figure. This figure was like a martial progenitor descending, emitting a terrifying aura. Tao severing is the same as severing myself. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. His path of Tao severing was actually this difficult. The Tao marks of the martial progenitors had to be severed. If he didn't sever them, it would be difficult to form his own Tao. There was no other way. Even if it was a narrow escape, he had to give it a try. Gu Fei activated the trace of Tao power that he had condensed, and the blurry Tao patterns on his bones immediately lit up. The Tao power that was emitted from the blurry Tao patterns obliterated the Tao marks in his body. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering thunder sounded in the tribulation clouds in the sky. A huge lightning bolt the size of a mountain range struck down from the tribulation clouds and bombarded Gu Fei below. Swoosh! A ray of dark light shot out from Gu Fei's dantian to meet the bolt of lightning. An incomparably sharp sword qi rippled out from the ray of dark light. Buzz! The divine sword was shocked. The huge lightning bolt was dispersed by the sword. A black sword appeared above Gu Fei's head, emitting a series of vibrations. The black sword was Gu Fei's 9 Heavens Starry Sword, which was refined with the 9 Heavens Starry Steel. It was a godly sword that had yet to be sharpened, yet it was still incredibly sharp. The 9 Heavens Starry Steel was an immortal material that even martial saints would be jealous of. Even ancient martial saints would struggle to find it, as it was used to refine an extreme sacred weapon. A cultivator's weapon would accompany the cultivator for the rest of his life, allowing him to improve together with the cultivator. Gu Fei was trying to overcome the tribulation to refine the 9 Heavens Starry Sword. Bang! Another terrifying lightning bolt struck down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. The 9 Heavens Starry Sword shuddered and resisted the lightning bolt from the sky. More lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds, connecting the heavens and earth. The terrifying tribulation began to unleash its power. Gu Fei was not afraid of the tribulation, as the greatest threat to him was the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor in his body. He was using the Tao that he had comprehended to resist the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor. The blurry Tao runes on his bones summoned the force of the heavens and earth to resist the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. It was a battle of Tao. If Gu Fei's Tao was able to shatter the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would be able to embark on his own path of cultivation. However, if Gu Fei's Tao were to be destroyed by the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would either become a cripple or suffer qi deviation, resulting in his death. In the past, countless cultivators had died to the Tao-severing tribulation. Roar! Gu Fei's hair danced wildly as the two forces battled in his body, causing his body to be covered in cracks. His meridians, muscles, and bones began to shatter. It was as if two ferocious dragons were fighting inside his body. The illusionary figure on his body became more solid, as if it was about to walk out from the rift. It was a sign that the force of the Tao marks was being activated. With the tribulation outside his body and the Tao marks inside his body, Gu Fei was facing the greatest danger he had ever encountered. He could sense the danger of dying, which was something he had never felt before. The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from his body as blood oozed out from his wounds. His flesh was gradually covered in blood. The force of the Tao marks was destroying his life force, while the Tao force that he had comprehended was rapidly healing his wounds. These were two extreme forces. Life and death, destruction and rebirth. It was a cycle. The Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor were not easily destroyed. Gu Fei's strength was unable to gain the upper hand, as his flesh and bones were shattering, while his martial body was collapsing. There was even a crack on his head, which was not a good sign. It should be said that the head was an important part of a human cultivator. The divine soul of a human cultivator was located in the head. If a cultivator's divine soul was destroyed, then his soul would scatter and he would be deader than dead. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. This level of threat was not enough to threaten his life. A ball of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. A tiny figure appeared and sat cross-legged in between his eyebrows. It was Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path. The 9 secrets of the immortal path, ascending to the heavens. Even if the soul was destroyed, the cultivator could rebuild it with the force of ascending. Gu Fei had a secret art to protect himself. The immortal path primordial spirit unleashed a strange force. Gu Fei's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His primordial spirit was executing the most mysterious ascending art of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please go to the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1355. The Tao-severing heavenly tribulation began to circulate. This was a tribulation sent down by the heavens and earth. No matter where Gu Fei was, as long as he was in the world, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Although Gu Fei was in the Naraka realm, the heavenly tribulation still descended. The pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused all living beings to tremble. Under the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei encountered a danger that was even more dangerous than the Tao-severing heavenly tribulation. The faint silhouette that appeared on his body became more solid. The power of the Tao marks in his body was fully activated. Boom! Martial path true power exploded from Gu Fei's body and quickly flowed out from his body, gathering towards the silhouette. The martial path true power was continuously extracted from his body, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. How? He was horrified. The martial ancestor's Tao marks in his body triggered the power in his body. How could this be? He was in disbelief. How could this happen? The power of the great Tao surged as tiny Tao patterns rushed out from Gu Fei's body and entered the silhouette. The power of the Tao marks was separated from Gu Fei's body. Swish! When the last Tao pattern in Gu Fei's body entered the silhouette quickly condensed and a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? How is this possible? Far in the sky, outside the range of the tribulation clouds, He Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Martial ancestor. He Tian's voice was trembling. Bam! The tall and formidable middle-aged man attacked Gu Fei. His hand instantly covered the heavens and earth, emitting a destructive power. Heaven-shrouding hand. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. His body was on the verge of collapsing and he could hardly move, but his immortal Tao Yuan Shen was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly opened its eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash through the sky as a wave of immortal energy spread out from the primordial spirit, enveloping Gu Fei within. Just as the palm was about to hit Gu Fei, the heaven-covering palm suddenly changed its direction and slapped to the side. Rumble! The entire area began to shake. The 9 Earth Ancestor veins emitted an endless amount of Earth essence, as if 9 giant dragons had woken up. They protected the entire area and blocked the giant hand. In the nick of time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit cast one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic chaos mystic art, and moved the middle-aged man's sky-shrouding hand away. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was recovering rapidly. Even his broken bones and tendons were healing. In just an instant, Gu Fei's physical body had completely recovered under the effect of the ascension power. His vital energy and blood were also extremely vigorous. Boom! Gu Fei stood up from the altar. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. Although more than half of the martial path true force in his body had been extracted, his physical strength was still formidable. "I'll kill you!" Gu Fei took a step forward and punched forward. It was a simple punch, but the violent power caused the void to collapse. This middle-aged man was a martial ancestor. Although he was not a real martial ancestor, he was a phantom formed by the Tao marks of a martial ancestor. He exuded the invincible aura of a martial ancestor. Bang! The middle-aged man also punched out. The power of the 5 elements converged on his fist and exploded. This was a martial arts battle technique, the flawless fist of the 5 elements. Boom! The 2 fists collided fiercely. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The void was annihilated. Even the altar beneath Gu Fei's feet cracked. Gu Fei and the middle-aged man retreated together. Gu Fei almost fell off the altar. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck at Gu Fei. It was so fast that even the 9 Heaven Star Sword failed to stop it. Gu Fei only felt a powerful and domineering force enter his body, and countless cracks immediately appeared on his body. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind. Layers of blurry Tao runes appeared on his body. The force of the great Tao surged and forced the force of the tribulation lightning out of his body. He reached out his hand and held the 9 Heaven Star Sword in his hand before charging at the middle-aged man. His aura was tremendous as he slashed forward, leaving a 1,000-zhong-long rift in the void. The middle-aged man was equivalent to the clone of a supreme martial ancestor. He executed the 8 desolation steps and moved swiftly in the void, dodging Gu Fei's brilliant slash. A terrifying sword chi surged in all directions. The man soared into the sky. Gu Fei chased after him. The tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as bolts of lightning struck down at Gu Fei with a terrifying force that tore the heavens and earth apart. Gu Fei's body was so strong that he could ignore this level of lightning. He allowed the lightning to strike his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was a grand battle. The Tao marks of the martial ancestor had taken on the appearance of the martial ancestor to fight against Gu Fei. Gradually, the force of the tribulation lightning grew stronger as the lightning strikes from the sky became more terrifying. Bang! A purple bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, blasting the left side of Gu Fei's body into a bloody mess. Even his bones were exposed as the blood of the Emperor martial physique splattered everywhere. Bam! Gotcha! At that instant, the martial ancestor's clone's fist landed on Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei's chest to cave in. A bone-chilling sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The martial progenitor's clone followed closely behind and punched out again, causing Gu Fei to spit out another mouthful of blood. Gu Fei was actually suppressed by the martial progenitor's clone. Ah! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. He sensed great danger from the lightning strikes and the martial ancestor's clone in the sky. His flesh and bones were severely injured. He had completely forgotten about the powerful martial path battle skills. The martial ancestor's clone formed by the power of the Tao marks in his body posed a great threat to him. Yin Yang Fist. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as the Yin and Yang force intertwined with each other on his right fist. Tao runes appeared on his fist as he activated the power of the great Tao. Boom! The Yin Yang fist clashed with the 5 elements fist. Both used their Tao force, but there was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was knocked back once again as he spurted out blood. Countless lightning strikes descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Fei. Each lightning strike was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. Gu Fei's martial physique had been tempered countless times, but at this moment, blood splattered everywhere as his body suffered unimaginable damage. His bones were exposed in many places on his body. To see the first commercial, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1356. Only through repeated tempering could one cultivate an invincible martial body. Although Gu Fei seemed to be heavily injured, his origin energy wasn't affected much. Blinding bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky. A terrifying power tore through the void, enough to destroy everything. Even a half-saint would pale in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. Within the tribulation clouds, there was a vast and mighty aura of primal chaos. This was a heavenly tribulation that no cultivator wanted to face. It was the most terrifying of all heavenly tribulations. Gu Fei's origin spirit settled on his forehead, releasing endless immortal Tao divine light, displaying the power of heaven's emergence. A faintly discernible immortal light enveloped Gu Fei. Even though his corporeal body was constantly being heavily injured, and his flesh and blood were turning into mud, and even his bones, which were branded with blurry marks of Tao, were being shattered, the power of ascension could instantly heal his injured body. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the heaven's emergence secret art, could allow one to be reborn. Even if one's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were scattered, they could still reform. It was a supreme immortal art of immortality. Constantly being injured, constantly being repaired, destroyed and reborn, such a cycle. Gu Fei's body was gradually tempered and the Tao marks on his bones became increasingly clear. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. Every bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky was as huge as a mountain. The destructive power shook the surroundings, and every bolt of lightning left a mark on his body. This was a fragment of the great Tao brought by the lightning tribulation, branded on his bones. The great Tao that Gu Fei comprehended gradually changed color and became clearer. Using the great Tao to brand one's body, achieving eternity. If Gu Fei could become a saint, his martial body would be the carrier of the great Tao, becoming immortal through all tribulations. How can I sever my Tao? The power of the Tao mark incarnation was unquestionable. It was like the martial ancestor before he achieved the Tao. He was fighting against the martial ancestor when he was young. Gu Fei knew that the Tao mark on his body was a Tao mark left behind by the martial progenitor when he was severing his Tao. The heavens and earth had sensed it, and the Tao mark incarnation of the martial progenitor had appeared when he was about to sever his Tao. This was the great Tao of the martial ancestor, which was acknowledged by heaven and earth. If Gu Fei wanted to receive the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, he would have to sever the martial ancestor's Tao first. Gu Fei found that the thunder retribution did not have any impact on the Tao mark incarnation. The Tao mark incarnation approached from a distance, without any energy fluctuations, as if it was with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was simply invincible, bringing great pressure to him. Facing such an opponent, no one could remain calm. Even Gu Fei's rock-solid state of mind was shaken. However, he knew that once he gave up, there would only be one outcome: to be destroyed by the incarnation of the Tao marks and the heavenly tribulation. Once the clones of the Tao marks made their moves, they would display an undefeatable strength, which was a sign of the Tao left behind by the supreme martial progenitor. Tao marks, I will have to use the Tao marks to destroy it. An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. All kinds of attacks were ineffective against the Tao mark's incarnation. If he couldn't sever the Tao mark's incarnation, then he would have to use his own Tao force to try. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei circulated his profound art. The blurry Tao patterns imprinted on his bones began to light up. Then, each Tao pattern rushed out from his bones. The faint Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the power of the Tao runes circulated. A powerful aura surged out from Gu Fei's body. 5 Elemental Void. Gu Fei fully executed the technique he created. He walked in the fire elemental void, and the other 5 elemental voids revolved around him. This was a world of fire, and there were monstrous flames everywhere. The Tao mark incarnation wanted to destroy this part of the void, and displayed its supreme martial Tao profundity. Boom! The Tao mark incarnation punched out, and the entire fire elemental void trembled. The void shattered, and a path was actually created. Humph! Want to leave? At this time, Gu Fei arrived. In this part of the heaven and earth, he was an omnipotent supreme god. With a single thought, he could perceive every detail in this part of the heaven and earth. Bang! With a punch, the fist force was like a surging river, rushing forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined. Gu Fei struck out the Yin Yang fist. This was not a martial Dao combat skill created by the martial ancestor. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined and collided on Gu Fei's fist, raising the power of this punch to an unbelievable level. He was trying to evolve his own martial Dao combat skill, and no longer followed the path of the predecessors. Boom! The Dao Mach incarnation also blasted out a simple punch. This punch triggered the power of the 5 elements, and fiercely collided with Gu Fei's fist. This was a confrontation of the power of the Dao. The Dao pattern on Gu Fei's right arm bloomed with bright divine light, and the power of the Dao was surging. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, and Gu Fei's fire elemental void was collapsing. Outside, endless thunder and lightning immediately fell from the sky. Each thunder and lightning had a trace of the aura of chaos, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This was the Chaos Thunder Tribulation. When the Tribulation Thunder entered his whole body was emitting electric light, and even his pores were spurting tiny electric currents. The power of chaos and destruction was destroying the vitality in Gu Fei's body, shaking his spirit, and even his soul was about to be torn apart by this terrifying power. Both his body and soul were experiencing a terrifying baptism. This was a complete transformation, from the body to the soul. Once Gu Fei successfully took this step, his martial body and soul would be sublimated. This was a transformation of the essence. Successfully cutting the Dao was equivalent to crossing a heavenly moat. At this time, the cultivator could use the power of the Dao, which was difficult to compare with a cultivator who had not cut the Dao. The Dao Mark incarnation was still strong, showing a powerful momentum of invincibility. Gu Fei was shaken and flew out. The Dao pattern on Gu Fei's right fist appeared, and the Dao rhyme was at the 6th revolution. He triggered the power of the Dao to fight against the Dao Mark incarnation. This time, the Dao Mark incarnation did not gain any advantage. Buzz! The 9 heaven star sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating, and on the pitch-black sword body, a Dao pattern began to appear, and the sword chi fluctuations became more intense and terrifying. Swoosh! The sword light rushed to thousands of feet, cutting the void between heaven and earth, and strangled the Dao Mark incarnation. The sword light contained the power of the Dao, and it was extremely fast. Dao Mark's incarnation seemed to have sensed the danger. At the critical moment, he actually dodged to the side. However, even so, the sword light formed by the 9 heaven star sword also chopped off one of Dao Mark's arms. Die! Gu Fei became stronger and stronger. His whole body bloomed with the power of thunder and lightning. His body was once again seriously injured by the heaven's retribution, but he still moved forward, holding the sword and rushing forward again. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. His primordial spirit was operating the emergent secret technique, which could protect his life. The void of the 5 elements appeared around him, and he walked in the void. Although he did not use the 8 desolate steps, his speed was not any weaker than when he used the 8 steps extreme speed. To see the premiere without ads, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1357. The footwork that Gu Fei displayed was derived from the 8 desolation steps, but it was not the 8 desolation steps. He was walking in the 5 elements void steps. Endless tribulation thunder was releasing destructive power. Every electric light illuminated the entire world. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a sea of thunder. The terrifying chaotic thunder calamity tore the world apart and destroyed everything. Even Gu Fei's extremely powerful martial body of a half-step to almighty realm was bombarded by the thunder calamity. His flesh was lacerated and his blood splattered across the sky. However, his body's recovery ability was already amazing. Coupled with the magical effect of the feather immortal force, although Gu Fei's body was seriously injured by the tribulation thunder, it would recover in an instant. Boom! The battle between Gu Fei and the Dao Mark incarnation broke out. The terrifying power spread out and the entire sea of thunder shook. The chaos thunder could destroy everything, but Gu Fei still had the strength to fight in the face of the chaos thunder. Great Gu! Outside the tribulation clouds, Tian, who witnessed this scene in the distant sky, was shocked to the extreme. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was really heaven-defying. Facing the chaos thunder and fighting with the Dao Mark incarnation, even if it was said that no one would believe it. This was really too abnormal. Gu Fei's cutting the path heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Once he successfully cut the path, he would be more powerful and terrifying than the ordinary almighties. Being invincible in the same realm was not just a legend. Amidst the deafening thunder, two figures were moving at high speed. Gu Fei held the 9 Heaven Star Sword in his hand and released extremely sharp sword chi fluctuations. Every sword light was brighter than the tribulation thunder that fell from the sky. Swoosh! The sword light was like a shocking rainbow, breaking through the layers of tribulation thunder and slashing towards the terrible figure that seemed to have merged with the great path of heaven and earth. The resplendent sword light contained Tao patterns. This was the Tao power that Gu Fei had comprehended. Only this kind of power could injure the Tao Mark Incarnation. Just now, he had chopped off one of the Tao Mark Incarnation's arms. At that moment, Tao Mark's incarnation had recovered. The arm that had been cut off also condensed. The power of the great path spread out from the figure. Tens of thousands of tribulation lightning bolts fell from the sky, but they were unable to cause any harm to this figure. It was as if this figure had existed since the beginning of chaos until now. Boom! Tao Mark's incarnation struck out with the flawless 5 Elements fist. The terrifying fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The entire tribulation cloud trembled, and thousands of lightning bolts dissipated under that figure's fist. Gu Fei's unparalleled sword light was no exception. It was shattered by the Tao Mark Incarnation's punch. Moreover, the power of this punch only exploded when the sword light was shattered. The unimaginably ferocious power pierced through heaven and earth, as well as Gu Fei's physical body. Even his bones, which were branded with vague Tao patterns, were shattered. What? Gu Fei was horrified. The Tao Mark Incarnation's strength was too strong. He quickly retreated because the Tao Mark Incarnation had already struck out with another punch. Even the 5 Elements void outside his body could not stop this kind of fist energy. He moved quickly in the 5 Elements void, but the Tao Mark Incarnation used the 8 Desolation steps. Its speed was not inferior to his at all. The Tao Mark Incarnation's fist quickly approached Gu Fei. This was a punch that could not be avoided. The Tao Mark Incarnation had already locked onto Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. Roar! You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei switched the sword to his left hand. Then, his entire body's yin and yang true power crazily gathered in his right hand. The yin and yang true power intertwined. An extremely powerful fluctuation spread out from his right hand. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced wildly. He struck out with all his strength. The yin and yang true power intertwined on his fist, forming a terrible destructive power. Bam! Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the Tao Mark Incarnation's fist. The yin and yang true power and the 5 Elements force collided and offset each other. The power that was released caused the void to shatter. Gu Fei felt a force so powerful that it was hard to resist coming from his fist, and the bones in his arm gave off a bone-chilling cracking sound. Wah! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away by the force. His body suffered a great impact and was seriously injured. I'm not a match for him. Although Gu Fei's heart was full of fighting spirit, he was facing the most amazing person since ancient times. This was a challenge. Moreover, it was a challenge that he had almost no chance of winning. Rumble! Endless tribulation thunder exploded on Gu Fei's body. He suffered an indescribable injury. His bones were broken. His chest and abdomen were pierced. His entire right arm bone was broken. He became a bloody man. The feather transformation celestial force spread out from the space between his eyebrows and flowed through his entire body. His internal injuries were quickly healing. The pierced chest and the broken bones in his arm were all healing. He was simply a cockroach that could not be killed. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the 5 Elements void. He rushed into the sky and directly rushed into the tribulation clouds in the sky. He triggered the Tao severing tribulation. The tribulation clouds that covered thousands of miles bloomed with endless dazzling lightning. The Tao Mark Incarnation also rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. The Tao Mark Incarnation was not afraid of anything. He was not a real person, but just an incarnation. The power of destruction was surging. This part of the world seemed to be obliterated. The terrible power of the tribulation completely drowned Gu Fei. He encountered great danger. In the end, even his primordial spirit was scattered several times. His entire body was almost destroyed, but he persisted. His physical body was reconstructed and his primordial spirit was reassembled. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Feather Immortal Secret Method, displayed power that even Gu Fei could not believe. It pulled Gu Fei back from the gates of hell several times. During this process, Gu Fei's physical body became more and more powerful. His primordial spirit also became extremely stable. The patterns of the great path of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His Tao-severing tribulation was too terrifying. If it was not for the Feather Immortal secret method, he probably would not have been able to persist and would have ended up in a tragic state. In the end, countless patterns of the Tao appeared on Gu Fei's body. The patterns intertwined on his body. The power of the great path condensed, causing his every movement to be filled with the rhythm of the great path. Gu Fei's physical body withstood the destructive power of the Tao-severing tribulation. Although he almost died, he made it in the end. Both his physical body and primordial spirit experienced the most thorough baptism. When he broke through the shackles in his body, his physical body was like an ocean that contained hundreds of rivers. The power of the tribulation clouds was drawn and refined by him into his own martial arts' true power. A mass of chaotic essence formed in his dantian and began to circulate. Outside the chaotic essence was the yin and yang essence. This was the yin and yang turning into chaos. To see the first commercial, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1358. The Tao-severing heavenly tribulation raged for 24 hours and still did not stop, and the terrifying fluctuations of the tribulation became even stronger. During this process, Gu Fei experienced several tests of life and death, lingering at the gates of death. The incarnation of the Tao mark of the martial ancestor had slashed him more than 10 times, causing his physical body to collapse and his Yuan Shen to collapse. However, the immortal force of emergence allowed Gu Fei to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. His physical body and Yuan Shen were reforged, and the great path gradually condensed and branded on his physical body. From the physical body to the Yuan Shen, this was the most thorough transformation. After this transformation, everything was different, and Gu Fei would ascend to a new level. In the tribulation cloud, no one knew what dangers Gu Fei had encountered. Even He Tian could not see into the tribulation cloud with his yin-yang divine eyes. He Tian only saw the terrifying heavenly tribulation raging, and Gu Fei's roar came from the tribulation cloud from time to time. In the end, Gu Fei's aura gradually became stronger. And when the confrontation between Gu Fei and the incarnation of the Tao mark reached the most critical moment, above the earth, 9 dragon shadows rushed up, and a part of the world was awakened. This was the backup plan that Gu Fei had arranged, and now it came in handy. 9 dragon shadows, hovering in the tribulation cloud, emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused the world to change color. This was the power of the 9 ancestral veins of earth being drawn out. With the power of the 9 dragons, Gu Fei was extremely powerful, and he constantly clashed with the incarnation of the Tao mark. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a punch, and the Great Path Divine Rune emerged on his fist, directly smashing half of the body of the incarnation of the Tao mark. Swish! The incarnation of the Tao mark immediately retaliated, and its right hand instantly grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder, tearing off one of his arms, and blood splattered. The two figures quickly retreated. Gu Fei's body was surrounded by the energy of the 9 dragons. He had attracted the power of the ancestral earth vein and reversed the situation. The Tao mark incarnation could no longer gain any advantage. This was an extremely brutal battle. Gu Fei's body was constantly being torn apart. Even the soul between his eyebrows had been dispersed and his bones had been obliterated. However, Gu Fei's will was as strong as immortal divine metal. His divine will didn't fade, and his flesh and blood continued to reform. His bones, tendons, and even his soul were constantly cleansed by the power of heavenly tribulation. Although it was a narrow escape, it was also a great opportunity to get close to the great Tao and evolve his own Tao fruit. This gave Gu Fei the opportunity to walk the path of a powerhouse that belonged only to him. Outside the tribulation clouds, He Tian was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. No one knew exactly how powerful the 9 ancestral meridians were. However, He Tian knew that Gu Fei was using the power of heaven and earth to pass the tribulation. The essence of the earth rose to resist the heavenly tribulation of severing the Tao. This was an extremely shocking scene. Boss will succeed. He Tian knew that although Gu Fei's severing of the Tao had attracted the most terrifying heavenly tribulation, he could also use the power of the Hell Tao for his own use. Even so, he had almost died. This area was covered by the tribulation lightning, but the earth below had gathered all the power of the Hell Tao. It was the ancestral meridian of this world. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not destroy the 9 ancestral meridians that snaked above the earth. Time passed. The terrifying might gathered in the world was vast and mighty. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before the tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The entire world gradually brightened. The essence of the earth sank and gradually entered the 9 ancestral meridians on the ground. A figure appeared high up in the sky. Gu Fei sat cross-legged high up in the sky. His whole body's Tao rhyme was circulating 6 times. An illusory figure appeared from his body and then disappeared in the void. A purple divine light disappeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful aura spread from his body. He was like the incarnation of the great Tao, high up in the sky. This was the aura of an almighty figure. Gu Fei had finally succeeded in severing the Tao. Now he felt that his body was filled with endless power. At this moment, he felt that he could challenge the strongest existence in the world. Looking inside, he could see that Tao patterns that contained the truth of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His bones were crystal clear like the 9 heavens' divine jade. Tao rhyme circulated and condensed the power of the Tao. Gu Fei's physical body was transforming into a saint body. The Tao patterns imprinted on his bones were no longer blurry. They had become clear. This kind of bone was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a half-step saint. Gu Fei stood up in the void. A thunderous explosion immediately came from his body. The void around him was trembling. Boss did it. He Tian was surprised and happy. Gu Fei had succeeded in severing the Tao. They were not afraid of anyone now. As long as they did not encounter a real saint, they would have enough power to protect themselves. Swoosh! He Tian rushed over from a distance and congratulated Gu Fei. However, he was greeted by a finger from Gu Fei. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. The speed at which he was sent flying was faster than the speed at which he had rushed over. Boss! He Tian was shocked. However, he immediately knew that Boss was using him as a test. His heart trembled. A cultivator at the Tao severing realm was too terrifying. He could be killed with a finger. He knew very well that if Gu Fei had wanted to kill him just now, he could have done so with a finger. It's time to leave, Gu Fei said to himself. Rumble. With a thought the earth shook. A divine pearl rose from the ground where the 9 dragons converged. The divine pearl was hundreds of meters in diameter. Flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, and rivers appeared on its surface. Occasionally, it would return to chaos. Above the divine pearl, the birth and destruction of heaven and earth appeared. This was a reincarnation cycle. This reincarnation cycle was constantly appearing on the divine pearl. This was the origin of heaven and earth, the purgatory path's origin world pearl. Gu Fei kept the origin world pearl in his heart. Then, he activated the 9 ancestral veins. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. The 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges that meandered for who knew how many miles shook. The earth chi of the 9 dragons gathered on the altar. A 9-colored beam of light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Tao patterns appeared in the beam of light. The passage between this world and the outside world was opened. The purgatory path could only be entered, not exited. Although Gu Fei had the origin world pearl of the purgatory path, he could not enter and exit this world as he pleased, unless he had already kept the purgatory path into his body. But with Gu Fei's current cultivation, this was simply impossible. One had to know that this was a world that was comparable to a real world. Human world. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the altar. Both of them had very complicated feelings. That day, they left the human world and entered the heaven realm was very coincidental. In the human world they had many enemies. The Dongfang family, the Buddhism of the West Earth, and the demons of the human world were all their great enemies. The little monk Fan Xiu was now in the heaven realm. After Gu Fei severed his Tao, he wanted to find someone to test his moves on. He could not find the little monk Fan Xiu, but there should be more than one Buddhist almighty in the Buddhism. The foundation of the Buddhism was not in the heaven realm. It was not even in the 3 realms and 6 Taos. It was in the legendary Buddhist heavenly kingdom, the heavenly Buddha path. Heavenly Buddha path. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. He Tian was looking forward to it even more. There were definitely many treasures in the heavenly Buddha path. They soared into the sky and instantly disappeared in the 9-colored beam of light. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please share, target equals _ blank.